Before exploring the dramatic events of Ivan the Terrible's reign, it is essential to understand the powerful noble families who shaped Russian politics behind the scenes. Their rivalries, alliances, and ambitions influenced nearly every major decision made in Moscow. At the center of this political world stood the Boyar Duma, the Council of the Realm. Although it served as the Tsar's highest advisory and legislative body, its authority always depended on the ruler's favor. Any recommendation could be ignored or overturned at a moment's notice, especially under Tsar Ivan IV, whose rule became increasingly absolute. During his reign, the council was dominated by a handful of influential dynasties, including the Shuiskys, Mstislavskys, Belskys, and Romanovs, along with many noble families tied to them through marriage or political loyalty. Most of these aristocratic houses trace their ancestry to Yuri Dolgoruki, the son of Vladimir Monomakh. In the mid-12th century, Yuri established his power in the northeastern lands of Rus, laying the foundations for a new political center far from Kiev. Over time, his descendants split into several branches, but one line rose above all others. Through Alexander Nevsky and later his grandson Ivan Kalita, the princes of Moscow gradually claimed superiority over the rest of the Rurik dynasty. This growing prestige transformed Moscow into the leading center of Russian power and allowed its rulers to present themselves as the rightful heirs of all the old princely traditions. Not every descendant of Yuri Dolgoruki enjoyed the same status. The princes of Vladimir Suzdal descended from Alexander Nevsky's brother Andrei, and while they remained immensely wealthy, the expansion of Moscow steadily weakened their political independence. By the reign of Ivan Kalita, these princes were increasingly treated as subjects of Moscow rather than equals. They retained enormous estates and thousands of serfs, but their influence at court declined. The Moscow rulers further diluted the exclusivity of princely titles by granting them to noble immigrants from Lithuania, the Caucasus, and even to families whose ancestors had mixed with the Mongol elite during the centuries of Tatar domination. Among the old Vladimir Suzdal dynasties, none carried greater prestige in the 16th century than the Shuisky family. Their ancestor was Prince Andrei Yaroslavich, and generations later they remained one of the most respected noble houses in Russia. Prince Peter Shuisky earned distinction as an outstanding military commander, while his son, Ivan, became celebrated for defending Pskov against a prolonged siege during the Livonian War. Another member of the family, Ivan Andreevich Shuisky, also won fame in campaigns against Sweden despite failing to capture the fortress of Oreshek. His sons, including Vasily, Andrei, Dmitry, Alexander, and Ivan, would all emerge as important political figures. Vasily Shuisky, who began his military career fighting the Crimean Tatars, would eventually use his ancient ancestry to justify claiming the Russian throne during the turbulent years known as the Time of Troubles. Another branch of the family produced Mikhail Skopin Shuisky, one of the era's greatest military heroes. The Mstislavsky family possessed an equally impressive pedigree, also tracing its bloodline to Andrei Yaroslavich. Its leading representative, Prince Ivan Mstislavsky, strengthened his position through his grandmother Evdokia, a daughter of Ivan III. This royal connection made him one of the closest noble relatives of the ruling dynasty. Throughout Ivan IV's reign, he became the senior member of the Boyar Duma, commanded Russian armies, and earned a reputation as one of the most respected statesmen in the country. Even after his imprisonment, the family's influence continued through his son Fyodor Mstislavsky, who played a decisive role in navigating Russia through civil conflict, foreign invasions, and political collapse. Closely connected to the Mstislavskys were the Golitsins, another distinguished princely house. Vasily Golitsyn later emerged as one of the contenders for the Russian throne following the fall of the first false Dmitry, while his brother Ivan gained recognition as a capable military commander. Like several other noble families, both the Golitsins and the Mstislavskys had spent generations in Lithuania during the Mongol period before eventually returning to serve the rulers of Moscow. Another towering figure of the age was Nikita Romanov Yuriev-Zakharin, the man whose descendants would establish the Romanov dynasty that ruled Russia for more than 3 centuries. His family was already closely connected to the throne. His sister Anastasia became the beloved first wife of Ivan IV and the mother of Tsar Fyodor I. Unlike many nobles who fell victim to Ivan's violent purges, Nikita managed to avoid both disgrace and execution. He earned widespread admiration for his moderation, generosity, and steady character during one of the bloodiest periods in Russian history. After his death in 1586, his children continued expanding the family's influence through political service and strategic marriages with other aristocratic houses. The Belsky name actually referred to two separate noble branches. One originated in Lithuania and included powerful figures such as Maluta Skuratov-Belsky, one of Ivan the Terrible's most feared enforcers, along with his relatives Bogdan and Semyon. The other branch descended from the princes of Vladimir and had earlier attempted to dominate Russian politics after the death of Vasily III, the father of Ivan IV. Among the more unusual personalities of the period was Semyon Bekbulatovich. Born as the Mongol prince Sain-Bulat, he entered Russian service after his people were defeated during Ivan's conquest of Kazan. Following his conversion to Orthodox Christianity, he received a Russian name, princely rank, and control over Tver and Torjok. In one of the most extraordinary episodes of Russian history, Ivan IV even briefly proclaimed him Tsar of Moscow, making him a constant source of political uncertainty for anyone who later occupied the throne. In the political world of 16th century Russia, marriage was rarely a private affair. Among the great aristocratic houses, it was one of the most effective instruments of power. A wedding could turn former rivals into allies, bind military commanders to court officials, or create obligations that lasted for generations. These family connections often determined where loyalties would fall when the state entered a period of crisis. The daughters of Maluta Skuratov-Belsky illustrate this system clearly. Maria married Boris Godunov, while Ekaterina became the wife of Dmitry Shuisky. Through these marriages, Skuratov connected his household to two families that would later compete for influence at the highest level of government. The Cherkassky brothers were drawn into a similar network. Vasily Mikhailovich married one of Fyodor Mstislavsky's sisters, while his brother Boris Mikhailovich married a sister of Fyodor Nikitich Romanov. Another Romanov sister became the wife of Ivan Ivanovich Godunov, a cousin of Boris Godunov. The Mstislavsky family also strengthened its political reach when another of its daughters married Semyon Bekbulatovich, the former Tatar ruler who had briefly carried the title of Tsar of Moscow. The Shuiskys, Vorotinskys, and Golitsins were connected in the same way. Vasily Shuisky and Ivan Vorotinsky married sisters, both daughters of Prince Peter Ivanovich Buinosov of Rostov. These women were also related to the wife of Vasily Golitsyn. As a result, nearly every major political faction was linked to another through blood or marriage. Such relationships did not guarantee permanent friendship. Families could still quarrel, betray one another, or compete for the throne, yet kinship shaped the choices available to them. When danger approached, noblemen often supported those whose survival protected their own relatives, estates, and ambitions. Russian aristocratic politics therefore resembled a tightly woven web in which the rise or fall of one household could affect many others. Among the families that rose through this world of marriage, service, and political calculation, none experienced a more remarkable ascent than the Godunovs. According to family tradition, the Godunov line began with Chet Murza, a prince from the Golden Horde who came to Moscow from Sarai during the reign of Grand Prince Ivan Kalita in the 14th century. Sarai was then one of the principal cities of the Mongol world, situated near the lower Volga River. Chet Murza eventually settled in the region of Kostroma, married a Russian woman, and entered the Orthodox Christian faith. The traditional story claims that Metropolitan Peter baptized him and gave him the Christian name Zachariah. Several generations later, one of his descendants became known as Ivan Godun. From this personal name emerged the family name Godunov. Although later enemies sometimes emphasized the clan's Tatar origins, the Godunovs had lived in Russia for generations. They were not foreign slaves or recent arrivals at court. They served Russian princes and noblemen, acquired property, and gradually established themselves as landowners. Some branches became wealthy in the Vyazma region, while others earned distinction through military service. Chet Murza was also remembered as a benefactor of the Ipatiev monastery in Kostroma, where tradition held that he was eventually buried. The monastery would remain closely associated with the Godunov family and, much later, with the rise of the Romanovs. Boris Fyodorovich Godunov was born in 1552. His father, Fyodor Ivanovich, possessed land but did not belong to the richest level of the Russian aristocracy. Boris had a brother named Dmitry and a younger sister named Irina. Their family estates in the Kostroma region provided a degree of security, especially after their father's death. The three children were then taken into the household of their uncle, Dmitry Ivanovich Godunov. Almost nothing is known about their mother, but their uncle appears to have assumed responsibility for their upbringing and future careers. He became the most important figure in their early lives. The Godunovs' relatively modest status may initially have protected them. Ivan the Terrible's oprichnina was directed largely against powerful landowning families whose property and influence appeared threatening to the crown. Because the Godunovs did not yet possess enormous estates or an independent political following, they escaped the first wave of destruction that engulfed many older aristocratic houses. Dmitry Godunov nevertheless entered the oprichnina. His time within the institution revealed that he possessed genuine administrative ability. Ivan IV was searching for younger officials whose advancement depended entirely on royal favor rather than ancient ancestry. Dmitry fitted this requirement perfectly. He soon moved beyond ordinary oprichnina service and obtained a position within the palace administration. This appointment transformed the fortunes of the entire family. Through his access to the Kremlin court, Dmitry introduced Boris and Irina into the social and political world of the ruling dynasty. Boris was still a teenager when his uncle entered palace service. Irina was only about 7 years old. She was almost the same age as Tsarevich Fyodor Ivanovich, Ivan IV's second surviving son, who had been born in 1557. Growing up near the royal household gave both children opportunities that their father could never have provided. They received an education suited to palace life and became familiar with the ceremonies, customs, and personal relationships of the court. Their future no longer depended solely on provincial estates. It became tied to the Tsar and his family. Dmitry Godunov's position improved further after the death of Vasily Naumov, Ivan IV's chamberlain. Dmitry was selected to replace him, giving him direct access to the ruler. The office was far more than ceremonial. The chamberlain operated close to the Tsar's person and could influence appointments, audiences, and private decisions. At the same time, the oprichnina was becoming an instrument of terror. One of its most notorious leaders was Grigory Skuratov-Belsky, better known by his nickname Maluta. Through brutality and unquestioning obedience, he gained the confidence of Ivan the Terrible and became one of the ruler's most feared agents. Maluta's reputation was built upon acts of extreme violence. In 1569, he was associated with the killing of Metropolitan Philip, the senior churchman who had openly condemned the oprichnina. According to the traditional account, Maluta personally strangled him in his monastic cell. He was also deeply involved in the destruction of Novgorod in 1570. Ivan believed that the city's leading inhabitants were preparing to betray him and defect to Lithuania. The resulting campaign became one of the darkest episodes of his reign. Residents were tortured, executed, or drowned, while homes, churches, and warehouses were plundered. Contemporary and later accounts offered enormous figures for the number of victims, though the precise scale remains uncertain. What is beyond doubt is that Novgorod suffered mass executions, confiscations, and widespread devastation under the direction of the Tsar and his oprichniki. Maluta's ambition was not directed only against suspected enemies. He also turned upon former associates when their removal could strengthen his own position. Alexei Basmanov, once an influential advisor and senior nobleman, fell from favor. Other officials, including Afanasy Vyazemsky and Peter Zaitsev, were also destroyed during the internal struggles of the oprichnina. The Godunovs survived because they were still too minor to appear dangerous. Instead of targeting them, Maluta recognized that Dmitry Godunov could be useful. By 1571 and 1572, the two men had developed a practical political partnership. Dmitry served close to the ruler as a palace official and personal advisor. Maluta possessed influence through fear, violence, and command of the oprichnina. Each man had something the other could use. Their cooperation was not necessarily based on affection. It was an alliance built upon mutual advantage. Boris Godunov began his own service during the campaigns connected with Novgorod and later took part in military operations against the Tatars in 1572. He served in the same general military circle as Tsarevich Ivan Ivanovich, the eldest son of Ivan the Terrible. The two young men appear to have developed a friendly relationship after returning to court. For Boris, personal closeness to the heir of the throne offered a path to advancement far beyond anything his family had previously achieved. Maluta Skuratov understood the possibilities. To strengthen his association with Dmitry Godunov, he arranged the marriage of his daughter Maria Grigorievna to Boris. The union connected the young courtier to one of the most powerful men in Ivan IV's service. For Maluta, Boris was an attractive son-in-law. He was young, ambitious, and closely connected to the palace through his uncle. For the Godunovs, marriage into the Skuratov family provided protection during a period when a single accusation could lead to imprisonment, confiscation, or death. Both Dmitry Godunov and Maluta Skuratov sought an even greater prize: direct kinship with the ruling dynasty. Their first opportunity came when Tsarevich Ivan married Evdokia Saburova, a relative of Dmitry Godunov. The marriage appeared to bring the Godunovs closer to the throne. Yet the alliance did not last. After only a few years, Ivan IV rejected his daughter-in-law, sent her to a convent, and forced her to become a nun. In Muscovite Russia, this was a common method of ending an unwanted royal marriage without formally challenging orthodox restrictions on divorce. Boris continued advancing despite this setback. Once he reached adulthood, he entered the oprichnina and wore the distinctive clothing associated with its members. His uncle's influence helped him obtain the court rank of attorney or palace steward, a position that brought him into regular contact with the royal household. His service exposed him to a disturbing world of contradiction. The oprichniki participated in interrogations, confiscations, executions, and military campaigns. Yet their violence was often followed by extravagant feasts, drunken celebrations, religious ceremonies, and long periods of prayer. Ivan IV encouraged his followers to see themselves as both warriors and members of a sacred brotherhood. They could commit acts of cruelty during the day and spend the night observing monastic rituals. For a young man such as Boris, this combination of brutality, privilege, fear, and religious devotion must have created a deeply unstable environment. Later writers claimed that Boris received little formal education during these years. The chronicler, Ivan Timofeyev, portrayed him as almost illiterate and suggested that he never progressed far beyond recognizing letters. Other accounts were less severe. They maintained that Boris could read and write but preferred to rely upon clerks and secretaries. Among powerful noblemen, the ability to command trained scribes could matter more than personally preparing documents. It is therefore difficult to determine whether Boris lacked literacy or simply avoided displaying it. Whatever the truth, he developed other skills that proved far more important at court. He learned how to observe people, anticipate danger, manage rivalries, and conceal his intentions. These abilities would eventually carry him to the center of Russian government. The marriage of Boris and Maria produced several children. Their first son died in infancy, probably in 1588, though his name and exact year of birth were not preserved. Boris was deeply superstitious and reportedly distrusted physicians when the child became seriously ill. Instead, during the winter, he carried the boy to the Cathedral of St. Basil on Red Square. He hoped that the prayers of holy men or the sacred character of the site might bring healing. The journey failed to save the child. The death appears to have affected Boris greatly and strengthened the mixture of religious devotion and fear that marked much of his later life. His daughter Ksenia was born around 1580. A second son, Fyodor Borisovich, followed in 1589. Both children would eventually become central to the Godunov family's dynastic ambitions. The court conspiracies of Ivan the Terrible's reign destroyed many families, but the Godunovs repeatedly emerged in stronger positions. Yet one weakness remained. They still lacked a permanent blood relationship with the ruling house. In 1573, Boris suffered a major political loss. Maluta Skuratov was killed during the Livonian War, while taking part in an assault against a Swedish-held fortress. His death removed the man whose influence had done the most to accelerate Boris's early career. The compensation distributed afterward reflected the hierarchy within Maluta's extended household. His widow received 400 rubles. His nephew Bogdan Belsky was granted 250. Boris, despite being Maluta's son-in-law, received only 50 rubles. The difference revealed that Boris had not yet achieved the status of Maluta's closest relatives. With his father-in-law dead and the power of the Oprichnina beginning to decline, his future appeared uncertain. His relationship with Bogdan Belsky was particularly uneasy. The two men were connected through family, but neither fully trusted the other. Boris maintained the appearance of friendship because open hostility toward one of Ivan IV's favorites would have been dangerous. Survival at the court of Ivan the Terrible often depended upon such performances. Men smiled at rivals, praised enemies, and formed alliances they intended to abandon as soon as circumstances changed. Then the Godunovs received another opportunity. After several marriages of his own, Ivan IV decided that his younger son Fyodor should also take a wife. Dmitry Godunov immediately promoted his niece Irina as a suitable bride. Irina had grown up near the palace and had known Fyodor from childhood. She was also an orphan whose security depended upon the success of her relatives. Marriage to a Tsarevich offered protection, prestige, and the possibility of becoming the wife of a future ruler. Fyodor was widely regarded as physically fragile and poorly suited to the demands of government. Later descriptions also portrayed him as deeply religious, withdrawn, and uninterested in political affairs. These weaknesses did not discourage Dmitry or Irina. For the Godunovs, the marriage represented an extraordinary chance to enter the royal family. Fyodor and Irina were married in 1574. The union permanently changed Boris Godunov's position. He was no longer merely the nephew of a palace official or the son-in-law of a feared oprichnik. He had become the brother of the wife of a Russian prince. From that moment, the future of the Godunov family became inseparable from the fate of Tsarevich Fyodor. Dmitry Godunov continued to rise. Around 1575, Ivan IV granted him the rank of boyar. The title was not hereditary in itself, but it placed Dmitry among the highest members of the state elite and gave the family formal standing within the ruling council. Other Godunov relatives also entered important positions. When Ivan IV departed for another campaign in Livonia in 1577, he entrusted Tsarevich Fyodor to the care of Grigory Vasilievich Godunov. The appointment demonstrated how deeply the family had penetrated the royal household. By 1579, court records listed Boris among the members of Ivan IV's personal retinue. Significantly, his name appeared above that of Bogdan Belsky, the relative whose position had once surpassed his own. It was a small detail, but in the carefully ordered world of the Muscovite court, rank on an official list carried great meaning. It indicated that Boris was no longer merely protected by others. He had begun to establish an independent place among the men closest to the throne. His ascent had been built through calculated marriages, family connections, military service, palace appointments, and an extraordinary instinct for survival. Yet the greatest opportunities were still ahead. As Ivan the Terrible's reign approached its violent conclusion, the Godunovs were already positioned beside the weak prince who might soon inherit the Russian crown. When that moment arrived, Boris Godunov would no longer remain a minor courtier operating in the shadows. He would begin his transformation into the most powerful man in Russia. The death of Tsarevich Ivan in November 1581 transformed the political atmosphere of the Kremlin. According to the traditional account, the prince died after a violent confrontation with his father. Whether the fatal blow was delivered exactly as later chroniclers described or not, the consequences were unmistakable. Ivan the Terrible had lost his strongest and most capable heir, leaving the future of the dynasty dependent upon his younger son, Fyodor. By this stage, the Oprichnina had already lost much of its former structure and purpose. The private domain of terror that had once allowed Ivan to destroy powerful families was gradually being abandoned. For Boris Godunov, this change came at the perfect moment. He was no longer an obscure young servant protected by his uncle and father-in-law. He now held a position close to the ruler and, more importantly, was the brother of Tsarevich Fyodor's wife. Yet the marriage that had elevated the Godunovs also contained a serious weakness. Fyodor and Irina had been married for approximately 8 years, but they still had no surviving children. In a royal household, infertility was not merely a personal sorrow. It was a political crisis that threatened the continuation of the dynasty. Ivan IV became increasingly disturbed by the absence of an heir. After years of executions, wars, confiscations, and bloodshed, he may have wondered whether the extinction of his family was a form of divine punishment. The possibility that God had condemned his dynasty because of his reign of terror seems to have haunted him during his later years. As was customary in such situations, suspicion fell first upon the woman. Ivan considered dissolving Fyodor's marriage and finding another bride who might produce a son. He apparently gave little consideration to the possibility that Fyodor himself might be unable to father children. For Boris, the threat of divorce was extremely dangerous. His political importance rested largely upon Irina's position as the wife of the future Tsar. If she was sent to a convent and replaced by another woman, the Godunov family could lose its privileged access to the throne almost overnight. Boris therefore intervened with urgency. He was defending his sister, but he was also protecting his own future. Every position he had gained, every alliance he had formed, and every hope of further advancement depended upon preserving the marriage. Fyodor himself strongly resisted the idea of separation. He was deeply attached to Irina and had no desire to replace her. Unlike many royal marriages arranged entirely for political convenience, their union appears to have contained genuine affection. The prince's personal limitations were already evident to those around him. Fyodor was physically fragile, intensely religious, and largely uninterested in the practical burdens of government. Many contemporaries doubted whether he possessed the strength or judgment required to rule Russia independently. Ivan IV, however, seems to have refused to acknowledge the full extent of his son's weakness. Accepting that Fyodor was incapable of producing an heir or governing effectively would have meant confronting the possibility that the dynasty itself was approaching its end. The Tsar had already interfered disastrously in the marriages of his elder son. Tsarevich Ivan had been married 3 times, and each union had ended through his father's intervention. 2 wives were removed and forced into convents, while the fate of the third became entangled with the violent quarrel that preceded the prince's death. Perhaps remembering these events, Ivan finally abandoned the idea of separating Fyodor and Irina. He had already destroyed much of his elder son's domestic life and may have feared repeating the same pattern with the only adult heir who remained. Fyodor was therefore formally recognized as the principal successor to the throne, though Ivan's confidence in him was far from complete. The Tsar understood that his son would require powerful advisors to govern on his behalf. Then, late in Ivan's reign, another possible heir appeared. On October 19th, 1582, or according to some accounts in the following year, Ivan's last wife, Maria Nagaya, gave birth to a son named Dmitry Ivanovich. Maria came from a noble family connected with Uglich, a town north of Moscow near Yaroslavl. The region also lay relatively close to the Romanov lands around Kostroma. The birth of Dmitry created a new and potentially dangerous element within the succession. The child was still an infant, while Fyodor was the recognized adult heir. Yet Dmitry represented another surviving son of Ivan IV. As long as he lived, he could become a focus for factions dissatisfied with Fyodor, Irina, or the growing influence of Boris Godunov. There was also uncertainty surrounding the legitimacy of Dmitry's birth. Ivan had married several times, more than the Orthodox Church normally permitted. Depending upon how his previous marriages were counted, Maria Nagaya may have been considered his 6th or 7th wife. This raised questions about whether her son could legally inherit the throne. Such theological and legal doubts did not eliminate the political danger. In a dynastic struggle, supporters could ignore inconvenient rules whenever a surviving prince offered them a chance to challenge the ruling government. Ivan IV therefore faced a difficult problem. Fyodor was the lawful and recognized successor, but he lacked the qualities of a commanding ruler. Dmitry was too young to govern, and his legitimacy was uncertain. The survival of the state would depend upon the nobles surrounding the throne. In his final arrangements, Ivan established a group of senior figures who were expected to guide Fyodor after his accession. They represented some of the most powerful families in Russia and possessed the experience, wealth, and military authority required to stabilize the government. Ivan Fyodorovich Mstislavsky stood among the highest-ranking princes of the realm. His ancestry, court position, and long service made him one of the most respected members of the aristocracy. Ivan Petrovich Shwisky represented another ancient princely house. His military reputation and family prestige ensured that the Shwiskys could not easily be excluded from any future government. Nikita Romanov Yuriev Zakharin was connected to the ruling family through his sister Anastasia, Ivan IV's beloved first wife, and Fyodor's mother. His moderation and personal reputation made him a natural protector of the new Tsar. The fourth man was Boris Fyodorovich Godunov. Unlike the others, he did not descend from one of the oldest princely dynasties. His influence came from his sister's marriage, his years at court, and his ability to survive the violent politics of Ivan's reign. On the surface, these men were meant to cooperate. Together, they would compensate for Fyodor's weaknesses and protect the monarchy from disorder. In reality, the arrangement placed several ambitious families beside a ruler who lacked the strength to dominate them. The council was therefore not simply a safeguard, it was the beginning of a struggle. The Mstislavskys possessed rank. The Shwiskys possessed ancient blood and military prestige. The Romanovs possessed a close connection to Fyodor's mother. Boris possessed something less visible but increasingly decisive: direct access to Fyodor through Irina. As Ivan the Terrible approached the end of his life, Boris Godunov was perfectly positioned. He was not yet the master of Russia, and powerful rivals still surrounded him, but he stood closer than any of them to the man who would soon inherit the throne. The death of Ivan IV would not merely transfer the crown from father to son. It would open a contest over who would truly govern Russia. Fyodor would wear the crown, but the struggle to control the state was only beginning. Ivan IV, remembered by history as Ivan the Terrible, died on March 18, 1584. His death brought an end to one of the most violent and unpredictable reigns in Russian history. Yet the relief felt by many nobles was immediately overshadowed by a troubling question. The new ruler, Fyodor Ivanovich, possessed almost none of the qualities normally expected from a Tsar. At 27, Fyodor appeared physically frail and lacked the commanding presence associated with his father and earlier rulers of Moscow. He was short, heavily built, slow in movement, and often seemed uncomfortable in public ceremonies. His quiet manner and habitual smile gave him an air of harmlessness rather than authority. Contemporaries frequently described him as intellectually limited and dependent upon those around him. Modern certainty about his condition is impossible, but it was clear even to many at court that Fyodor struggled to follow complex political matters and showed little interest in government. His attention was directed instead toward religion. He spent long hours attending church services, visiting monasteries, listening to clergy, and participating in Orthodox rituals. Bells, prayers, pilgrimages, and religious processions interested him far more than military campaigns, taxation, or diplomacy. For Fyodor, political authority was not a prize to be desired. It was a dangerous responsibility that could expose a ruler to pride, violence, and sin. He seemed almost afraid of the power placed in his hands. This alarmed the boyars. Ivan IV had ruled through fear, but at least his will had dominated the state. Fyodor represented the opposite danger. Russia might now be governed by a man unable to restrain rival families, control ambitious officials, or impose his decisions upon the court. Many nobles therefore faced an uncomfortable choice. Ivan's tyranny had devastated the country, but Fyodor's weakness might allow Russia to collapse into factional struggle. No one could yet know which threat would prove more destructive. Fyodor himself seems to have viewed his reign differently. He believed that Russia could enter an age of peace after the bloodshed of his father's rule. To him, the end of terror appeared as a sign of divine mercy. After years of punishment, the country might finally receive forgiveness. Whether Fyodor fully understood the scale of the executions, tortures, confiscations, and massacres committed under Ivan remained uncertain. He had lived close to the court, but he often appeared detached from the brutal realities of power. The night Ivan died, the Boyar Duma moved quickly. Senior nobles assumed control of the government before uncertainty could spread across Moscow. Former Oprichnina officials were expelled from the capital, while those considered especially dangerous were arrested. Immediate attention also turned to the family of Ivan's final wife, Maria Nagaya. Her young son Dmitry was still only a child, but his existence created a possible alternative to Fyodor. The Nagoy family was suspected of hoping to promote Dmitry as the rightful heir. The boyars placed Maria's relatives under guard and secured the principal areas of the capital. Moscow was restless, and rumors spread rapidly through the streets. Soldiers patrolled during the night, while cannon crews were stationed in the city squares in case disorder became open rebellion. The leading nobles then swore loyalty to Fyodor Ivanovich. By morning, messengers were sent throughout the provinces with orders that prayers should be offered for the soul of Ivan IV and for the peaceful reign of his successor. A wider assembly of nobles, princes, church leaders, and provincial representatives was summoned. The purpose was not simply to confirm Fyodor's accession. Russia had been exhausted by years of war, terror, confiscation, and administrative disorder. The new government needed to restore stability and reduce the pressure placed upon the population. Fyodor's coronation was scheduled for May 31st, after the traditional mourning period and memorial ceremonies for his father. Before that ceremony, however, the most dangerous questions surrounding the succession had to be settled. Maria Nagaya and the young Dmitry were ordered to leave Moscow. Along with Maria's father, brothers, and other members of the Nagoy family, they were sent to Uglich, a town on the Volga near Yaroslavl. The removal was presented with all the outward respect due to a royal widow and the son of a Tsar. Maria received servants, cooks, attendants, household officials, and a nurse for Dmitry. Their residence was supplied in a manner suitable for members of the dynasty. Yet, the luxury could not disguise the reality. Maria and Dmitry had been placed in a carefully supervised exile, far from the political center of Moscow. Fyodor reportedly said farewell to his young half-brother with visible sadness. His tears suggested that the decision had not been entirely his own. The boyars now directing affairs had judged Dmitry's continued presence in the Kremlin too dangerous. One man who had originally been expected to accompany the child was Bogdan Belsky. Ivan IV had chosen him to serve as Dmitry's guardian and mentor. Belsky, however, remained in Moscow, claiming that his experience would be more useful in the Boyar Duma. His decision soon provoked suspicion. While the Nagoy family departed from the capital in a procession of royal splendor, Moscow was already entering another crisis. Belsky ordered the Kremlin gates closed and began relying upon his connections among the guards and former members of the Oprichnina. He appears to have hoped that he could weaken the Boyar Duma, control the new Tsar, and govern Russia in Fyodor's name. His past position within Ivan's inner circle and his influence among armed retainers made such an attempt possible. Rumors spread rapidly that Fyodor's life was in danger. Belsky's name was mentioned everywhere. Some accused him of planning to poison the new ruler, destroy the leading boyar families, and restore the machinery of the Oprichnina. Other rumors revived older accusations that he had somehow been involved in the death of Tsarevich Ivan, even though the prince's fatal confrontation had been with his own father. In the atmosphere of fear left behind by Ivan's reign, evidence mattered less than suspicion. The Romanovs and Mstislavskis firmly opposed any attempt to revive the Oprichnina under Belsky's command. The Shuisky princes, meanwhile, were accused of deliberately encouraging unrest among the people of Moscow. Members of the Lyapunov and Kikin families added fuel to the anger. They told the crowds that they were prepared to save the Tsar from Belsky's schemes. The result was an explosion. Thousands of armed residents, craftsmen, servants, soldiers, and members of the urban population surged toward the Kremlin. Contemporary accounts place their number at around 20,000, although such figures may have been exaggerated. The Kremlin gates were closed only moments before the crowd reached them. Guards climbed the walls, while the demonstrators seized artillery from posts around the city and aimed the guns toward the fortress entrances. The capital stood on the edge of civil conflict. Fyodor, terrified by the uprising, ordered Prince Ivan Mstislavsky, Nikita Romanov, and the officials Andrei and Vasily Shelkolov to appear before the crowd. From the Kremlin walls, they asked what the people wanted. The reply came with a single name: Belsky. The crowd demanded that he be surrendered, accusing him of plotting to destroy the royal dynasty and murder the great noble families. Thousands of voices repeated the demand until it echoed across the Kremlin walls. Bogdan Belsky suddenly found himself isolated. He had remained in Moscow because he believed it offered greater political opportunity. Now he regretted not leaving with Dmitry and the Nagoy household. Fearing the crowd, he sought refuge inside the former apartments of Ivan IV. There, according to later accounts, he hid and prayed while the leading boyars debated how to prevent violence. Boris Godunov and the other nobles understood that the accusations against Belsky were not entirely without foundation. Yet handing him directly to the mob would have weakened the authority of the government and perhaps encouraged further uprisings. Negotiations began between representatives of the Kremlin and leaders of the crowd. A compromise was eventually reached. Belsky would not be executed, but he would be removed from Moscow immediately. He was sent to Nizhny Novgorod, where he received the post of military governor. The appointment allowed the government to present his departure as a reassignment rather than an admission of treason. Once the exile was announced, the crowd accepted the decision. Shouts of loyalty to the Tsar and his trusted nobles replaced the earlier cries for blood. The armed residents slowly dispersed, and Moscow returned to an uneasy calm. The revolt left a deep impression upon Fyodor. It revealed how quickly rumors could bring thousands of people into the streets and how vulnerable the Kremlin had become after Ivan's death. Fyodor understood that severe measures might sometimes be necessary to protect the capital, yet he lacked the confidence and determination to direct such measures himself. He needed more than an advisor. He needed someone willing to carry the burden of government in his place. His wife Irina understood this better than anyone. She loved Fyodor and recognized both his gentle character and his inability to manage the affairs of the state. She therefore encouraged him to depend upon the man she trusted most, her brother, Boris Godunov. Boris had spent years within the palace. He understood the rivalries of the boyars, the fears of the royal family, and the machinery of government. He had served in military campaigns, survived the Oprichnina, and learned how decisions were made in Moscow and enforced in the provinces. The transfer of influence was never publicly declared. Fyodor remained the crowned ruler, and official commands continued to appear in his name. Yet, behind the ceremonies of monarchy, real authority gradually moved toward Boris. Irina supported this arrangement without openly presenting it as a seizure of power. From her perspective, the state required someone capable of making decisions that her husband could not make. She was nevertheless aware of her brother's ambition. Boris did not merely wish to serve. He wanted influence, recognition, and eventually a position that no ordinary boyar had ever held. At 32, he was entering the strongest period of his life. He possessed energy, intelligence, political experience, and a talent for understanding the weaknesses of other men. Boris also knew how to present himself. He could appear dignified and severe when firmness was required, yet compassionate and generous when kindness offered greater advantage. His speech was persuasive, and he had learned to flatter nobles without making his intentions obvious. His generosity was rarely without purpose. He distributed money, rewards, and favors, but expected loyalty, gratitude, and public admiration in return. Charity, for Boris, was not merely a moral act. It was a political investment. These methods had been refined at the court of Ivan the Terrible. Boris had watched men rise through obedience, fall through carelessness, and die because they misunderstood the mood of the ruler. He had learned that open ambition was dangerous, but concealed ambition could become irresistible. His first important demonstration of authority came soon after the Moscow uprising. Zachary and Prokopy Lyapunov, members of the Kikin family, and several other men blamed for stirring the crowd, were arrested or exiled to distant towns, and some were imprisoned after their removal from the capital. The speed of the punishment surprised the Boyar Duma. Fyodor had not yet even been crowned, yet Boris was already acting with the confidence of a ruler. The nobles quickly understood who had ordered the measures. Many were disturbed that Godunov had assumed such authority without waiting for the formal beginning of the new reign. the population remained largely silent. Some believed that the punishments had come directly from Tsar Fyodor. Others may have understood that a new power was emerging behind the throne. At the same time, another distant member of the ruling family returned to Russia. Marfa, daughter of Prince Vladimir Andreevich of Staritsa and a relative of Ivan IV, came back with her infant daughter after the death of her Livonian husband. During Ivan's lifetime, her royal ancestry could have made her return dangerous. After his death, she believed it was safe to enter Russia again. She promised to behave with the dignity and restraint expected from someone connected to the ruling dynasty. Her arrival was another reminder that the end of Ivan's reign had not solved Russia's dynastic problems. Fyodor sat upon the throne, but young Dmitry lived in Uglich. Distant royal relatives were returning from abroad, and the great noble families were watching one another closely. For the moment, the country remained calm. The terror of Ivan IV had ended, the oprichnina had been scattered, and the new Tsar promised peace. Yet beneath the surface, power was already shifting. Fyodor possessed the crown, Irina possessed his trust, and Boris Godunov was beginning to govern Russia. The morning of May 31st, 1584, began beneath a violent spring storm. Heavy rain swept across Moscow, flooding streets and courtyards just as preparations were being completed for the coronation of Fyodor Ivanovich. To a population deeply sensitive to signs and omens, the weather appeared threatening. Some whispered that the storm foretold instability, suffering, or disaster under the new reign. Then, almost as suddenly as it had begun, the rain weakened. The clouds broke apart, sunlight spread across the city, and the dark omen seemed to transform into a promise of renewal. Many chose to interpret the clearing sky as evidence that God had accepted the new ruler. By then, an immense crowd had gathered in and around Red Square. The streets near the Kremlin were so densely packed that officials struggled to create a passage through the people. Noblemen, merchants, soldiers, craftsmen, peasants, servants, and visitors from the provinces all attempted to witness the sacred ceremony. The coronation began with the sound of bells ringing from churches throughout Moscow. Their echoes rolled across the rooftops as the ancient symbols of Russian monarchy were carried from the palace toward the Cathedral of the Assumption. These objects were associated with Vladimir Monomakh and the sacred continuity of the Muscovite throne. Whether every item truly dated from his reign mattered less than what they represented. They proclaimed that the rulers of Moscow were the heirs of the old princes of Rus and the guardians of an ancient political and religious tradition. At the head of the procession walked Fyodor's confessor and senior churchman. They carried the 8-pointed Orthodox cross, the royal crown, the ceremonial mantle, and other sacred regalia. Boris Godunov followed behind them holding the scepter. The placement was significant. Even before the ceremony had formally crowned Fyodor, Boris appeared close to the symbols of sovereignty. Then the new ruler emerged from the palace. Fyodor was accompanied by boyars, military commanders, priests, court officials, and members of the royal household. The noise of the crowd diminished as the procession passed. People pushed forward to see the man who had inherited the throne of Ivan the Terrible. The ceremony was conducted by Metropolitan Dionysius of Moscow. Under the sunlight entering the cathedral and reflecting from the precious stones sewn into his garments, Fyodor appeared surrounded by gold, jewels, silk, and sacred imagery. The Kremlin was opened so that the crowd could move through designated areas and catch a glimpse of the royal procession. A limited number of ordinary townspeople and peasants were also allowed inside the cathedral. Their presence symbolized the participation of the entire Russian people in the enthronement of the new Tsar. The cathedral officials, however, had difficulty maintaining order among those unfamiliar with court ceremony. Deacons moved through the aisles, reminding the visitors to remain quiet, pray respectfully, and behave with proper reverence. Near the western entrance, Fyodor and Metropolitan Dionysius took their places. When the voices of the crowd had faded and the cathedral became silent, the Tsar rose to address the head of the Russian Church. He declared that his father, Ivan Vasilievich, had departed from earthly rule and entered the heavenly kingdom. Before his death, Ivan had blessed Fyodor with authority over the Russian state and had commanded that he be anointed according to ancient custom. Fyodor stated that his father's testament was known to the clergy, the aristocracy, and the people. By divine will and paternal blessing, he now requested that the sacred rite be completed and that he be crowned as Tsar. The Metropolitan raised the cross above him and proclaimed Fyodor the chosen ruler of God, the beloved son of the Church, and the sovereign appointed to govern all Russia. Dionysius then placed the cross, associated with Monomach, around Fyodor's neck. The ceremonial mantle was laid upon his shoulders, and the crown was set upon his head, while prayers were offered for the prosperity and protection of his reign. Taking Fyodor by the hand, the Metropolitan led him toward the traditional royal seat used during cathedral services. He placed the scepter in the Tsar's hand and instructed him to guard the state entrusted to him. The archdeacons, standing upon the raised platform, began proclaiming long life to the ruler. Priests, choristers, and clergy joined them until the cathedral filled with music. When the coronation hymns ended, Metropolitan Dionysius delivered a long instruction on the responsibilities of monarchy. The Tsar, he declared, must preserve law, maintain the government, protect the Orthodox faith, and respect the spiritual authority of the Church. He was expected to support monasteries, honor the great noble families, show consideration towards soldiers and officials, and govern ordinary subjects with justice. The Metropolitan reminded Fyodor that rulers exercised power only because God had entrusted them with the fate of human beings. A monarch was therefore responsible not merely for military victory or political order, but for the moral condition of the country. Without wise leadership, he warned, the people would remain in darkness just as the earth remained dark without the sun. Fyodor was urged to love wisdom, pursue peace, reject slander, show mercy, and restrain those who used authority for cruelty. Kindness, Dionysius declared, was not a weakness in a ruler. It was one of the greatest ornaments of kingship and the foundation of lasting honor. If Fyodor treated his subjects with compassion, heaven would look upon him with compassion. If he upheld justice, Russia would enjoy rest. If he governed faithfully, God would strengthen his hand against every enemy and preserve the state for future generations. The words moved many in the cathedral. Tears appeared on the faces of nobles, priests, and ordinary spectators. Voices rose around Fyodor, wishing him a long and prosperous reign. Yet beneath the grandeur, the physical burden of the ceremony was beginning to overwhelm the new Tsar. The crown was heavy. The mantle weighed upon his shoulders. The scepter, traditionally said to have been fashioned from whalebone, had to be held throughout the long prayers and declarations. Fyodor, already physically weak, became visibly exhausted. Standing near him were the men upon whom his government would depend. Boris Godunov occupied a place of honor beside the throne. Nikita Romanov and Dmitry Godunov also stood nearby, along with the highest-ranking princes and officials of the realm. Before Fyodor's seat stood a table displaying crowns and other symbols associated with kingdoms defeated or claimed by his father. They were intended to remind the audience that the new ruler inherited not only a throne, but the victories and imperial ambitions of Ivan IV. Witnesses described the interior of the cathedral as more magnificent than anything previously seen in Moscow. The raised areas used by the clergy were covered with fine material, while the floor was decorated with Persian carpets and brightly colored English cloth. The garments of the aristocracy added to the spectacle. Boris Godunov and Prince Ivan Glinsky, a relative of the Tsar, wore robes covered with pearls, diamonds, precious stones, and embroidered ornament. Foreign observers claimed that the clothing displayed during the ceremony was worth an extraordinary fortune. Such estimates were probably exaggerated, but they reflected the impression created by the wealth of the Russian court. The final stages of the ritual reinforced the sacred character of Fyodor's kingship. Metropolitan Dionysius placed a heavy golden chain associated with Monomach around his neck. The Tsar was then anointed with holy oil and received the Eucharist. By this point, Fyodor was too tired to continue holding the symbols of power. He returned the scepter to Boris Godunov and removed the crown from his head. Nikita Romanov held the golden plate upon which it was placed. The image was striking. The newly crowned ruler had surrendered the scepter to the man who was already becoming the true organizer of the government. Fyodor then approached the tombs of his royal ancestors. There, he prayed that he might inherit their blessings and govern with the favor that had preserved their dynasty. During the ceremony, Tsaritsa Irina sat among the noble women wearing a crown of her own. Her position was already more important than that of an ordinary royal consort. Through her influence over Fyodor and her loyalty to Boris, she stood at the center of the emerging political order. When the royal couple left the cathedral, coins were scattered among the people. The gesture represented generosity and the promise that the new reign would be gentler than the one that had preceded it. The crowd praised Irina and reached toward Fyodor to kiss his hand. Mounted cavalry escorted the couple back toward the palace as the thunder of artillery erupted across the Kremlin. A total of 170 cannon shots were reportedly fired in celebration. The noise rolled over Moscow, announcing that the age of Ivan the Terrible had ended and the reign of Fyodor had formally begun. The first public measures of the new government were designed to create an atmosphere of reconciliation. Although every important act was officially attributed to Fyodor, Boris Godunov was already deeply involved in shaping policy. Prisoners and exiles who had survived Ivan's purges were released. Among them were leading princes, military commanders, and members of families that had once been considered enemies of the crown. Dmitry Kvorostinin regained his freedom. The Shuisky brothers Andrei and Vasily Ivanovich were permitted to return, as were Nikita Trubetskoy, Fyodor Sheremetev, members of the Kuryakin family, Shestunov, and other prominent nobles. Ivan Petrovich Shuisky was also restored, along with several of Boris Godunov's own relatives, including Ivan, Dmitry, and Stepan Godunov. Some of these men had spent many years in exile or confinement. Their hereditary lands and estates were returned, allowing families broken by the previous reign to rebuild their political and economic position. The amnesty extended beyond the aristocracy. Prisoners taken during Ivan's wars against Poland, Lithuania, Sweden, Kazan, Astrakhan, and the Crimean Tatars were also released. The purpose was practical as well as symbolic. By freeing captives and restoring confiscated property, the government hoped to reduce resentment, reunite noble households, and demonstrate that the era of arbitrary punishment had come to an end. Yet no one benefited from the new reign as greatly as Boris Godunov. Fyodor granted his brother-in-law titles, lands, revenues, and privileges on an extraordinary scale. Boris encouraged these rewards by presenting them as necessary for the security of the throne. The stronger his position became, he argued, the more effectively he could protect the Tsar and stabilize the country. He received the ancient office of Master of the Horse, one of the most prestigious ranks in the Russian court. The title had remained vacant for many years, which made its revival in Boris's favor especially significant. He was also named governor or regent over the territories of Kazan and Astrakhan, two of the most important regions conquered during Ivan IV's reign. These titles placed Boris above nearly every other member of the aristocracy. They gave him ceremonial authority, administrative control, and access to enormous financial resources. His official salary alone was said to reach 175,000 rubles annually, though figures from the period must be treated cautiously. In addition, he received rich lands in the northern regions along the Vaga River, together with forests, meadows, villages, and agricultural estates. He gained income from territories along the Moscow River and from taxation collected in Moscow, Ryazan, Tver, and several northern provinces. Revenues from Kazan and Astrakhan were also placed under his control. His family already possessed estates in Vyazma and Dorogobuj, so the new grants transformed him into one of the wealthiest men in Europe. Later writers claimed that his total annual income may have reached between 800,000 and 900,000 silver rubles. The exact amount is impossible to verify, and such estimates were probably intended to emphasize the almost unimaginable scale of his fortune. What is clear is that no other Russian subject possessed such a combination of wealth, political access, and territorial power. His estates supported a vast population of peasants, servants, retainers, and military dependents. In theory, he could raise an enormous private force from the lands under his authority. Estimates of 100,000 men were likely exaggerated, but the military resources available to him were still exceptional. Boris used his fortune carefully. He gave large donations to monasteries and churches, supported religious construction, distributed aid to the poor, and assisted communities struck by fire, famine, or other disasters. His annual charitable spending was itself said to be enormous, yet his generosity always carried a political dimension. Gifts created gratitude. Donations strengthened his reputation. Public relief allowed him to present himself as the protector of people neglected by the old regime. Under Ivan IV, fear had been the principal language of government. Boris Godunov was developing a different method. He would rule through access, reward, spectacle, patronage, and carefully managed mercy. Fyodor had received the crown of monarch. But during the coronation itself, the exhausted Tsar had placed the scepter back into Boris's hands. The gesture may have been practical and momentary. It also revealed the political reality of the new reign. The death of a feared ruler often brings a brief season of relief. After years of uncertainty, punishment, and violence, people naturally begin to hope that the worst has passed. Yet the end of tyranny does not always produce strong government. A new monarch, determined not to resemble his predecessor, may move too far in the opposite direction and allow the authority of the state to weaken. This was the concern that followed the death of Ivan the Terrible. The people of Muscovite Russia had suffered deeply under Ivan IV. His violence had not been limited to a single class or region. Noble families had been destroyed, towns had been devastated, estates had been confiscated, and entire communities had lived under the shadow of the oprichnina. Even those who escaped direct persecution suffered from the endless demands of war. Russia had fought against Poland, Lithuania, Sweden, the Crimean Tatars, the Khanates of Kazan and Astrakhan, and forces connected with the Ottoman world. These conflicts consumed money, exhausted military resources, disrupted agriculture, and placed a heavy burden upon ordinary people. When Ivan died, the country inherited a damaged administration, an unstable economy, and a population desperate for peace. Yet the new Tsar, Fyodor Ivanovich, inspired little confidence as a political leader. His gentleness appeared admirable after the brutality of his father, but his timidity, religious withdrawal, and lack of interest in royal ceremony worried many officials. He seemed uncomfortable with the very idea of command. The majesty of the monarchy meant little to him compared with prayer, pilgrimage, and the rituals of the Orthodox Church. Under these circumstances, the government required someone who could act in Fyodor's name while restoring order to the state. Boris Godunov emerged as that man. One of his earliest economic decisions was to suspend the creation of new tax privileges. During the previous reign, wealthy individuals, monasteries, and influential institutions had often obtained exemptions that shifted the financial burden onto others. Boris concluded that Russia could not recover while more property was being removed from taxation. Until the economy improved, no new exemption would be granted. The measure was simple but important. It showed that the new administration intended to rebuild state income rather than continue distributing privileges as rewards for loyalty. Boris also restored regularity to the central government. The Boyar Duma began meeting every Friday. Tsar Fyodor occupied the throne, preserving the appearance that he personally directed affairs. Senior churchmen sat together at one table, while nobles and state officials gathered at another. An official introduced each matter requiring discussion. Opinions were then presented, objections were heard, and a decision was reached. Once the issue had been settled, the appropriate departments prepared and issued the decree. The arrangement gave the government a sense of order that had often been absent during Ivan's later years. Yet, although Fyodor presided over the meetings, it was Boris who increasingly determined which questions were discussed and how they would be resolved. The administration was divided among several important departments. The ambassadorial office handled diplomacy and communication with foreign states. The military distribution office organized military appointments, regimental commands, and questions of rank. The land office managed estates and service lands, while the Kazan office supervised affairs in the eastern territories and relations with neighboring peoples. A separate palace office dealt with the royal household, court property, and the practical management of the Kremlin. With the oprichnina finally dissolved, Boris also reorganized the armed forces. The division between the ordinary state and Ivan's private military domain was removed. Russia could once again direct its manpower through a more unified command. The standing military establishment was said to include around 80,000 cavalrymen and 12,000 streltsy infantry. Approximately 5,000 of these guards were stationed in Moscow. In an emergency, additional troops could be called from the provinces, greatly increasing the size of the army. Contemporary estimates sometimes claimed that Russia could assemble 250,000 men within days. Such figures were probably exaggerated, but they reflected the enormous military resources available to the Muscovite state. During Fyodor's reign, Russian expansion continued in several directions. In the northwest, influence pushed toward Karelia and Lapland. In the east, Russian settlements and fortresses advanced beyond the Urals into western Siberia. In the south, control over the lower Volga and Astrakhan was strengthened. Arkhangelsk emerged in the far north as an important port connecting Russia with the White Sea. Tobolsk was established in 1587 and became the principal Russian center in Siberia. Additional fortifications and administrative settlements appeared across the expanding frontier. By the end of Fyodor's reign, Muscovite territory had grown dramatically. Russia still lacked control over much of Ukraine and Belarus, but its influence now extended across most of the lands that would later form the European heart of the empire and deep into western Siberia. These gains strengthened the government, but they also increased the power of the man directing it. Boris trusted Fyodor personally. The Tsar was his brother-in-law and depended heavily upon him. Yet Boris never felt secure. His rapid rise had created jealousy among hereditary princes and senior boyars who believed that their ancestry entitled them to greater authority. Some accepted him reluctantly. Others waited for an opportunity to destroy him. Boris understood that naked ambition would unite his rivals. He therefore presented his dominance as public service. Rather than openly claiming superiority over the ancient families, he concentrated on measures that benefited the population and restored the state. If ordinary Russians came to regard him as the protector of peace, prosperity, and justice, then opposition to him could be portrayed as opposition to the welfare of the country. His authority gradually altered the balance within the ruling council established by Ivan IV. Nikita Romanov, Ivan Mstislavsky, and Vasily Shvisky had originally been expected to share responsibility for guiding Fyodor. Under Boris, they increasingly became advisors rather than equals. Bogdan Belsky was already in exile. The remaining senior nobles still possessed prestige, but they no longer directed policy independently. Boris listened to them when useful and ignored them when necessary. To the public, this concentration of authority appeared reasonable. Fyodor was gentle but weak, while Boris seemed energetic, intelligent, and capable of guiding the state through danger. Many began to believe that only he could hold the political machinery together. He officially acted for the Tsar and claimed no crown of his own. Yet in practice, he governed without true partners. He had counselors, supporters, and relatives, but few people he regarded as equals. His relationship with the Shvisky family demonstrated his careful approach. Boris publicly reconciled with Vasily Shvisky and his younger brother Dmitry. The families were already connected through marriage, since Dmitry had married Ekaterina, another daughter of Maluta Skuratov, and therefore the sister of Boris's wife Maria. Boris rewarded Dmitry Shvisky with promotion to the rank of boyar. The gesture appeared generous and strengthened the appearance of harmony between two powerful households. At the same time, Boris advanced members of his own family. His cousins Dmitry, Ivan, and Stepan Godunov received boyar rank and places in the Duma. His relatives were gradually positioned throughout the administration, ensuring that important offices were held by men whose careers depended upon him. Boris also turned his attention toward local government. Corrupt judges, provincial officials, and administrators were investigated and removed. Some were retrained or transferred, while others were dismissed entirely. New appointees were warned that bribery and abuse could bring imprisonment, exile, or even death. Siberia, still distant and harsh in the Russian imagination, became an especially useful threat. At the same time, Boris recognized why many officials accepted bribes. Government salaries were often too low to support them, encouraging administrators to extract money from the population. He therefore increased their pay, in some cases doubling it, hoping that better compensation would reduce the temptation to steal. The reform did not eliminate corruption, but it reflected a more practical approach to administration. Boris preferred to create incentives for obedience while preserving severe punishment for those who continued to abuse their offices. Military regiments were reorganized and stationed in regions where they could protect borders, suppress banditry, and respond quickly to local unrest. One of the first major challenges appeared around Kazan and the Middle Volga. Fighting continued between Russian forces and the Mari people, known in older Russian sources as the Cheremis. Resistance had persisted for decades after Ivan IV's conquest of Kazan. Instead of relying only upon military force, Boris offered negotiation. He promised that Tsar Fyodor, as the merciful father of the country, would forgive those who laid down their weapons and accepted Russian authority. The message contrasted sharply with the methods of Ivan the Terrible. Mari elders were invited to select representatives and send them to Moscow. There, they pledged loyalty to Fyodor and accepted the terms of peace. The government then constructed new forts and settlements along both sides of the Volga. Russian families were encouraged to relocate through land grants, financial advantages, and temporary privileges. The forts strengthened military control, but the settlement policy was equally important. It created permanent Russian communities that supported trade, agriculture, taxation, and administration. By 1587, the region had achieved a degree of stability not seen since the opening campaigns against Kazan in the early 1550s. Farther east, the conquest of Siberia continued. There, Boris relied more heavily upon force. Better organized regiments advanced into territories previously entered by Cossack expeditions and private adventurers. Native rulers and tribal alliances were defeated or compelled to recognize Russian authority. By 1587, Tobolsk had been established as the main administrative center of the Siberian frontier. Its location allowed the government to supervise rivers, trade routes, military expeditions, and the collection of tribute. Russian farmers and settlers were moved eastward from regions such as Perm, Vyatka, Kargopol, and the lands near the Urals. The government expected them to cultivate fields, build villages, and provide supplies for future expansion. The occupation of Western Siberia would become one of the most important developments in Russian history. The region offered enormous forests, rivers, hunting grounds, minerals, and access to the fur trade. Relations with the indigenous population varied. Some communities resisted and faced military attack. Others entered agreements with Russian officials, paid tribute, and participated in trade. Large territories were sometimes reserved for native groups, although their autonomy depended entirely upon the demands of the expanding state. Russian administrators encouraged them to exchange furs, livestock, and local products for metal goods, cloth, grain, and other supplies. Expansion was accompanied by commerce. In 1587, Boris strengthened trade with England. English merchants already viewed the northern sea route as a way to reach Russia without passing through territory controlled by rival European powers. The agreement reportedly cost the English treasury around £2,000 annually in payments, privileges, or commercial expenses. In return, English vessels were given access to northern Russian markets. The route was difficult and could generally be used only during the summer. Ships crossed the White Sea and arrived near the mouth of the northern Dvina, close to Arkhangelsk. From there, merchandise traveled inland along the river system. Goods were carried through Vologda, moved across land where necessary, and then transported toward Yaroslavl and Moscow using rivers, roads, and tributaries of the Volga. The journey was long, but it created a valuable commercial connection between Russia and Western Europe. English merchants brought metals, weapons, cloth, and manufactured goods. Russian exports included furs, wax, timber, rope materials, and other raw products. Foreign trade was important, but the most difficult diplomatic issue remained Poland-Lithuania. Ivan IV had spent much of his reign fighting for control of Livonia, the region corresponding largely to modern Estonia and Latvia. Access to the Baltic Sea was essential for trade and communication with Europe, but the Livonian War had become a prolonged disaster. Russia fought against several enemies, including Poland, Lithuania, and Sweden. Decades of campaigning exhausted the treasury and destroyed many regiments. In January 1582, Ivan had accepted a peace agreement with Stephen Bathory, ruler of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. Russia surrendered its claims and conquests in Livonia, losing the territorial gains for which it had fought so long. A separate arrangement with Sweden in 1583 left Russia with only limited access toward the Baltic through territories connected with the Neva. Bathory did not consider the peace permanent. To him, the treaty offered time to rebuild his forces and prepare for another confrontation. Ivan's death appeared to create an opportunity. The new Tsar was known to be weak, and the government was still reorganizing itself. Bathory hoped that Moscow could be intimidated into making further concessions. He sent the diplomat Lou Sapieha to the Russian capital with a series of demands. Russia was expected to pay an enormous sum for the release of Russian prisoners. The government was also asked to free Lithuanian captives and compensate subjects of the Commonwealth who had suffered during the wars. Fyodor responded that he had already released hundreds of Polish, Hungarian, and German prisoners during the celebrations surrounding his coronation. He urged Bathory to act with the same Christian charity and return Russian prisoners without demanding payment. The meeting produced no final settlement. Both sides agreed only to extend the existing truce for several additional months. Boris had no desire to resume a major Western war while Russia was still recovering. He therefore continued negotiations. A few years later, he sent Prince Fyodor Troyekurovich and the nobleman Mikhail Beznin to Warsaw. Their task was to persuade Bathory that continued peace benefited both states. Reports about Boris's government had already reached the Polish court. He had developed a reputation for punishing criminal behavior quickly and maintaining discipline within Russia. Bathory understood that the new administration might be more capable than Fyodor's personal weakness suggested. The Russian delegates were received and returned with an agreement extending the truce for another 2 years. Yet Bathory had not abandoned his territorial ambitions. Memories of the long war remained fresh, and he continued exploring ways to obtain Russian lands through negotiation or future military pressure. Then, events brought his plans to an end. Stephen Bathory died on December 12, 1586. His death removed one of Russia's most determined opponents. No major territory changed hands in the immediate aftermath, although both sides gradually released additional prisoners. For Boris, the outcome was a diplomatic victory. Russia had avoided another exhausting war without surrendering further land. Within only a few years, the government had restored internal order, strengthened the army, expanded into Siberia, pacified the Volga region, encouraged northern trade, and preserved peace with Poland-Lithuania. Fyodor remained the sacred and lawful Tsar. But behind nearly every reform, negotiation, military appointment, and administrative decision stood Boris Godunov. He had not taken the throne. He had made himself indispensable to it. The early achievements of Boris Godunov proved that he possessed both intelligence and political discipline. Under his direction, the government restored order, strengthened the frontiers, reopened trade, and began repairing the damage left by decades of war and repression. Yet success did not make Boris secure. It made him more dangerous in the eyes of his rivals. Many of Russia's oldest noble families still regarded him as an outsider who had risen far above his proper station. They remembered the tradition that traced the Godunov family to a Tatar ancestor and resented seeing a man without ancient princely blood dominate descendants of the old rulers of Moscow, Suzdal, and Vladimir. To these hereditary princes, Boris's authority represented more than personal humiliation. It appeared to overturn the established hierarchy of the realm. Families that had served beside grand princes for generations now found themselves receiving instructions from the son of a provincial landowner and the son-in-law of Maluta Skuratov. Boris attempted to present himself as modest and dutiful. He spoke as if every decision were made only for the benefit of Tsar Fyodor and the Russian state. The aristocracy was not deceived. Supporters praised him cautiously, while enemies listened closely for evidence of hidden ambition. His connection to Maluta Skuratov remained especially damaging. Although Boris tried to distance himself from the brutality of the Oprichnina, his marriage tied him permanently to one of Ivan the Terrible's most feared servants. His opponents believed that beneath the language of mercy and reform stood another potential tyrant. The more Boris accomplished, the deeper their envy became. Russia's recovery strengthened his public reputation, while every successful reform weakened the political position of the ancient houses. Boris understood that he could not rule securely while openly opposed by the Shuisky family. The Shuiskys descended from the old princes of Suzdal and possessed immense prestige among the nobility, the army, and the population of Moscow. He therefore sought an accommodation with them. The Shuiskys, Mstislavskys, Lyapunovs, and other leading families felt no similar need for reconciliation. They believed that Boris depended upon Fyodor's weakness and Irina's influence, while they possessed rank and ancestry independent of royal favor. The hostility soon became public. Metropolitan Dionysius attempted to intervene before the conflict divided the court completely. He invited the opposing leaders to meet at the Chudov monastery within the Kremlin. Speaking as a representative of both the church and the fatherland, he urged them to abandon personal hatred and cooperate for the preservation of Russia. His words appeared to have the desired effect. Boris displayed humility and offered his hand to Prince Ivan Petrovich Shuisky. Before the Metropolitan, the two men promised to live in peace, respect one another's interests, and work together for the prosperity of the state. Prince Ivan left the meeting smiling. He crossed the Kremlin square toward the government chambers and announced that the quarrel between the two houses had ended. The news brought visible relief to the people gathered nearby. Many feared that rivalry among the boyars might plunge Russia into another period of purges, conspiracies, and civil violence. The possibility of a restored oprichnina still haunted the public imagination. Ivan Shuisky's personal reputation made his assurance especially powerful. He was remembered as the defender of Pskov, the commander who had resisted the armies of Stephen Bathory during the Livonian War. To many Russians, he represented courage, military honor, and loyalty to the state. The crowd listened respectfully as he declared that peace had been restored. Then two Moscow merchants stepped forward and issued a warning. They told the prince that the reconciliation had been made at the expense of their lives. Boris, they predicted, would eventually destroy both the Shuiskys and those who trusted them. The warning was dangerous because it expressed what many people privately suspected. That same night, the two merchants were arrested on Boris's orders and sent into exile. Their final destination was not recorded. The incident revealed the reality behind the public reconciliation. Boris and the Shuiskys had exchanged promises, but neither side had abandoned its suspicions. Their friendship existed only as long as it was politically useful. The Russian Orthodox Church had rarely sought direct control of the state. Its senior clergy generally accepted the authority of the sovereign and concentrated upon worship, doctrine, education, and the spiritual life of society. Church leaders occasionally attended meetings of the Boyar Duma when an issue involved religious law or the privileges of monasteries. They advised the ruler and the nobility, but did not normally govern alongside them. Their influence, however, depended greatly upon the personality of the Tsar. A strong monarch could limit clerical involvement. A weak ruler might rely upon spiritual advisors so heavily that they gained access to political decisions. Fyodor's character created precisely this opportunity. He preferred the company of monks to that of soldiers and administrators. He discussed spiritual concerns more readily than taxation, diplomacy, or military policy. Metropolitan Dionysius, an intelligent and sincere churchman, gradually became one of the people closest to him. Dionysius recognized that Fyodor wished to increase the privileges of churches and monasteries. He also sensed that the Tsar might allow the Metropolitan a larger role in government. Boris had no intention of permitting this. He had spent years accumulating authority and was not prepared to share it with the clergy. He treated senior churchmen with outward respect, offered gifts, listened to their advice, and discussed major questions with them. Yet once the discussions ended, he acted according to his own judgment. This frustrated Dionysius. The Metropolitan believed that his spiritual influence over Fyodor entitled him to a meaningful voice in affairs of state. Boris regarded him as an advisor whose recommendations could be accepted or ignored. Their disagreement gradually became a political alliance between Dionysius and the hereditary princes. The Metropolitan increasingly sympathized with the Schwiskis and other aristocrats who wanted to reduce Boris's control. From this tension emerged a dangerous plan. Everyone understood that Boris's position depended upon the marriage between Fyodor and Irina. Irina gave her brother constant access to the Tsar and defended his influence within the palace. Without her, Boris could be isolated from the royal household. Dionysius concluded that the surest way to destroy Boris politically was to end the royal marriage. Fyodor and Irina had still produced no surviving child. This allowed their opponents to argue that the future of the dynasty required a new bride. If Irina were removed and sent to a convent, Fyodor might father an heir with another woman. There was a powerful historical precedent. Vasily III had remained childless during his long marriage to Solomonia Saburova. After approximately 20 years, he forced her into a convent and married the much younger Elena Glinskaya. Their union produced Ivan IV. To the conspirators, the parallel was obvious. They could claim that they were not acting from personal hatred, but attempting to preserve the ruling dynasty. The plan promised two results. It would remove Irina, the foundation of Boris's power, and provide Fyodor with a new wife capable of producing a successor. A possible bride had already been chosen, a sister of Prince Fyodor Mstislavsky. The Mstislavskys possessed royal connections and ancient ancestry. Marriage between Fyodor and a Mstislavsky woman would have restored enormous influence to the hereditary nobility and weakened the Godunovs at a single stroke. Metropolitan Dionysius, members of the Schwiski faction, and several noble officials prepared to petition the Tsar. They understood that the proposal could provoke unrest, but they believed the danger was justified. From their perspective, Russia faced the prospect of dynastic extinction. Fyodor had no heir, while Boris appeared to be transforming himself into another autocrat. Removing Irina seemed to offer a solution to both problems. Only Boris and his closest supporters had an interest in preserving the marriage at any cost. The conspiracy, however, never reached Fyodor in the form its organizers intended. Boris maintained a network of informants throughout the court, and loyal servants reported the discussions before the petition could be presented. He now faced a difficult choice. Open executions would make him appear no different from Maluta Skuratov and the Oprichniki. He therefore began with restraint. Boris met Dionysius without displaying anger. He told the Metropolitan that divorce could not be considered. Fyodor and Irina were still young enough to hope for children, and their marriage was affectionate and stable. Boris did not emphasize the existence of the young Dmitry at Uglich. The child remained another possible continuation of Ivan IV's line, but mentioning him would also have drawn attention to a rival center of dynastic loyalty. Dionysius interpreted Boris's calmness as genuine mercy. He apologized and attempted to protect the others by claiming that the proposal had been primarily his own idea. The Metropolitan promised that he would abandon all further discussion of ending the royal marriage. Boris, in return, appeared to forgive him and assured him that the conspirators would not be punished. There was one condition. The woman selected as Fyodor's replacement bride had to disappear from public life. As long as a Mstislavsky princess remained unmarried and available, she could become the center of another campaign to remove Irina. Some accounts claimed that Boris wanted her forced into a convent, yet she later married Prince Vasily Cherkassky, connecting the Mstislavsky, Cherkassky, and Romanov families. That network of marriages would later become politically significant during the upheavals surrounding false Dmitry. Boris had publicly promised forgiveness, but he had no intention of allowing the opposition to survive untouched. Rather than punish them directly for the marriage conspiracy, he searched for another accusation. He turned to a method perfected under Ivan the Terrible, the discovery of an alleged plot against the throne. A servant connected to the Schwiski household was bribed or persuaded to appear at the palace. He claimed that the princes and their allies were preparing to overthrow Fyodor. The accusation gave Boris the justification he needed. Members of the Schwiski family were arrested, along with nobles from the Tatev, Kolichev, Nagoy, and Bekasov houses. Several officials and Moscow merchants associated with the opposition were taken into custody as well. A formal trial followed, but its outcome had already been determined. Noblemen were interrogated, while common merchants were subjected to torture in an effort to force confessions. The testimony failed to confirm the accusations made by the servant. Nevertheless, the defendants were declared guilty. Prince Ivan Petrovich Shuisky was sent into exile near Beluzero. Prince Andrei Ivanovich Shuisky, accused of directing the conspiracy, was sent to Kargopol. Vasily Skopin Shuisky lost his titles and property, but was permitted to remain in Moscow under supervision. Prince Ivan Tatev was sent to Astrakhan. Members of the Kolyshev and Bekasov families were dispatched to Nizhny Novgorod, Vologda, Siberia, and other distant regions. Fyodor Nagoy, several Moscow merchants, and a number of additional prisoners were publicly beheaded in Red Square. Beginning in 1588, the repression continued for approximately a year. It became the first major period of political terror associated with Boris Godunov. Dozens of nobles were arrested, exiled, or stripped of their estates. Property passed into the hands of the crown or men loyal to Boris. The opposition that had once challenged him in the Duma was systematically broken apart. Prince Ivan Mstislavsky was first sent to the Solovetsky Monastery in the White Sea. He was later transferred to the Kirillo-Belozersky Monastery and compelled to become a monk under the name Jonah. Forced monasticism was one of the most effective political weapons of Muscovite Russia. A nobleman who had taken religious vows could no longer marry, command armies, or openly compete for office. With Ivan Mstislavsky removed, his son Fyodor became the formal head of the Boyar Duma. Yet, the younger man exercised authority within a political system already controlled by Boris. Metropolitan Dionysius remained free for the moment. He had no intention of remaining silent while leading princes were humiliated and destroyed. Accompanied by Archbishop Varlam of Krutitsy, he approached Tsar Fyodor directly. Before the ruler, Dionysius denounced Boris as a slanderer and an emerging tyrant. He claimed that the imprisoned nobles were suffering only because they had tried to save Russia from Boris's greed and ambition. Varlam also condemned Fyodor's passivity, warning that divine punishment would fall upon a ruler who allowed injustice to flourish. Their attack was bold, but Fyodor lacked either the will or the ability to defend them. News of the confrontation quickly reached Boris. Both churchmen were arrested, stripped of ecclesiastical rank, and sent into confinement. Dionysius was imprisoned at the Kutin monastery near Novgorod, while Varlam was sent to the Antoniev monastery. Boris then arranged for Job, the Archbishop of Rostov, to become the new metropolitan. Job was loyal, dependable, and far less likely to challenge the government. The removal of Dionysius marked a decisive shift. Boris had not only defeated the hereditary princes, he had also demonstrated that even the head of the Russian Church could be destroyed if he opposed the ruling administration. The fate of the Shuisky leaders was even darker. According to hostile accounts, Prince Andrei and Prince Ivan Shuisky were later killed at their places of exile. Henchmen allegedly strangled or suffocated them on Boris's orders. Whether every detail of these deaths can be established with certainty, their disappearance removed two of the most respected opponents of the Godunov government. By the end of the purge, Boris had transformed the political landscape. The court obeyed him. The leading Shuiskys had been destroyed or scattered. Ivan Mstislavsky had been forced into monastic life. Metropolitan Dionysius had been deposed and replaced by a loyal churchman. Public opponents had been executed, and the Duma was increasingly filled with Godunov relatives and dependents. Boris could now imagine the future more clearly. Fyodor remained childless and physically fragile. When the Tsar died, few organized forces would remain capable of preventing Boris from claiming supreme authority. One possible rival was Semyon Bekbulatovich, the former Tatar prince whom Ivan IV had once theatrically named ruler of Moscow. His title and royal associations could still be used by enemies seeking an alternative candidate. Boris therefore moved against him as well. Semyon was reportedly blinded, deprived of his remaining honors, and removed to a distant place of exile. With each potential competitor neutralized, Boris stood closer to the throne. He still ruled in Fyodor's name, but the distinction between regent and sovereign was becoming increasingly narrow. Vasily Shuisky survived the destruction of his family. After spending approximately 2 years in exile, he was permitted to return to Moscow, and some of his confiscated property was restored. Boris may have believed that a weakened and grateful Shuisky was less dangerous than a martyred enemy. Vasily, however, would neither forget nor forgive what had happened to his relatives. For the moment, resistance had been silenced. While Boris governed, Tsar Fyodor continued living in a world shaped more by religion than politics. Whenever the ceremonies of monarchy exhausted him, he withdrew into devotional life. He dressed as a humble pilgrim and traveled from monastery to monastery, though even his acts of simplicity were protected by armed guards and carefully organized in advance. He frequently visited the Trinity Monastery of St. Sergius and other sacred sites with Tsaritsa Irina. These journeys allowed Fyodor to escape the pressures of court while strengthening his image as a holy and peaceful ruler. Boris supervised the arrangements. He understood the political value of contrasting Fyodor with Ivan the Terrible. Where Ivan had inspired fear, Fyodor would inspire reverence. Where the father had appeared as a punishing monarch, the son would be presented as a Christian sovereign devoted to prayer and mercy. A foreign visitor left a detailed description of Fyodor's daily routine. The Tsar commonly awoke at approximately 4 in the morning. His chamber was filled with icons, and candles burned there throughout the night. He waited for his confessor, who entered carrying a cross, holy water, prayers, and an icon connected with the saint commemorated that day. Fyodor bowed repeatedly, prayed aloud, and then visited Irina's apartments. The royal couple slept in separate rooms but attended the morning service together. After prayer, they received visitors, clergy, and monks in the great chamber. Later in the morning, Fyodor attended the Divine Liturgy. He ate before noon and then usually slept for several hours. In the evening, he returned to church for Vespers. Between services and dinner, he spent time with Irina, listened to songs, watched court entertainers, or observed craftsmen working on jewelry, clothing, icons, and precious objects. Before sleeping, he prayed again with his confessor and received a final blessing. His weekly routine included visits to monasteries around Moscow. On feast days or periods without official obligations, he sometimes attended hunts or public spectacles. Petitioners occasionally attempted to approach him at the entrance to the palace. Fyodor usually avoided hearing their disputes and directed them toward Boris. This single habit revealed the political order of the reign. Subjects approached the Tsar, but practical authority belonged to Godunov. Russian chroniclers emphasized Fyodor's piety, but were less eager to discuss his taste for violent entertainment. Despite his gentle reputation, he reportedly enjoyed watching fistfights, bear baiting, and other bloody spectacles common at the time. Such amusements did not make him an active or cruel ruler. They showed only that religious devotion and fascination with violence could exist side by side within the culture of the Muscovite court. Boris benefited from Fyodor's withdrawal. Every hour the Tsar spent in prayer, pilgrimage, sleep, or entertainment left the business of government in other hands. At the same time, Boris carefully elevated his sister's reputation. Donations to the poor, assistance to victims of fire, and gifts to churches were often distributed publicly in the name of Tsaritsa Irina. This allowed Irina to appear as the compassionate mother of the nation. It also strengthened the Godunov family's connection to charitable government and public mercy. Fyodor's name was sometimes given less emphasis. Boris wanted the population to associate effective rule not only with the Tsar, but with Irina and himself. The arrangement was subtle. Fyodor remained the sacred monarch. Irina became the benevolent Tsaritsa. Boris handled the state. With the opposition broken, the church brought under control, and his family placed throughout the government, Boris was no longer merely preparing to exercise power. He was preparing Russia to accept him as its future ruler. The death of Stephen Bathory on December 12, 1586, altered the political balance of Eastern Europe. Bathory had been one of the most formidable rulers of his generation, a soldier king whose campaigns had helped bring Ivan the Terrible's long struggle for Livonia to a humiliating conclusion. His disappearance now created a rare opening, and Boris Godunov intended to exploit it. For Boris, the vacant throne of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth offered far more than a diplomatic opportunity. If Tsar Fyodor could be elected king, Russia might peacefully obtain what Ivan IV had failed to secure through 25 years of warfare: access to Livonia, the Baltic coastline, and the commercial routes connecting northern Europe with the interior of Russia. The economic value of such a union was immense. Russia possessed forests, grain, wax, furs, metals, and other resources desired in European markets, yet its access to western sea routes remained narrow and insecure. Control of Baltic ports would increase trade, strengthen state revenue, and raise Moscow's standing among European powers. The strategic idea anticipated the ambitions of later Russian rulers. More than a century afterward, Peter the Great would also fight for access to the Baltic and establish a new capital facing Europe. Boris hoped to achieve a similar transformation through dynastic election rather than prolonged conquest. The personal rewards were equally attractive. A political union connecting Russia, Poland, and Lithuania would place Boris at the center of one of the largest power systems in Europe. Fyodor might possess the crowns, but Boris would almost certainly direct the government behind them. An envoy named Elizar Zhevsky was quickly sent toward Vilnius to present Fyodor as a candidate for the vacant throne. He soon discovered, however, that the real political struggle had shifted to Warsaw, where the nobility of the Commonwealth had assembled to choose Bathory's successor. Among the strongest candidates was Sigismund Vasa, the son of King John III of Sweden. His dynastic background, Catholic faith, and connections with the Polish aristocracy gave him considerable support. The political system Boris encountered differed fundamentally from that of Muscovite Russia. Fyodor had inherited his throne as an autocrat. His authority, at least in theory, was absolute and sanctioned by hereditary right. The Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth operated through an elective monarchy. Its nobles guarded extensive privileges, and a king could not simply impose his will upon them. He had to negotiate, promise concessions, accept legal limitations, and preserve the political liberties of the aristocracy. Boris seems to have regarded these restrictions as inconvenient but manageable. He believed that wealth, diplomacy, and promises of military protection could persuade the electors. A more impressive Russian embassy was therefore sent to Warsaw. It included Boris's relative Stepan Vasilievich Godunov, Prince Fyodor Troyekurovich, and the experienced official Vasily Shelkalov. The envoys carried dozens of copies of a proposal describing how the new union might function. In essence, Fyodor would assume authority over a vast political association linking Russia with Poland and Lithuania. The document promised security against the Crimean Tatars and the Ottoman Empire. It offered expanded commerce with Western Europe and the markets of Asia. It also implied that the resources and military strength of Russia would protect the Commonwealth from invasion. Behind the language of partnership, however, stood an unmistakable assumption: Moscow would become the dominant power. Russia expected to obtain Livonia and secure the Baltic territories for which Ivan IV had fought. Polish and Lithuanian lands would become closely integrated with the Muscovite state, while Boris and his administration would gain decisive influence over trade and foreign policy. The proposal also contained an unusual succession arrangement. Neither a future child of Fyodor nor the young Dmitry Ivanovich at Uglich was automatically guaranteed the combined throne. The omission was intended to satisfy the elective traditions of the Commonwealth, but it also showed how far Boris was prepared to manipulate the succession in pursuit of the union. Fyodor himself could easily be persuaded by the grandeur of the idea. The possibility of ruling three great realms appealed to the ceremonial dignity of monarchy, even though he exercised little practical authority in Russia and would have faced formal constitutional limitations in Poland-Lithuania. The first serious obstacle was religion. The Polish nobility expected concessions to the Catholic world and demanded that Russia accept ecclesiastical union with Rome before Fyodor's candidacy could be seriously considered. For the Orthodox state of Moscow, submission to papal authority was politically and spiritually explosive. Boris may have considered religion negotiable within the language of diplomacy, but the issue could not be treated lightly by the Russian clergy or population. Moscow increasingly regarded itself as the principal defender of orthodoxy after the fall of Constantinople. The Polish and Lithuanian electors were also deeply suspicious. Their countries had fought Muscovy repeatedly, and they understood that Boris, rather than Fyodor, directed Russian policy. They had no desire to exchange one elected king for a ruler who might eventually impose Muscovite autocracy upon them. The image of Fyodor as a weak monarch did not reassure them, because they knew that Boris stood behind him. The proposal was therefore rejected. The Russian delegation hoped to return with more flexible terms, but events moved faster than Boris anticipated. Sigismund Vasa secured the necessary support and was crowned as Sigismund III on December 16, 1587. Boris's attempt to extend Russian influence through the Polish election had failed. Yet the accession of Sigismund created new tensions of its own. Sigismund was not only king of the Commonwealth, he was also connected to the Swedish royal dynasty, and his ambitions would eventually pull Poland, Lithuania, Sweden, and Russia into a broader struggle for influence around the Baltic. Relations between Moscow and Stockholm were already deteriorating. An earlier agreement between Ivan IV and Sweden had expired in 1586. King John III did not provide Moscow with the concessions Boris expected, particularly regarding the northwestern lands lost during the final years of Ivan's reign. Boris believed that Russia should recover territories in Karelia and the far north, while the Swedish crown regarded its recent gains as permanent. In 1589, Swedish forces advanced into Karelia and occupied lands around Lakes Ladoga and Onega. The incursion threatened Russian settlements and challenged Moscow's remaining access toward the Baltic. Fyodor's government demanded the return of the occupied territory and added a wider claim to Estonia. If Sweden refused, Russia threatened war. The aggressive policy came largely from Boris. Until that moment, his foreign policy had been marked by caution. He preferred truces, negotiations, and carefully managed compromises. He lacked the personal fascination with warfare that had consumed Ivan IV and did not seek military glory for its own sake. Yet caution could be mistaken for weakness. Boris wanted both Russian nobles and foreign rulers to understand that his desire for peace did not arise from fear. There were moments he believed when war became necessary to protect the honor and strategic interests of the state. Preparations began on an enormous scale. Chronicles claimed that the Russian host included 300,000 soldiers and 300 cannon. As with many military figures from the period, the total was almost certainly exaggerated. Even so, the campaign represented a major mobilization. Boris also understood the importance of royal symbolism. Fyodor could not remain hidden in the palace while the state marched to war. The army needed to see its anointed ruler at the head of the regiments. The Tsar was therefore persuaded to appear on horseback. Fyodor had little interest in military display and mounted his warhorse reluctantly. Nevertheless, he rode from Moscow toward Novgorod before the assembled troops. Tsaritsa Irina accompanied the royal procession, reinforcing the public image of a united dynasty leading Russia into battle. The true military command rested with more capable men. Prince Fyodor Mstislavsky held the principal command, while the experienced Dmitry Kvorostinin directed forces at the rear and played a major operational role. Boris Godunov and Fyodor Nikitich Romanov occupied senior positions in the command structure, though Boris remained more political organizer than battlefield general. The campaign opened from Novgorod on January 18, 1590. Russian armies moved along several routes toward Karelia, Swedish Estonia, and the fortress of Narva. Winter conditions were severe. Roads were frozen, supplies were difficult to move, and soldiers advanced through bitter cold. Yet the low temperatures also hardened the ground, allowing heavy equipment and artillery to travel across areas that would have been almost impassable in warmer weather. The first significant victory came on January 27th, when Kvorostinin defeated a Swedish force commanded by Gustav Barnér. Russian accounts placed the Swedish army at around 20,000 men, though the actual figure may have been smaller. The victory opened the way toward the principal fortresses of the region. Russian troops soon reached Narva and subjected its defenses to bombardment. According to the triumphant Muscovite narrative, the fortress fell early in February, while other Russian forces swept through parts of Estonia and pressed deeper into territory controlled by Sweden. The campaign spread across the Gulf of Finland region. Raiding forces and regiments moved through the countryside, seized settlements, and threatened communications extending towards southern Finland. Some accounts described Russian detachments advancing as far as the region of Obo, later known as Turku. Whether permanent occupation was ever realistic mattered less than the message. Sweden could no longer assume that Russia was too exhausted to retaliate. By late February, negotiations began. Moscow claimed that Sweden had accepted defeat and agreed to restore Karelia, Narva, and coastal territories near the Gulf of Finland. The actual conflict and the eventual settlement would prove more complicated and continue beyond this opening campaign, but Boris immediately presented the operation as a decisive success. For the first time in years, Russia had reversed part of the humiliation suffered at the end of Ivan's reign. Fyodor did not remain long near the military front. Once the principal demonstrations of royal leadership were complete, he returned to Irina and eventually traveled back toward Moscow. The victory was celebrated as an achievement that Ivan IV had failed to secure despite decades of war. The comparison was politically valuable. Fyodor's peaceful and pious reign could now claim a military triumph over Sweden without appearing to revive his father's destructive ambitions. Church leaders and officials met the royal party outside the capital. Metropolitan Job delivered an elaborate speech praising the Tsar. He compared Fyodor with Constantine the Great, the Roman emperor associated with the triumph of Christianity, and with Vladimir of Kiev, remembered as the ruler who brought the Christian faith to Rus. Job proclaimed that the Tsar had restored ancient Slavic lands and defended both the church and the fatherland. The speech transformed a political and military campaign into a sacred act of national recovery. The conflict with Sweden also strengthened Russia's position in negotiations with Poland-Lithuania. On January 1, 1591, Fyodor summoned churchmen and nobles to a council. A new peace proposal was prepared and sent to Warsaw. Sigismund accepted a long truce, traditionally described as extending for approximately 20 years. For the moment, Moscow avoided a simultaneous struggle against both Sweden and the Commonwealth. Russia gained breathing space on its western frontier, while Boris concentrated on internal government and expansion elsewhere. By 1591, his prestige had reached its height. Inside Russia, he was no longer viewed merely as the Tsar's brother-in-law. Foreign ambassadors, provincial officials, military commanders, merchants, and ordinary subjects understood that he was the effective ruler of the country. Reports from distant towns and frontier settlements repeated the same conclusion. Boris Fyodorovich Godunov governed the land. Decisions were made through him, rewards came from him, and policies succeeded because he directed them. The extent of the admiration described by later chroniclers was probably idealized, but there is little doubt that Boris enjoyed genuine popularity. He had restored stability, improved security, supported commerce, expanded settlement, and avoided the endless bloodshed associated with Ivan IV. Nobles respected his ability even when they hated his origins. Merchants valued peace and safer roads. Provincial communities benefited from stronger administration. Many peasants and poorer residents knew him through donations, famine relief, and public charity. Boris responded to this acclaim not with restraint, but with greater ambition. Every success appeared to confirm that he alone possessed the ability to guide Russia. The more indispensable he became, the more natural it seemed that the authority he exercised should one day be made permanent. His political rise was soon reinforced by a profound transformation within the Russian Church. In 1586, Patriarch Joachim of Antioch arrived in Moscow seeking financial assistance. The ancient Eastern Patriarchates lived under Ottoman domination and frequently depended upon donations from Orthodox rulers and wealthy communities abroad. During Joachim's visit, Fyodor raised the possibility that Moscow should possess a patriarch of its own. The suggestion marked a major development in Russian religious history. Since the conversion of Rus under Vladimir in 988, the senior churchman in the Russian lands had carried the title of Metropolitan and had historically existed under the authority of Constantinople. For more than a century, however, Moscow had increasingly acted independently. Russian bishops had chosen and ordained their own metropolitan without meaningful intervention from Constantinople for decades. In practical terms, the Russian Church was already self-governing, yet titles carried enormous symbolic power. A patriarchate would place Moscow among the principal centers of Orthodox Christianity. It would confirm that Russia was no longer a distant province of the Byzantine religious world, but one of its leading powers. Joachim promised to present the proposal to the other Eastern patriarchs. When he departed, he carried thousands of gold ducats and valuable gifts from the Russian court. The generosity was presented as Christian charity, but it also created a strong expectation that he would support Moscow's request. At first, many Russians had seen little need for a change in title. The Metropolitan already exercised authority over the church, and elevation to patriarch would not greatly alter his daily responsibilities. Boris viewed the matter differently. A Russian patriarchate would strengthen the international prestige of Moscow and place the national church more firmly under a hierarchy created during his administration. It would also serve his personal future. If Fyodor died without a son, Boris would face questions about his lack of royal blood. Coronation by a Russian patriarch could provide powerful religious legitimacy to a new dynasty. The sacred anointing of an independent patriarch would help present Boris not as a usurper, but as a ruler chosen and blessed by God. The Eastern patriarchs also possessed reasons to cooperate. Constantinople, Antioch, Alexandria, and Jerusalem all existed under Muslim Ottoman rule. Their churches suffered from taxation, political interference, and chronic financial difficulties. Russia, by contrast, was wealthy, independent, and orthodox. Its treasury could support monasteries, clergy, schools, and holy sites throughout the eastern Mediterranean. Some churchmen may also have hoped that a powerful Russian state might one day confront the Ottoman Empire and liberate Orthodox Christians from Muslim rule. The negotiations advanced further in June 1588, when Patriarch Jeremiah II of Constantinople arrived in Moscow. His visit caused extraordinary excitement. Constantinople remained the first city of the Orthodox world, despite having fallen to the Ottomans in 1453. Its patriarch held a place of honor among the Eastern churches and carried the memory of the Byzantine Empire. Jeremiah entered Moscow, accompanied by Metropolitan Hierotheos of Monemvasia and Archbishop Arsenios, together with clergy, servants, and attendants. The visitors were received in the Golden Chamber of the Kremlin. Fyodor greeted them with elaborate respect and seated them near the royal throne. They presented sacred gifts, including an icon depicting scenes from the Passion of Christ, relics associated with the early Christian emperors, and objects believed to contain the blood or remains of saints. Such gifts strengthened the spiritual atmosphere of the meeting, but money and politics were never far beneath the surface. Fyodor soon asked Boris to conduct a private conversation with Jeremiah. The patriarch and the effective ruler of Russia withdrew into an adjoining chamber. There, Jeremiah described the misfortunes of his church. He had served as patriarch for years before enemies accused him before the Ottoman authorities. The charges led to his removal and exile on Rhodes. Despite earlier Ottoman promises not to interfere in internal church affairs, another bishop, Theoleptos, was installed in his place. Several years later, political circumstances changed. Theoleptos fell from favor, and Jeremiah was restored. During the period of turmoil, the Patriarchate had been weakened financially and spiritually. Churches had lost property, clergy struggled to support themselves, and the Christian institutions of Constantinople survived under constant political pressure. The great cathedral of Hagia Sophia had long since become an imperial mosque, an enduring symbol of the disappearance of Byzantine power. Boris understood immediately that Jeremiah needed Russian assistance. The Patriarch's difficulties placed him in a position similar to that of Joachim of Antioch. Moscow possessed the wealth Jeremiah required. Jeremiah possessed the authority Boris desired. Negotiations continued behind the ceremonies of hospitality. At one point, the Russians may have considered asking Jeremiah to remain permanently in Moscow as patriarch. Such an arrangement would have given the city enormous prestige, but might also have placed the Russian church under a foreign senior prelate. The discussions eventually moved toward a more acceptable solution. Jeremiah agreed to establish a patriarchate in Moscow and consecrate the candidate chosen by the Russian ruler. That candidate had already been decided. Metropolitan Job owed his advancement to Boris and had repeatedly supported the government. He praised Fyodor's victories, defended the policies of the court, and showed no inclination to challenge Godunov's authority. Tradition required the appearance of a formal ecclesiastical selection. 3 candidates were therefore presented: Job of Moscow, Varlam of Rostov, and Alexander of Novgorod. The process was described as a legitimate choice by the Council of Bishops, but no one seriously doubted the intended result. The name placed before Fyodor was Job. The confirmation ceremony was appointed for January 23, 1589. After the morning service, Job appeared in the Cathedral of the Assumption wearing the full vestments of a metropolitan. Fyodor, Jeremiah, senior bishops, boyars, and representatives of the court attended. At the conclusion of the liturgy, Job emerged from the sanctuary and approached the raised platform. He carried a candle and a written expression of gratitude. A churchman then proclaimed that the Orthodox sovereign, the ecumenical patriarch, and the sacred council had elevated him to the highest ecclesiastical throne of Moscow, Vladimir, and all Russia. Job answered with ritual humility. He described himself as an unworthy and sinful servant, but declared that he would accept the office if it were truly the will of the Tsar, Patriarch Jeremiah, and the assembled church. He bowed before the clergy and the people, promising to guard the Christian community entrusted to him. The words were humble, but the political meaning was enormous. For the first time, Russia possessed its own patriarch. Moscow could now present itself as an independent center of the Orthodox world. The Russian Church no longer appeared merely as a distant metropolitan province. It stood beside the ancient patriarchates of the East. Fyodor received the glory of having established the new institution. Job received the highest title in the Russian Church. Boris Godunov received something even more valuable. He had created a loyal patriarchate capable of blessing his government, strengthening Moscow's international prestige, and one day sanctifying his own path to the throne. Job's formal enthronement as patriarch took place on January 26, 1589. The ceremony began during the Divine Liturgy in the Cathedral of the Assumption, where Job stood before Patriarch Jeremiah of Constantinople. Jeremiah placed his hand upon the Russian metropolitan, recited the consecrating prayers, blessed him, and set the patriarchal crown upon his head. The 2 church leaders then celebrated the remainder of the liturgy together, publicly confirming that Moscow had entered the highest order of the Orthodox hierarchy. Once the service had ended, Tsar Fyodor personally presented Job with the visible symbols of his new office. Around his neck, he placed a richly decorated cross believed to contain a fragment of the true cross. Job was dressed in a green velvet mantle adorned with long bands of pearls and received a white monastic cowl embroidered with a cross. Fyodor then handed him the ancient pastoral staff associated with Metropolitan Peter of Moscow, one of the most revered figures in the history of the Russian Church. The Tsar proclaimed Job the senior bishop of the Russian lands, the father of bishops, and patriarch of the vast northern realm. His elevation, Fyodor declared, had been accomplished by the will of God and the authority of the sovereign. Job responded by blessing the Tsar, the clergy, and the assembled court. The religious celebrations then moved beyond the walls of the cathedral. Following an old ceremonial tradition, Job mounted a donkey and was led in procession around the Kremlin. Bishops and state officials walked beside him while he raised a cross, sprinkled holy water upon the fortifications, and prayed for the protection of Moscow. The ritual presented the Kremlin not merely as a political fortress, but as a sacred city under divine protection. Later that day, Jeremiah and Job attended a ceremonial banquet hosted by the Tsar. Despite the grandeur of the occasion, an important difficulty remained. Jeremiah had authorized the creation of another patriarchal throne without first receiving the formal agreement of the other senior Orthodox patriarchs. To defend the decision, Moscow produced an official charter that placed the elevation of the Russian Church within a much larger interpretation of Christian history. The document drew upon the developing idea of Moscow as the Third Rome. According to this vision, ancient Rome had fallen from true belief through doctrinal corruption and separation from orthodoxy. Constantinople, the Second Rome, had later fallen under Ottoman rule. Moscow therefore remained the principal independent center of the Orthodox Christian world. The papacy was portrayed as a false spiritual authority, that had abandoned the original faith. Constantinople remained first in dignity among the Orthodox sees, followed by Alexandria. Moscow's representatives attempted to place the new Russian Patriarchate in third position, above Antioch and Jerusalem. The argument rested partly upon political reality. Russia was enormous, independent, militarily powerful, and financially capable of supporting the Eastern churches. Antioch and Jerusalem, by comparison, governed smaller Christian communities under Ottoman domination and survived in considerable poverty. Boris expected the importance of the Russian state to determine the rank of its church. The antiquity of the older patriarchates, however, could not be dismissed so easily. When the Eastern patriarchs later considered the agreement, they accepted the existence of the Moscow Patriarchate but rejected its claim to third place. Moscow was placed fifth, after Constantinople, Alexandria, Antioch, and Jerusalem. Even in fifth position, the result represented an extraordinary victory. The Russian Church had gained formal recognition as an independent patriarchate, and Moscow had been admitted into the highest structure of Orthodox Christianity. Job immediately began reorganizing the hierarchy beneath him. 4 major sees were elevated to metropolitan rank: Novgorod, Kazan, Rostov, and Krutitsy near Moscow. Several other dioceses received archbishops, including Vologda, Suzdal, Nizhny Novgorod, Smolensk, Ryazan, and Tver. Additional bishoprics were established or confirmed in cities such as Pskov, Kolomna, Dmitrov, Ustyug, Belozero, and other regional centers. The reforms expanded the administrative reach of the church and reflected the growing territory of the Russian state. Jeremiah and his companions remained in Russia until the spring of 1589. They visited monasteries, churches, and sacred sites while being treated as honored guests of the court. When they finally departed in May, they carried generous financial gifts, traditionally estimated at several thousand gold ducats, as well as a copy of the charter establishing the Russian Patriarchate. The document was to be presented to the remaining Eastern patriarchs for final approval. Boris had achieved far more than an ecclesiastical reform. He had created an institution whose leader owed his position directly to the Godunov administration. Job had risen with Boris's support and was unlikely to forget the source of his elevation. This loyalty might one day become essential. Boris could not depend forever upon Irina's influence over her husband, nor could he be certain that the boyars, military commanders, or provincial nobility would support him after Fyodor's death. The Patriarch, however, could provide something that no ordinary political faction could offer: sacred legitimacy. No Russian ruler outside the ancient dynasty had yet been crowned and anointed by a native patriarch. Boris appears to have understood that the new institution could eventually bless the creation of an entirely new ruling house. The Patriarchate strengthened Russia. It also prepared a path toward the throne. Yet one obstacle remained more dangerous than all the others. Tsarevich Dmitry Ivanovich was still alive. Boris already possessed nearly every element of sovereignty. He controlled the administration, commanded the loyalty of the court, dominated foreign policy, and exercised enormous influence over the church. Only the crown itself remained on Fyodor's head. Had Boris been content to govern as regent, his position was almost unassailable. But Fyodor's health was uncertain, and the Tsar had produced no surviving child. If Fyodor died before Irina bore an heir, the succession would not necessarily pass to Boris. At Uglich lived Dmitry, the youngest son of Ivan the Terrible. The child was being raised under the supervision of his mother, Maria Nagaya, and her relatives. Their residence was comfortable and maintained with the dignity expected for members of the ruling family, but it remained a form of exile. The Nagoys had not forgotten who had removed them from Moscow. They blamed Boris for isolating Dmitry from the capital and believed that the Godunov family had used Irina's marriage to seize control of the state. Their resentment carried a serious threat. If Fyodor died, Dmitry could become Tsar. Because he was still a child, his mother and maternal relatives would probably govern as regents. The Nagoy family would return from Uglich not as exiles, but as masters of the Kremlin. Boris had every reason to fear what would follow. Irina might be forced into a convent, following the usual method of removing royal widows and politically dangerous women. Boris himself could be imprisoned, stripped of his property, exiled, or executed. He had inflicted such punishments upon his own enemies and understood perfectly how quickly power could reverse direction. The prisons and distant monasteries to which he had sent his rivals might one day receive him. The throne therefore represented more than ambition. To Boris, supreme authority may also have appeared as the only guarantee of survival. Later chroniclers hostile to the Godunov dynasty described his desire for the crown as an obsession that gradually consumed his judgment. In their accounts, he ceased to view power merely as a means of governing Russia and began to imagine it as a place beyond the reach of enemies, vengeance, and humiliation. These writers also accused him of consulting astrologers, magicians, and fortune-tellers. According to one frequently repeated story, Boris summoned such men secretly at night and demanded that they reveal his future. They flattered him by declaring that a crown awaited him, but then hesitated before revealing how long he would possess it. When pressed, they allegedly predicted that he would reign for only 7 years. Boris was said to have answered that even 7 days would be enough, provided he could wear the crown. The story cannot be verified and may have been created after his fall to portray his ambition as both sinful and doomed. Yet it survived because it captured how later generations understood him, as a ruler who possessed almost everything but was tormented by the one title still denied to him. Boris had filled the Duma, the court, and the central offices with relatives, allies, and dependents. He trusted the loyalty of Patriarch Job and believed that his successful government had earned the respect of the country. For the first time since the rise of the dynasty descended from Rurik, Russia faced the possibility that the direct ruling line might end. Boris believed that if the scepter fell from the hands of the final legitimate ruler, it should pass to the man who had already governed the state for years. Dmitry alone stood between that belief and reality. The prince was still a child, but dynastic legitimacy did not depend upon age or political ability. His blood gave him a stronger hereditary claim than any office, fortune, or achievement could give Boris. Later, anti-Godunov narratives therefore accused Boris of deciding that Dmitry had to die. The precise truth remains deeply disputed. Much of the surviving narrative was written after Boris had become politically discredited, during a period when several competing groups benefited from presenting him as the murderer of Ivan the Terrible's last son. Nevertheless, even before Dmitry's death, the government clearly attempted to weaken his public status. The first strategy was to question his legitimacy. Dmitry had been born to Ivan IV's final wife, Maria Nagaya. Depending upon how Ivan's marriages were counted, she was often described as his 6th or 7th wife. Orthodox canon law normally recognized far fewer marriages, creating uncertainty about the validity of the union. Boris's supporters began emphasizing this problem. They argued that because the church should never have recognized the marriage, Dmitry could not be treated as a fully legitimate heir. His name was reportedly excluded from certain public prayers and ceremonies, reducing the visible recognition normally given to a prince of the ruling house. The argument, however, was not decisive. Ivan's marriage to Maria had been blessed or at least tolerated by the Russian church. The court had recognized Dmitry as the Tsar's son, and many Russians continued to regard him as a genuine member of the dynasty. A second campaign attacked his character. Stories spread through Moscow claiming that the young prince had inherited Ivan IV's cruelty. Though only 8 or 9 years old, he was described as violent, unstable, and fascinated by suffering. Some rumors accused him of tormenting animals and watching slaughter with unnatural pleasure. Others portrayed him as threatening servants, playmates, and officials. The most theatrical story concerned a winter game at Uglish. According to this tale, Dmitry ordered that figures be shaped from snow and named after important members of the government. One of them represented Boris Godunov. The boy then supposedly attacked the figures with a wooden sword. When he reached the one bearing Boris's name, he cut off its head, arms, and legs while declaring that he would do the same when he became Tsar. The story served an obvious political purpose. It transformed a child into a future tyrant and suggested that Boris's fears were not merely selfish. If Dmitry inherited the throne, the rumor implied, Russia might experience a second reign of Ivan the Terrible. Those who knew the household at Uglich reportedly offered a different image. They described Dmitry as intelligent, confident, and unusually forceful for his age. Such qualities could be interpreted as signs of leadership rather than cruelty. Yet few people were willing to defend him publicly. Open praise for Dmitry might be treated as opposition to the government or support for a rival claimant. Later, chronicles went further and accused Boris of attempting to poison the prince. The nurse Vasilisa Volokova and her son Osip were said to have accepted money and agreed to place poison in Dmitry's food or drink. According to the story, the poison repeatedly failed to harm him. Some versions claimed that Vasilisa lost her nerve and weakened the dose. Others interpreted the failure as evidence of divine protection surrounding the child. No reliable evidence proves that such an attempt occurred. The tale formed part of the larger body of accusations constructed around Dmitry's eventual death. The same accounts asserted that Boris then approached two former officials connected with the Oprichnina, Vladimir Zagryazhsky and Nikifor Chepchugov. They were supposedly indebted to him and accustomed to carrying out dangerous orders. Even these hardened men, the story continued, refused to murder a child of the royal family. They promised to remain silent, but were later harassed because they had rejected the command. Whether these episodes were historical or later inventions, they reveal the atmosphere surrounding the succession. Dmitry was no ordinary provincial child. His continued existence affected every calculation at the Kremlin. To the Nagoy family, he represented restoration and revenge. To the hereditary nobility, he offered a possible alternative to Godunov. To many Russians, he remained the final young branch of the old dynasty. And to Boris, he represented a future in which everything already gained, wealth, authority, security, and perhaps life itself, could disappear in a single moment. The struggle for the Russian throne had not yet become open, but its most dangerous chapter was approaching. According to the later narrative accusing Boris Godunov of organizing Dmitry's death, the search for an assassin eventually led to Andrei Kleshnin, a palace official closely connected to Boris. Kleshnin was an ambitious courtier who understood that success depended upon usefulness. Hoping to strengthen his position, he allegedly offered to find men capable of carrying out an order that others had rejected. The central figure he selected was Mikhail Bityagovsky, a government official already feared for his violence and harsh temperament. Hostile chroniclers portray him as physically imposing, ruthless, and willing to perform almost any service in return for wealth and protection. Boris was said to have promised him gold, future rewards, and security if suspicion fell upon him. Bityagovsky accepted the assignment and traveled to Uglich under the legitimate appearance of supervising administrative and financial affairs within the household of the widowed Tsaritsa Maria Nagaya. The use of an official mission gave him access to the prince's residence without immediately attracting attention. Bityagovsky was accompanied by his son Danila and his nephew Nikita Kachalov. Both men were later described as violent dependents accustomed to obeying him. Osip Volokov, the son of Dmitry's nurse Vasilisa, was already present in Uglich and was also accused of joining the supposed conspiracy. Their instructions, according to this version of events, were simple. Observe the prince constantly and act when he could be separated from his mother and attendants. They expected the opportunity to come quickly. Maria Nagaya had a large household to supervise, and the assassins assumed that domestic responsibilities would eventually distract her. Instead, they discovered that she rarely allowed Dmitry out of her sight. The young prince was usually accompanied either by his mother or by trusted women of the household. Maria reportedly distrusted Vasilisa Volokova and also remained suspicious of some servants working in the kitchens and private rooms. Only when attending church did she regularly separate from her son, and even then his movements were closely watched. Days passed without a suitable opportunity. The men accused of planning the attack could not isolate the prince. The hostile account therefore claims that they abandoned secrecy and decided to kill him in the open. Dmitry died at Uglich on May 15, 1591. The dramatic assassination narrative places the event in the early evening, shortly before dinner. Maria had returned from church and was occupied inside the residence. Her brothers were absent, while servants prepared the table. Vasilisa Volokova reportedly suggested that Dmitri go outside and play while the meal was being completed. Maria at first considered accompanying him but remained inside. A cook attempted to delay the child, but the nurse took him through the vestibule and onto the courtyard or balcony area. There, according to the accusation, Osip Volokov, Danila Bityagovsky, and Nikita Kachalov were waiting. Osip approached Dmitri while concealing a knife. He took the child's hand and attempted to distract him by commenting upon a necklace around his neck. Dmitri looked up and replied that the necklace was not new. The later story claims that Osip then drew the knife and struck the prince across the throat. The wound was incomplete and, horrified by what he had done, he dropped the weapon and fled. Dmitri fell. His nurse threw herself over him and screamed for help. Danila Bityagovsky and Kachalov allegedly pulled her away, beat her, and completed the murder. They stabbed the prince repeatedly and cut deeply into his neck before leaving his body near the steps. Maria heard the cries and rushed outside. She found her son covered in blood and the nurse lying nearby. The sight threw her into uncontrollable grief. Other members of the household emerged, while servants pointed toward men attempting to escape through the courtyard. This highly detailed scene became central to the later charge that Dmitri had been deliberately murdered. Yet much of it derives from narratives written after the event, when the boy's death had become one of the most politically explosive questions in Russia. What is certain is that an alarm bell began ringing through Uglich. Residents initially assumed that a fire had broken out. Crowds hurried toward the sound and entered the prince's residence, where they found Dmitri dead. Confusion quickly became fury. Maria Nagaya and members of her household accused Bityagovsky and his associates of murder. The prince's death was immediately interpreted not as a private accident, but as an attack upon the ruling dynasty. The men identified as responsible attempted to hide or escape. Once the crowd surrounded the residence, their chances of survival disappeared. That explanation, which later became the official conclusion of the investigation, only increased the anger of the crowd. People shouted that the child had been murdered. Stones were thrown, and Bityagovsky fled toward the quarters of a servant named Danila Tretyakov. The mob followed. Both men were dragged out and beaten to death. Danila Bityagovsky and Nikita Kachalov were discovered in an outbuilding and killed by the crowd. Osip Volokov attempted to take refuge inside another residence, but he too was seized. He was dragged toward the church where Dmitri's body had been taken and was killed in the presence of the prince's grieving mother. Several additional people suspected of involvement were also attacked. Among those killed was a female servant connected to Bityagovsky's household who appears to have had no meaningful role in the event. The violence was uncontrolled. Suspicion became sufficient evidence, and the population of Uglich acted as judge and executioner before any formal inquiry could begin. Vasilisa Volokova survived. Later hostile accounts suggested that the accused men had publicly named Boris as the true organizer while pleading for their lives. Whether such statements were actually made cannot be established with certainty. By the end of the disturbance, the prince was dead, several government officials had been lynched, and Uglich had entered open rebellion against the authority represented by Moscow. Local officials prepared a report and sent messengers toward the capital. The anti-Godunov tradition claims that Boris had already placed trusted men along the road from Uglich. Travelers were questioned and searched, and the couriers carrying the first report were detained. According to this accusation, the original message was confiscated and replaced with a new account dictated in Moscow. The revised version blamed Dmitri's death upon an accidental wound suffered during an epileptic seizure. Responsibility was shifted toward the Nogoy family, who were accused of negligence for allowing the prince to handle a sharp object. It also claimed that Maria and her brothers had falsely accused innocent state officials and incited the population to kill them. Boris then presented the news to Fyodor. Later, chroniclers described him entering the Tsar's presence with every appearance of grief. He wept over the death of Fyodor's younger brother and joined the Tsar in mourning. Fyodor reportedly accepted the news with religious resignation, declaring that the will of God must be obeyed. The official explanation, however, could not simply be announced without investigation. too many people in Uglich had witnessed the aftermath, and the violent deaths of state officials demanded a legal response. A commission was therefore appointed and sent to the city. Its composition was carefully chosen. Andrei Kleshnin represented the administration and was closely associated with Boris. His presence immediately created suspicion among those who believed the government had something to conceal. To lend the inquiry greater credibility, Prince Vasily Ivanovich Shuisky was placed at its head. Shuisky belonged to one of Russia's most respected princely families and had himself suffered under Godunov's political domination. His appointment suggested that the investigation would not be conducted solely by Boris's allies. The commission also included the official Elizar Viluzgin and Metropolitan Gelisy of Krutitsy. They reached Uglich on May 19th, 4 days after Dmitri's death. Their first destination was the Cathedral of the Transfiguration, where the prince's body had been placed before burial. There they viewed the corpse and the knife associated with the fatal wound. Maria Nagaya, her relatives, and many residents of the city continued to mourn around the coffin. Later narratives describe Shuisky examining the body closely, while Kleshnin became visibly shaken by the sight of the dead child. He supposedly stood speechless, staring at Dmitri's blood-stained clothing and the deep injury across his throat. Such descriptions were intended to show that the wound could not possibly have been accidental, and that even one of the alleged conspirators recognized the horror of what had occurred. The available evidence, however, remains less certain than these dramatic accounts suggest. The original investigative documents survive only within a political context in which testimony was shaped by fear, violence, and the interests of the government. Metropolitan Gelisy performed funeral prayers so that the delayed burial could proceed. Shuisky then began taking statements. The first public questioning took place before clergy and residents of Uglich. When asked how Dmitri had died, many reportedly answered that he had been murdered by Mikhail Bityagovsky and his companions on the orders of Boris Godunov. The unanimity may have reflected genuine conviction, but it also came from a city that had already killed the accused men and now faced punishment for rebellion. Shuisky then questioned Maria's brother, Mikhail Nagoy. The investigation did not focus only on Dmitri's death. It also demanded an explanation for the lynching of Bityagovsky, his son Kachalov, Volokov, Tretyakov, and others. Mikhail Nagoy insisted that Dmitri had been attacked by Osip Volokov, Danila Bityagovsky, and Nikita Kachalov. He denied ordering the crowd to kill them and claimed that the population had acted spontaneously. The investigators then moved away from large public gatherings and began questioning witnesses individually. The tone became more threatening. Officials summoned people whose testimony they believed could be shaped into a consistent account. Those questioned understood that the government was not merely determining how a child had died. It was deciding who would be punished for the destruction of royal officials. Fear altered the testimony. One witness, Rusin Rakov, claimed that Mikhail Nagoy had ordered a chicken slaughtered so that its blood could be smeared upon knives. These weapons were then supposedly placed beside the bodies of the dead officials to create false evidence of murder. They further accused Mikhail Nagoy of directing the killing of Bityagovsky's party. Their testimony may have been motivated by self-preservation. The entire Nagoy family understood that open insistence upon Boris's guilt could bring imprisonment, exile, or execution. Household servants also supported the accidental death explanation. The cook, Irina, and the chambermaid Maria Samoylova described Dmitri as suffering a seizure while playing with a knife. Vasilisa Volokova, despite having been accused by Maria immediately after the death, gave a similar account, and she testified that the prince's mother had attacked her in grief and had named the supposed murderers without evidence. Another kitchen servant, Semyon Yudin, offered testimony consistent with the official version. The statements did not agree in every detail. The time, location, witnesses, and sequence of events varied. Yet the commission treated them as supporting the same central conclusion. Dmitri had not been deliberately murdered. The Nagoys, motivated by hostility toward Bityagovsky and the Moscow government, had then accused innocent men and encouraged the mob to kill them. Shuisky recorded the testimony accepted by the commission. Together with Kleshnin and Viluzgin, he prepared the report that would be delivered to the Tsar and the Boyar Duma. The document reconstructed the prince's final days. It stated that Dmitry had suffered a seizure several days before his death. His condition improved, and he was later able to attend church and play outside. On the fatal day, he supposedly entered the courtyard with his nurse, female attendants, and several local boys. While playing a game that involved a knife, he experienced another seizure. The report claimed that his body convulsed, causing the blade to enter his throat. He fell to the ground, continued struggling, and died from the injury. To reinforce this conclusion, the investigators included testimony that Dmitry had previously displayed violent behavior during seizures. He was said to have injured his mother on one occasion and bitten another child on the hand. When Maria discovered the body, the report continued, she struck the nurse and accused Volokov, Kachalov, and Danila Bityagovsky of murder, even though none of them had been present. Maria and her intoxicated brother Mikhail then incited the population to kill the accused men and the official Mikhail Bityagovsky. The supposed motive for this accusation was financial resentment. Bityagovsky had supervised the household and refused to provide the Nagoys with more money than the state had authorized. The commission further accepted the claim that Mikhail Nagoy planted blood-stained knives and an iron club beside the bodies after learning that investigators were coming from Moscow. This report was endorsed by churchmen, including the archimandrite of the Resurrection Monastery, several monks, and the confessor attached to the Nagoy household. Whether they agreed freely is impossible to know. Every witness understood the danger of opposing the conclusion desired by the central government. Mikhail Nagoy remained the principal recorded dissenter. He continued to insist that Dmitry had been killed by men acting deliberately. The official record portrayed his refusal to accept the commission's findings not as courage, but as stubbornness and slander. The investigation thus produced two incompatible histories. In one, Dmitry was a sick child whose tragic accident provoked a violent and unjust uprising. In the other, he was the last legitimate obstacle between Boris Godunov and the throne, murdered by agents whose crime was then concealed through intimidation and fabricated testimony. Prince Vasily Shuisky formally endorsed the first explanation. Years later, under entirely different political circumstances, he would support the second. That transformation would help turn Dmitry's death from a provincial tragedy into the mystery that would tear Russia apart. Prince Vasily Shuisky returned to Moscow on June 2, 1591, and formally delivered the conclusions of the Uglich investigation to Tsar Fyodor. The Tsar did not judge the matter alone. He ordered that the report be presented before Patriarch Job, senior churchman, and the assembled boyars so that both church and state could place their authority behind the official version of Dmitry's death. During the proceedings, Metropolitan Gelisy of Krutitsy rose to provide additional testimony. He claimed that before leaving Uglich, Maria Nagaya had requested a private meeting with him. According to Gelisy, the grieving mother acknowledged that injustice had been committed against Mikhail Bityagovsky and the other officials killed by the crowd. She supposedly begged the Metropolitan to plead for mercy, fearing that Fyodor would impose capital punishment upon her brothers and relatives for inciting the violence. There is no independent confirmation that this conversation occurred. In the hostile tradition, it was portrayed as another invention intended to support the government's predetermined conclusion. Gelisy also presented a written statement attributed to the local administrator of Uglich. This document repeated that Dmitry had died during an epileptic seizure and accused the intoxicated Mikhail Nagoy of ordering the massacre of innocent state servants. Once the reports had been heard, Patriarch Job and the Ecclesiastical Council composed their judgment. They declared that the prince's life had ended through divine will rather than human conspiracy. Mikhail Nagoy and his associates were held responsible for the bloodshed that followed. They were accused of acting from private hatred and of consulting men described as sorcerers or practitioners of forbidden arts. The council did not formally determine the punishment. It acknowledged that mercy and condemnation belonged to the sovereign, while the duty of the clergy was to pray for Fyodor, Irina, and the preservation of the state. Fyodor then instructed the boyars to proceed against those declared guilty. Mikhail and Andrei Nagoy were brought to Moscow in chains. The cook, Irina Zhdanova, and her husband were also arrested, together with Andrei Mokolov, the alleged sorcerer whose supposed involvement gave the case an additional atmosphere of treason and sacrilege. The prisoners were interrogated and tortured. Unable to obtain the admission they wanted, the authorities eventually sent the prisoners into distant confinement. Maria Nagaya received a different punishment. She was forcibly removed from political life and compelled to become a nun. Against her will, she was tonsured and transferred to a convent near Cherepovets, far from Moscow and even farther from any remaining center of dynastic influence. As a nun, she could no longer appear publicly as the mother of a possible Tsar or gather supporters around the memory of her son. The government also rehabilitated the officials killed during the Uglich uprising. Their bodies had initially been thrown into a common pit outside the town. They were now exhumed, carried to consecrated ground, and honored with a second funeral. Requiem services presented them not as suspected assassins, but as faithful servants murdered while carrying out the duties of the state. The transformation was politically important. Dmitri's alleged killers became victims, while those who had avenged the prince became criminals. The punishment of Uglich was severe. Large numbers of residents accused of participating in the mob were arrested. Later narratives claimed that approximately 200 men and women were executed, though the precise number is uncertain. Others were imprisoned, mutilated, or deprived of their tongues so that they could no longer repeat accusations against the government. Families believed to have supported the uprising were driven from their homes. Fear spread quickly through the city. Even residents with no connection to the violence fled when it became clear that the inquiry had turned into a purge. Many inhabitants were sent eastward into Siberian exile. Some were transported to Pelim, a remote settlement far beyond the Urals in the region of the Tavda River. Uglich had once been a prosperous Volga city with a large population, busy markets, princely residences, and numerous churches. After the executions, confiscations, and deportations, entire neighborhoods stood nearly empty. Later, accounts exaggerated the scale of its destruction, describing it as a ghost town reduced to silence by Boris's wrath. The city was not literally erased, but its political and economic life suffered deeply. Even the bell that had summoned the people on the day of Dmitri's death became a symbolic criminal. Tradition holds that it was taken down, publicly punished, and sent into exile like a rebellious subject. While the residents of Uglich were condemned, the families of Bityagovsky and his associates reportedly received rewards. Vasilisa Volokova was said to have obtained a valuable estate. Property and money were also given to the widow and daughters of Mikhail Bityagovsky. Members of the council who confirmed the official report received promotions, favors, or land. Such stories strengthened the suspicion that the government was rewarding silence and loyalty. Andrei Kleshnin was said to have refused these honors. According to the hostile narrative, the sight of Dmitri's body and the knowledge of his own involvement destroyed him psychologically. Soon after the investigation, he abandoned court life, entered a monastery, and adopted a severe ascetic existence. His health deteriorated, and he died only a few years later. Later, writers interpreted his withdrawal as a confession made without words. Yet personal guilt cannot be proven merely from his decision to become a monk. Religious retirement was common among officials who had lost influence, suffered illness, or feared political danger. The official verdict closed the case in law. It did not close it in the minds of the people. Throughout Moscow, doubts continued to circulate. Conversations fell silent when government servants approached, but the whispers returned as soon as they passed. People spoke of the dead prince, the contradictions in the testimony, and the extraordinary speed with which the government had condemned Uglich. Some accused Boris directly. Others blamed the cowardice of the nobles and the clergy who had endorsed the inquiry. Fyodor himself was pitied or mocked as a ruler too spiritually detached to recognize the truth. Boris maintained informants in markets, taverns, churchyards, and official households. Reports of public melancholy and suspicion reached him continually. The death of Dmitri had removed a dynastic rival, but it had created something potentially more dangerous: a popular belief that Boris had murdered a child to clear his way to the throne. Soon afterward, another catastrophe struck Moscow. On the eve of Pentecost in 1591, while Feodor and several members of the court were making a pilgrimage to the Trinity Monastery of St. Sergius, fire broke out near the Kolomazhny district. The city was built largely of timber, and the flames spread with terrifying speed. Arbat, Nikitskaya, Tverskaya, and Petrovskaya were consumed. Fire moved through the White City and into poorer districts, market streets, and the settlements of the Streltsy. Houses collapsed, workshops vanished, and churches burned with their icons and possessions still inside. People who attempted to save their property were trapped or suffocated in smoke. The Kremlin and much of Kitai-Gorod survived, preserving the residences of leading officials and many of the principal commercial buildings. The districts inhabited by poorer residents suffered far more heavily. Tens of thousands were left without homes. Streets disappeared beneath ash, and surviving families gathered around the remains of their property, mourning the dead and searching for anything that could still be used. When Feodor returned after Pentecost, desperate crowds gathered along the road from the Trinity Monastery. They attempted to approach him with petitions for food, money, and shelter. Boris prevented them from reaching the Tsar directly. Instead, he placed himself before the crowd and listened to their complaints. He promised assistance and assured them that the government would rebuild what had been destroyed. The relief effort was extensive. Funds were distributed to victims. Timber and labor were provided for reconstruction. Entire rows of houses and public buildings were restored. Some taxes were delayed, petitions were granted, and families received compensation according to their losses. Boris presented himself everywhere as the organizer of recovery. For people who had lost everything, his assistance was immediate and visible. The accusations surrounding Uglich did not disappear, but they were temporarily overwhelmed by gratitude. Once again, Boris demonstrated one of his greatest political abilities. He could transform disaster into loyalty by making the state appear generous, energetic, and compassionate. His enemies saw something darker. Several later chroniclers allege that the fire had been started deliberately to distract Moscow from Dmitri's death. According to these rumors, Boris or his agents chose wooden districts where destruction would be rapid, while the principal administrative and commercial quarters remained protected. No reliable evidence proves that he ordered the fire. Urban fires were frequent in 16th century Moscow, especially during dry weather and religious festivals, when candles and cooking flames were used throughout densely packed wooden neighborhoods. Yet the timing encouraged suspicion. Boris redirected the accusations toward members of the Nagoy family. Afanasy Nagoy and several relatives were arrested and questioned about possible involvement in arson. They were not executed, and no convincing conclusion was reached. The affair slowly disappeared beneath the next national crisis. That crisis came from the south. In the summer of 1591, the Crimean Khan Ghazi II Giray launched a major invasion of Russian territory. Crimean armies had raided Muscovy for generations, seizing livestock, burning settlements, and carrying thousands of captives southward. The memory of the devastating attack on Moscow in 1571 remained vivid. The new invasion therefore caused immediate panic. Preparations were late. Regiments were not sent toward the southern defensive line until spring, and early reports failed to identify the full scale of the threat. On June 26th, a scout reached Moscow with news that a large Crimean host was advancing through the region of Tula. Contemporary Russian sources gave enormous numbers, sometimes claiming that the Khan commanded 150,000 men. Like many military estimates from the period, this was almost certainly exaggerated. Nevertheless, the force was large enough to threaten the capital. Boris assumed control of the response. Orders were sent to garrisons and commanders across the southern frontier. Regiments were instructed to concentrate near Serpukhov on the Oka River and join the army commanded by Prince Fyodor Mstislavsky. The original intention was to intercept the Crimeans before they could approach Moscow. The strategic situation quickly deteriorated. Much of the Russian army remained stationed in the northwest because of the threat from Sweden and Poland-Lithuania. There was not enough time to bring those forces south before the Khan crossed the defensive line. Reports arrived that Tula had been overrun and that the Crimean cavalry was advancing northward. The field defense at Serpukhov was abandoned. Boris and the military commanders decided that the available forces would be more effective behind prepared positions near Moscow than scattered across the open countryside. Mstislavsky was ordered to withdraw. By July 1st, the principal Russian regiments had returned to the capital. Troops were positioned along the Moscow River near Kolomenskoye, while monasteries and fortified enclosures inside the city were prepared for defense. Fyodor inspected the army on July 2nd. The appearance of the Tsar among the regiments was intended to strengthen morale, though Boris and the experienced commanders directed the preparations. The Crimean forces crossed the Oka and approached the southern outskirts of Moscow. Advance units clashed with Russian detachments while the main armies prepared for battle. Later chronicles once again gave impossible totals, claiming hundreds of thousands of soldiers on each side. The actual armies were considerably smaller, but the concentration was still one of the most serious military encounters of Fyodor's reign. Boris appeared at the defensive line dressed in armor and surrounded by senior officers. Fyodor formally entrusted the army to him and returned to the security of the Kremlin. Boris spent the night inspecting positions, issuing orders, and encouraging the troops. On July 4th, the Crimean army attacked the Russian defenses. The fighting was severe but inconclusive. Russian fortifications, cannon, and concentrated infantry made a direct assault costly. The Khan's cavalry could raid open country with extraordinary speed, but it was less effective against prepared positions near a fortified capital. Russian prisoners reportedly told the Crimeans that reinforcements were approaching from Novgorod and Pskov. Ghazi Girai may have interpreted this information as evidence that an even larger army, perhaps including foreign troops, was about to arrive. Having already suffered losses and unwilling to risk encirclement, he ordered a withdrawal. Before sunrise on July 5th, the Crimean host began retreating southward. The withdrawal was immediately proclaimed as a great Russian victory. The government credited Boris with saving Moscow. Whether he had personally determined every military decision mattered less than the image created afterward. On July 10th, Ivan Nikitich Romanov arrived at the army's positions bearing rewards from the Tsar. Gold medals and honors were distributed to Boris, Mstislavsky, and other commanders. Fyodor presented Boris with lavish gifts. These reportedly included a ceremonial fur coat decorated with gold buttons, a heavy gold chain, a precious cup associated with the victory over Mamai at Kulikovo, and several towns or estates. Most important was the title Servant of the Tsar, an exceptional distinction granted to only a few men in Russian history. A magnificent banquet followed in Moscow. Boris was celebrated as the defender of the capital and the hero of the southern campaign. Critics later claimed that the entire pageant had been organized in advance by Boris himself. Yet, even political theater required an event powerful enough to sustain it, and the retreat of the Crimean army had genuinely spared Moscow from devastation. Once again, victory was followed by repression. Rumors spread that Boris had somehow encouraged or permitted the invasion so that fear of the Crimeans would distract the people from Dmitri's death and the punishment of Uglich. The accusation was highly improbable and unsupported by convincing evidence. A Crimean attack threatened Boris's own authority and could easily have destroyed the capital. Nevertheless, the rumor circulated widely enough to concern the government. Informants traced much of the gossip to the region around Alexin and Tula, through which the invaders had passed. Arrests followed. Residents were questioned, tortured, exiled, or executed for repeating accusations against Boris. Some were mutilated, and others died under interrogation. Entire communities along the troubled southern frontier were weakened by raids, military requisitions, and political punishment. In later hostile accounts, these measures were compared with the destruction imposed upon Uglich. Boris had now established two foundations for his public authority. The first was admiration. He rebuilt burned neighborhoods, rewarded soldiers, encouraged trade, and defended the frontier. The second was fear. Anyone who openly challenged the official account of Dmitri's death risked imprisonment, exile, or mutilation. Many Russians respected him for what he achieved. Others praised him because silence seemed more dangerous. Then, an announcement from the Kremlin transformed the question of succession. After approximately a decade of marriage, Tsaritsa Irina was pregnant. Across Russia, the news was received with extraordinary hope. Fyodor had no surviving heir, and the death of Dmitry had left the future of the dynasty uncertain. A son would preserve the direct line of Ivan III and end speculation about who would inherit the throne. Later, anti-Godunov writers claimed that Boris alone was troubled by the pregnancy. After everything he had allegedly done to remove Dmitry, the birth of another male heir would once again place the crown beyond his reach. Publicly, however, Boris celebrated the news. He congratulated his sister and joined the court in prayers for a safe birth. On May 29, 1592, Irina gave birth. The child was a girl. She was named Feodosia Fyodorovna and baptized on June 14th at the Chudov monastery within the Kremlin. Moscow celebrated with almost the same enthusiasm that would have greeted a male successor. Fyodor ordered acts of mercy throughout the realm. Prisoners were released. Some death sentences were reduced. Confiscated property was restored. Donations were sent to monasteries, churches, and charitable institutions. The birth of Feodosia became a national festival of pardon and generosity. Yet the child did not solve the succession crisis. Muscovite political tradition strongly favored male rulers, and no established procedure existed for a young girl inheriting the throne in her own right. Rumors quickly appeared. Some claimed that Irina had actually delivered a son and that Boris had secretly replaced him with the daughter of a poor woman. The story contradicted the argument that Boris feared a new heir, but rumor rarely required consistency. Others argued that Feodosia should be recognized as the future ruler despite her sex. Through her, the old dynasty might survive, even if practical authority eventually passed to her husband. Court officials began exploring this possibility while she was still an infant. By the time Feodosia was approximately 1 year old, private discussions were underway about arranging a foreign marriage that could preserve the ruling line. The official Andrei Shchelkalov reportedly approached an Austrian representative with an extraordinary proposal. The Habsburg court would send a young prince, perhaps between 14 and 18 years of age, to Moscow. He would learn Russian, adopt the customs of the country, and accept the Orthodox faith. In time, he would marry Feodosia. Through this union, the daughter of Fyodor could become Tsaritsa, while her foreign husband would ascend the Russian throne beside her. The plan revealed the depth of Moscow's anxiety. The government was prepared to reshape ancient traditions, import a foreign prince, and educate him as a Russian ruler rather than allow the dynasty to disappear. For the moment, however, such plans remained speculative. Feodosia was still an infant. Fyodor remained alive. Boris continued to rule without the crown, and the future of Russia now depended upon the fragile life of a single child. The birth of Feodosia offered Boris Godunov a measure of security, though not the future he truly desired. If Fyodor died while his daughter remained alive, Boris could plausibly continue governing as regent. The men who owed their offices to the existing court would depend upon him, and a young Tsaritsa would require an experienced guardian capable of directing the state in her name. In practical terms, his power might continue almost unchanged. Yet regency was not sovereignty. Boris had already ruled Russia for years without wearing the crown. The possibility of exercising authority through his niece could protect him from political destruction, but it would not satisfy the ambition that had gradually come to dominate his life. Feodosia herself was physically fragile. From infancy, she suffered from poor health and failed to develop with the strength expected of a royal child. She died before reaching her second birthday. The little princess was buried with the solemnity due to the daughter of the Tsar. Her death brought genuine grief to Fyodor and Irina, who had waited many years for a child only to lose her after a brief life. Across Russia, churches held services for the dead princess, and the population mourned with the royal family. Boris also appeared publicly in sorrow. His enemies, however, interpreted even his grief through suspicion. Some later accused him of benefiting from the child's death and therefore imagined that he might somehow have contributed to it. There is no convincing evidence that Feodosia died through anything other than illness. The accusation formed part of the broader hostile tradition that connected Boris to the disappearance of every person who stood between him and the throne. With Feodosia gone, Another possible dynastic arrangement was considered. Boris had a daughter of his own, Ksenia Borisovna, who was approaching marriageable age. One proposal suggested that Fyodor and Irina might formally adopt her into the royal household. Such an adoption would allow Boris to remain close to the succession while presenting Ksenia as a continuation of the reigning family. Diplomatic conversations reportedly explored a marriage between Ksenia and Maximilian of Bavaria, a young prince from one of Europe's leading Catholic dynasties. The arrangement would have raised the international standing of the Godunov family and perhaps provided Russia with a foreign prince who could be drawn into the Orthodox and Muscovite political world. The project never advanced beyond preliminary discussions. It nevertheless revealed how seriously Boris and his officials examined every available path toward preserving his authority after Fyodor's death. By the middle of the 1590s, Boris's position within government had become extraordinary. Official decrees were issued in the names of Tsar Fyodor, Tsaritsa Irina, and Boris Fyodorovich Godunov. No minister or royal relative had been publicly associated with sovereign authority in quite this manner before. The wording reflected political reality. Fyodor remained the consecrated ruler. Irina represented the royal household and the hope of dynastic continuation. Boris directed the government. His official titles grew increasingly elaborate. He was described as the Tsar's brother-in-law, ruler, servant of the sovereign, master of the cavalry, commander of the palace, and governor connected with the great kingdoms of Kazan and Astrakhan. The titles were not merely ceremonial. They announced that Boris stood immediately below the monarch and far above ordinary boyars. As Fyodor's health declined, Boris became more confident. The hereditary princes who had once frightened or obstructed him no longer possessed the strength to challenge his authority openly. Some were reconciled with the government, others remained under surveillance, and several received promotions intended to secure their cooperation. Members of the Shuisky family were gradually restored to public service. Alexander and Ivan Shuisky received boyar rank, while other princely figures such as Ivan Golitsyn, Andrei Kuryakin, and Boris Cherkassky were elevated during the same period. Prince Ivan Vorotinsky, connected by marriage to Vasily Shuisky, returned to service and was appointed to an important military command in Kazan. These appointments displayed both confidence and calculation. Boris no longer needed to destroy every rival. He could afford to reward them, bind them to the administration, and make their fortunes dependent upon his favor. His popularity among ordinary Russians was cultivated with equal care. Large amounts of land confiscated during Ivan IV's terror had already been restored to previous owners during the early years of Fyodor's reign. Other estates remained under the control of the crown. Boris divided portions of this land and distributed them among serving men, settlers, and peasants. Such grants strengthened frontier communities, rewarded loyalty, and allowed him to appear as a protector of those who had suffered under the previous reign. When Boris traveled through provincial districts, his visits were accompanied by public meals, gifts, alms, and the granting of petitions. To impoverished communities, his generosity was not abstract. It appeared in food, land, money, tax relief, and direct assistance. These policies helped stabilize Russia after decades of war and internal repression. They also created a personal bond between Boris and large sections of the population. His critics saw deliberate manipulation. Churchmen and writers hostile to Godunov accused him of purchasing affection with public charity. Among those later associated with this criticism was Avrami Palitsin, who portrayed Boris's generosity as an instrument of ambition rather than an expression of compassion. Men who openly challenged the government did not usually remain free for long. Critics could be transferred, confined, forced into monasteries, or removed from influence. Foreign observers often produced a more balanced portrait. Peter Petraeus, a Swedish writer familiar with Russian affairs, described Boris as intelligent, perceptive, and capable, but also as exceptionally cunning and deceptive. This combination defined much of his reputation. Even opponents acknowledged his administrative talent. Their fear arose from the belief that every act of generosity, diplomacy, or reform concealed a deeper political purpose. By the final years of Fyodor's reign, the controversy surrounding Dmitri's death had begun to fade from immediate public attention. Several years had passed, and new concerns occupied the country. Peace, trade, settlement, military success, and reconstruction had created an atmosphere far removed from the terror of Ivan IV. Yet one of Boris's most important policies would eventually undermine much of the goodwill he had gained. This was the restriction of peasant movement associated with St. George's Day. Under the Law Code of 1497, peasants living on noble estates retained a narrow opportunity to change masters. During a limited period around the Feast of St. George in late November, they could leave one landowner and move to another after paying a departure fee and settling their obligations. The right was restricted and difficult to exercise. A peasant who departed often had to surrender property, crops, and improvements made upon the land. Even so, the law preserved the principle that rural laborers were not permanently attached to a single estate. By the late 16th century, this mobility had become a serious problem for landowners. War, famine, population movement, and the growth of new frontier settlements had created labor shortages in the central provinces. Wealthy nobles could attract peasants from smaller estates by offering better conditions, leaving poorer serving landowners without enough workers to cultivate their lands. Because the military system depended upon the income of these landholding servicemen, the movement of peasants became a state concern as well as a private dispute. Temporary restrictions had already been introduced during earlier years. In 1597, the government took a decisive step toward binding peasants more firmly to the estates on which they lived. The measure was issued in Fyodor's name, but Boris almost certainly directed the policy. It strengthened the position of landowners and allowed them to pursue peasants who had fled within a specified period. Over time, such restrictions contributed to the development of full Russian serfdom. For Boris, the policy offered political benefits. It pleased the nobility and serving landowners, whose support would become essential during the succession crisis. It also served his personal interests. By this stage, the Godunov family controlled enormous estates and depended upon a stable agricultural labor force. The law therefore protected both the state's military structure and the wealth of the man who governed it. Its long-term consequences were severe. Peasants who had once possessed at least a limited legal right to leave now found themselves increasingly trapped. Resentment accumulated quietly across the countryside. When Russia later descended into famine, rebellion, and dynastic war, many rural communities would remember that the restrictions had hardened under Boris. The ruler, who had once gained support through charity and land distribution, had also helped construct the legal machinery that bound millions more tightly to the soil. Meanwhile, Tsar Fyodor's health continued to deteriorate. For months, the court understood that his death was approaching. Boris made preparations for the funeral, the security of Moscow, and the transfer of authority. In the early hours of January 7th, 1598, Fyodor Ivanovich died at approximately 40 years of age. With him ended the direct male line descended from Ivan Kalita that had ruled Moscow for generations. Ivan IV had fathered several children, but most had died young. Ivan Ivanovich had died after the violent confrontation with his father. Dmitry had died at Oglich. Fyodor left no surviving child. Other branches of the ruling family had also been destroyed. Ivan IV had eliminated his cousin Vladimir of Staritsa, one of the last adult male descendants capable of presenting a dynastic challenge. Vladimir, members of his household, and even his young daughter had been killed during the terror of the previous reign. A surviving female relative, Marfa, had lived for a time outside Russia with her husband. After returning as a widow, she was forced into monastic life, removing another possible focus for dynastic opposition. By 1598, the ancient succession had reached its end. Fyodor died without leaving a clear written testament. This absence reflected both his personality and the extraordinary difficulty of the situation. No legitimate son existed, and naming a successor would have required him to choose among powerful families whose rivalry could tear the state apart. Patriarch Job and nobles gathered at his bedside reportedly asked to whom he entrusted the orphaned realm. Fyodor answered quietly that the kingdom and its people should remain in the hands of God. Whatever God had already determined would come to pass. He added words concerning Irina's future, though their meaning was uncertain. Some understood him to say that his wife should follow the customary path of a widowed tsaritsa and enter religious life. Others interpreted the statement as permission for her to inherit authority. Patriarch Job adopted the latter interpretation. Immediately after Fyodor's death, senior clergy, palace officials, and boyars swore loyalty to Irina as sovereign. For a brief moment, Russia possessed a woman recognized as the successor to the throne. Irina refused to accept the role. She declared that she wished to abandon the world, become a nun, and spend the remainder of her life in prayer. Patriarch Job and leading nobles pleaded with her to remain as ruler, but she would not change her decision. Instead, she stated that Boris should continue governing as he had during her husband's lifetime. Other traditions claimed that Job attempted to persuade Fyodor, while he was dying, to name Boris directly. According to these accounts, Fyodor refused, and may instead have mentioned his cousin Fyodor Nikitich Romanov. The evidence is uncertain, and later, political struggles shaped every surviving version of the deathbed scene. What mattered was that no uncontested successor had been named. Fyodor was buried the following day in the Cathedral of the Archangel within the Kremlin. His tomb was placed near that of Ivan IV. The funeral represented more than the burial of a ruler. It marked the conclusion of a dynasty that had built Moscow, overthrown Mongol domination, conquered Kazan and Astrakhan, and transformed a regional principality into a vast empire. Later that day, Irina left the Kremlin. She traveled to the Novodevichy convent, where she was tonsured as a nun and took the name Alexandra. Before her departure, supporters of the Godunov family reportedly contacted lower-ranking officials, military men, and members of the Moscow population. They promised rewards and encouraged public demonstrations calling for Boris to become Tsar. Whether Irina personally organized these efforts or merely permitted them is unclear. The political operation almost certainly came from Boris's circle. From the convent, Irina issued a universal amnesty. Prisoners across Russia were to be released, punishments reduced, and jails opened. The decree bore her authority, but its timing strongly suggested careful preparation by Boris. The act of mercy associated the end of the old dynasty with the generosity of the Godunov family. It also created gratitude among thousands of prisoners, relatives, officials, and provincial communities. On January 9th, senior clergy, court officials, and the Boyar Duma assembled in the Kremlin to determine how the country should be governed. Vasily Shchekalov warned that Russia faced anarchy. He suggested that the assembled boyars swear loyalty to the Duma as a collective governing institution until a permanent solution could be found. The proposal was rejected. Those present argued that they had already sworn allegiance to Irina. Even though she had entered a convent, they continued to describe her as the legitimate sovereign. This position could not be sustained for long. A cloistered nun who refused political authority could not effectively govern an expanding empire. After further debate, voices within the assembly began demanding that her brother take power. Boris had ruled beside Irina and Fyodor for years. To many officials, selecting him seemed less dangerous than allowing competing princely families to divide the state. The assembly declared that Boris should succeed his sister and become sovereign. The clergy and nobles then left the Kremlin and crossed the Moscow River toward the Novodevichy convent. There, Patriarch Job addressed Irina in the name of the church, the fatherland, and the people. He asked her to bless Boris as ruler and recognize his accession as the will of God. Job turned to Boris and offered him the crown. Boris refused. His rejection was not necessarily insincere, but it was politically useful. He did not yet possess the clear support of every hereditary prince. Accepting too quickly could make him appear to have prepared Fyodor's death and seized the throne before the country had freely chosen him. A public refusal allowed Boris to present himself not as an ambitious usurper, but as a reluctant servant being compelled by national necessity. Job and the boyars therefore agreed to postpone the decision. A larger assembly would gather after the traditional 40-day period of mourning for Fyodor. Church leaders, provincial nobles, military officers, and representatives from across Russia would have time to travel to Moscow. Boris wanted his selection to appear national rather than merely the decision of the capital. Irina remained within the convent. Her withdrawal may have been entirely voluntary. She had lost her husband and child, suffered from declining health, and had lived for years at the center of exhausting political conflict. She was also reportedly afflicted with tuberculosis. Her life had been shaped by the ambitions of others. Orphaned young and raised within the household of influential relatives, she had been selected as a wife for Fyodor because she was considered loyal, gentle, and suitable for the vulnerable heir. From this beginning, she had risen to become Tsaritsa and one of the most influential women in Russian history. For 13 years, she stood beside Fyodor and immediately behind Boris. Foreign envoys addressed her, petitions passed through her household, and royal charity was issued in her name. Her political influence had been immense, but it was always exercised within the framework created by her husband and brother. After becoming the nun Alexandra, she almost completely disappeared from public life. She remained at Novodevichy, attended worship, and avoided court ceremonies even after Boris became Tsar. She died there in October 1603, probably from tuberculosis after several years of voluntary seclusion. While Irina withdrew from the world, Boris temporarily joined her at the convent. On January 17th, he left the center of government and took up residence at Novodevichy. The Boyar Duma continued ruling in Irina's name while the question of succession remained unresolved. The move was carefully judged. By withdrawing from the Kremlin, Boris avoided appearing to control the assembly, selecting the next ruler. At the same time, anyone seeking access to Irina, the symbolic source of legitimate authority, had to approach the convent where Boris was present. His path to the throne depended upon several forces. He needed the blessing of his sister. He required Patriarch Job to provide religious legitimacy. He had to win the acceptance of the Boyar Duma and neutralize the hereditary princes. Most importantly, he wanted the appearance of popular support. Boris believed that years of peace, charity, military success, and administrative reform had prepared the country to accept him. He was largely correct. The ancient princely families disliked and feared him, but they were divided. The Shwitskys, Vorotinskys, Rostovskys, and other descendants of the older Suzdal line possessed claims based upon ancestry. Yet none enjoyed Boris's national reputation or controlled the machinery of government. They resented the prospect of a Godunov dynasty. They spoke contemptuously of his supposedly Tatar origin, his connection to the Oprichnina, and his lack of ancient royal blood. Yet they could not agree upon a single candidate from among themselves. Lithuanian-descended princely families such as the Mstislavskys, Golitsins, and Trubetskoys also regarded Boris as an upstart. They feared that his accession would permanently place them beneath a house they considered socially inferior. Their opposition, however, was weakened by rivalry over whose hereditary claim should take priority. Many boyars therefore looked toward Fyodor Nikitich Romanov. Fyodor Romanov was the son of Nikita Romanovich Yuryev, the respected uncle and advisor of Tsar Fyodor. Through the first wife of Ivan IV, the Romanovs were closely connected to the former ruling house. Fyodor Nikitich was middle-aged, handsome, confident, and popular. He possessed charm, aristocratic dignity, and the reputation of a generous nobleman. Rumors that the dying Tsar had named him as successor strengthened his position. Yet the Romanovs had limitations. Their family had risen recently compared with the ancient princely houses, and Fyodor Nikitich had never governed Russia on the scale that Boris had. The old princes were unwilling to surrender their own claims merely to prevent Boris from winning. They distrusted the Romanovs almost as much as they distrusted the Godunovs. The aristocracy also resisted Patriarch Job's attempt to direct the succession. Many boyars believed the choice of a ruler belonged to the Duma and the political estates of the realm, not to the clergy. The division among Boris's opponents became his greatest advantage. On February 17, 1598, a vast national assembly gathered in the Kremlin. More than 500 churchmen, boyars, nobles, military commanders, court officials, and provincial representatives were said to have attended. It was one of the largest political gatherings yet held in Muscovite Russia. Its purpose was to select a sovereign. Patriarch Job opened the proceedings. He described Russia as an orphaned land grieving without a ruler. The state, he said, awaited the wisdom of the assembled clergy, nobles, officials, and representatives of the people. Job then announced his own conclusion. No person other than Boris Fyodorovich Godunov possessed the experience, ability, and divine favor necessary to govern the realm. The response recorded by official accounts was immediate. The assembly declared that it shared the patriarch's judgment and wished to petition Boris without seeking any other candidate. The hall filled with cries of his name. Such unanimity may have been exaggerated in accounts sponsored by the new government. Opposition almost certainly existed, though few men were willing to express it openly in an assembly dominated by Boris's supporters. Speakers rose to construct a history in which his accession appeared not merely desirable, but inevitable. One nobleman recalled that Boris and Irina had grown up within the household of Ivan IV. They had eaten at the royal table, learned the customs of government, and become members of the Tsar's family. Ivan was said to have regarded Boris not as a servant, but as a son. According to this ceremonial account, the old Tsar had once raised his hand and named Fyodor, Irina, and Boris together as the three people upon whom the future of the realm depended. On his deathbed, Ivan supposedly entrusted his son, daughter-in-law, and government to Boris and warned him that he would answer before God if he failed to protect them. The authenticity of such statements cannot be established. Their purpose was clear. They gave Boris the blessing of the dead, Ivan IV, and transformed his long control of government into the fulfillment of a royal command. Other speakers praised his achievements. They credited him with restoring Russia after the Oprichnina, defeating Sweden, driving back the Crimean Khan, restraining Poland-Lithuania, expanding settlement across Siberia, and increasing Moscow's standing among European rulers. They praised his reconstruction of the army, his reforms of provincial administration, his attempts to reduce corruption, and his support for the poor. Patriarch Job added that Fyodor himself had intended Boris to succeed him and that divine providence had guided the Godunov family toward the throne. Once again, the hall echoed with acclamations. Job declared that the voice of the people expressed the voice of God. The political message was carefully constructed. Boris was not claiming power through conquest. The church called him, the nobles selected him, the people demanded him. The old rulers had prepared him. God himself appeared to approve, yet Boris still refused. Beginning before sunrise on February 18th, crowds gathered in the Cathedral of the Assumption and prayed that his heart would be softened. Similar services continued over the following days. On February 20th, Patriarch Job and leading nobles went to the convent and informed Boris that he had been chosen not merely by Moscow, but by all Russia. Boris again declined. His resistance became part of the ceremony of accession. Each refusal made his eventual acceptance appear less like ambition and more like sacrifice. On February 21st, prayers were held throughout Moscow. Congregations asked God to persuade Boris to assume the burden of sovereignty. The services continued through the night. Patriarch Job then prepared a vast religious procession. At sunrise on February 22nd, church bells sounded across the entire city. The doors of churches and homes opened as clergy and inhabitants moved toward the Kremlin and Red Square. Job carried the revered icon of the Virgin of Vladimir. Another churchman bore the icon of the Virgin of the Don. These were not ordinary religious images. They were symbols of divine protection during the greatest dangers in Russian history. Behind them came bishops, monks, choirs, boyars, officials, soldiers, merchants, women, children, beggars, and crowds from every district of Moscow. The procession left the city and moved toward the Novodevichy convent. There, the icon of the Virgin of Smolensk was brought out to meet them. Boris emerged from the convent and approached the gathering. When he saw Patriarch Job carrying the sacred image, he fell to his knees. Official descriptions portrayed him bursting into tears and crying out to the Mother of God, asking why such a burden had been placed upon him and begging for protection beneath her mercy. Job answered that Boris should not surrender to fear or sorrow. The patriarch told him that the procession itself revealed divine providence. The Mother of God, he declared, had shown her favor toward him. Boris must humble himself before that will. The The crown was no longer being offered merely by ambitious courtiers. It had been placed before him as a sacred command from Russia, the Church, and heaven itself. When Tsar Fyodor I died without leaving a male heir, Russia entered one of the most uncertain moments in its history. The Rurik dynasty, which had ruled for centuries, had reached its end, and the question of succession threatened to divide both the court and the nation. Among the many powerful figures surrounding the throne, none possessed greater influence than Boris Godunov. For years, he had directed much of the government's daily affairs, quietly building alliances within the military, the bureaucracy, and the Orthodox Church. Now, with the throne vacant, that influence would be tested as never before. Although many nobles believed the Boyar Duma should determine Russia's future, a different movement quickly gathered strength. Patriarch Job, convinced that only Boris could preserve stability, openly supported his elevation to the throne. Delegations of clergy, nobles, soldiers, and ordinary citizens traveled to the convent where Boris had withdrawn with his sister Irina. The visits were carefully staged as humble requests rather than political negotiations. Boris repeatedly hesitated, insisting that he sought neither power nor a crown. Whether these refusals reflected genuine reluctance or calculated political theater remains one of the enduring questions surrounding his rise. As the ceremonies continued, Moscow itself became part of the spectacle. Crowds gathered in the streets, church bells rang across the city, and prayers were offered for the kingdom's future. Supporters portrayed Boris as the only man capable of preventing civil unrest, while critics whispered darker stories. Rumors spread that he had been responsible for the deaths of rivals who stood between him and supreme power. No convincing proof emerged, yet the accusations followed him throughout his reign, casting a permanent shadow over every public celebration. Eventually, Boris accepted what was presented as the will of God and the desire of the Russian people. His return to Moscow resembled a triumphal procession. Citizens greeted him with bread and salt, symbols of welcome and loyalty, while gifts of gold, silver, jewels, and expensive furs were offered along his route. Boris refused nearly all of them, explaining that the wealth of the state was sufficient and that his subjects should keep their possessions. The gesture reinforced the image of a ruler who valued service above personal enrichment, strengthening his popularity at the very moment he needed it most. Before his formal coronation could take place, alarming reports arrived from the southern frontier. Scouts and prisoners claimed that the Crimean Khan was assembling a major invasion force with Ottoman support. Boris reacted immediately. Orders spread across the realm, noble commanders gathered their retainers, and thousands of soldiers marched toward defensive positions along the Oka River. Vast camps appeared across the countryside, displaying a military strength intended not only to repel an invasion, but also to demonstrate that the new ruler could protect Russia from its enemies. Weeks passed with little sign of the feared attack. Doubts began to circulate among officers and courtiers. Some wondered whether the threat had been exaggerated to unite the country behind its new sovereign. Yet before those suspicions could grow into open criticism, envoys from the Crimean Khan arrived seeking peace instead of war. Astonished by the scale of the Russian mobilization, they renewed diplomatic relations rather than risk a costly conflict. Without fighting a decisive battle, Boris returned to Moscow as the leader who had apparently secured peace through overwhelming preparedness rather than bloodshed. His coronation later that year became one of the grandest ceremonies Russia had witnessed. Surrounded by church leaders, nobles, foreign guests, and cheering crowds, Boris received the symbols of royal authority and promised that his reign would bring justice and compassion. He declared that no orphan or destitute person would be abandoned while he occupied the throne, presenting himself as a ruler whose duty extended beyond warfare and politics to the welfare of every subject. The promises were followed by generous acts. Prisoners received pardons or reduced sentences. Government officials were rewarded, merchants enjoyed commercial privileges, and tax relief was granted in several regions. Charitable gifts flowed from the treasury, while loyal servants found themselves promoted to influential positions. These measures won Boris widespread approval during the opening months of his reign and helped establish the image of a capable administrator determined to restore order after years of uncertainty. Yet admiration was never universal. To supporters, Boris Godunov was an energetic reformer whose intelligence and discipline rescued Russia from a dangerous succession crisis. He strengthened the administration, improved state finances, enforced law and order, and acted decisively whenever the kingdom faced external threats. Many believed few rulers possessed his ability to govern such a vast realm efficiently. His opponents reached the opposite conclusion. They argued that beneath his careful displays of humility stood an ambitious politician willing to manipulate public opinion, religious authority, and state institutions to secure absolute power. The persistent allegations surrounding the death of Tsarevich Dmitry continued to haunt his reputation, ensuring that every achievement would be viewed through the lens of suspicion. History has therefore remembered Boris Godunov as one of Russia's most complicated rulers. He combined genuine administrative talent with relentless political ambition, earning both admiration and distrust in equal measure. His rise to the throne demonstrated remarkable skill. His government initially brought stability, yet the controversies that surrounded his path to power never disappeared. Long after the celebrations faded and the crown rested securely upon his head, Russia remained divided over whether Boris had been the kingdom's greatest savior or merely its most successful political survivor. As Boris Godunov settled into power, Russia entered a period that initially appeared to confirm the hopes of his supporters. The government strengthened its hold over the vast eastern frontier, encouraging settlers to move into Siberia by granting land and founding new fortified towns. These settlements became both military outposts and centers of trade, extending Moscow's influence ever deeper into Asia. At the same time, Russia enjoyed an unusual period of relative peace. Border clashes still occurred, particularly with the Crimean Khanate, but no major war threatened the stability of the realm. Relations with the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth also remained comparatively calm as new diplomatic agreements reduced the likelihood of open conflict. While expanding the state abroad, Boris pursued another goal much closer to home. His daughter, Ksenia, had become one of the most admired noblewomen in Russia, and the Tsar believed her marriage could strengthen his dynasty's legitimacy. Rather than choosing a Russian nobleman, he searched among Europe's royal families, hoping that an alliance with an established dynasty would elevate the international standing of the Godunov house. After one unsuccessful negotiation, attention turned toward Prince Johann of Denmark. The proposal was welcomed enthusiastically, and preparations for the young prince's arrival reflected the enormous importance attached to the marriage. As he crossed into Russian territory, he was greeted with magnificent ceremonies, valuable gifts, and lavish hospitality. Every stage of his journey toward Moscow became a public celebration designed to display both the wealth of the Russian court and the generosity of its ruler. When Johann finally reached the capital, he was received with exceptional honor. Boris welcomed him almost as a member of the family, introducing him to the royal court with elaborate banquets and expensive presents. Although the engagement had not yet been formally completed, optimism surrounded the planned union. Ksenia herself was praised by contemporaries for her education, gentle temperament, and beauty, while Johann began studying the Russian language and the Orthodox faith in preparation for his future life in Moscow. Yet the celebrations came to a sudden end. Only weeks before the wedding, the young Danish prince fell gravely ill. Physicians from across the capital attempted every available treatment, while Boris personally ordered that nothing be spared in the effort to save his future son-in-law. Clergy prayed continuously for his recovery, and the Tsar reportedly promised extraordinary acts of charity if the prince survived. Despite every attempt, Johann died before the marriage could take place. The tragedy deeply affected the Godunov family. Instead of preparing for a royal wedding, Moscow organized a funeral attended by Russian nobles and Danish representatives. Boris sought to ease the loss by providing generous gifts to the prince's companions and distributing charity throughout the capital. Even so, he refused to abandon his ambition of linking his dynasty with a European royal house, and soon opened negotiations with another Danish family, though changing political circumstances prevented those plans from advancing. During these same years, many observers described Russia as stronger than it had been in generations. The treasury was stable, the frontiers were secure, churches and monasteries continued to spread into newly settled territories, and the country's influence abroad steadily increased. Boris frequently presented himself as a ruler who preferred diplomacy over conquest and exile over execution. To much of the population, he appeared to have fulfilled the promise of restoring order after years of uncertainty. Beneath this image of stability, however, a profound transformation was taking place within the Tsar himself. As time passed, Boris gradually withdrew from public life. The ruler, who had once appeared among ordinary people, listened to petitions, and cultivated an image of accessibility, became increasingly secluded within the Kremlin. Old accusations surrounding the death of Tsarevich Dmitry never completely disappeared, and although they were rarely voiced openly, they lingered in whispers throughout the country. Whether these rumors genuinely tormented Boris, or whether growing illness fueled his fears, remains uncertain, but his confidence steadily gave way to suspicion. His health also declined. Extended periods of illness confined him to Moscow, and for a time many believed the Tsar was close to death. The uncertainty surrounding his condition encouraged powerful noble families to consider what might happen if the throne suddenly became vacant. Among those whose influence grew during this period were members of the Romanov family, who possessed both royal connections and considerable support within the aristocracy. When Boris eventually recovered, he no longer viewed political rivals with the caution of an experienced statesman. Instead, he regarded potential competitors as immediate threats to his family's survival. Determined to eliminate every possibility of opposition, he ordered investigations into prominent noble houses. Exile replaced execution as his preferred instrument, but the punishment was often no less devastating. Leading members of influential families were stripped of their estates, forced into monasteries, imprisoned in distant regions, or separated permanently from their relatives. Some were compelled to take monastic vows against their will, while others disappeared into isolated northern settlements where harsh conditions claimed many lives. Officially, these actions were presented as measures to protect the state. To many contemporaries, however, they marked the beginning of a quieter but equally relentless campaign of political repression. Fear soon spread beyond the great aristocratic houses. Informers multiplied, accusations became increasingly common, and suspicion reached every level of society. Noblemen feared their servants, officials distrusted their colleagues, and private conversations were held only in whispers. Unlike the spectacular public executions of Ivan the Terrible, Boris's methods were largely hidden from view, yet the atmosphere they created proved equally unsettling. Arrests, exile, and secret investigations replaced public terror, allowing repression to continue without the dramatic displays that had once shocked the nation. By the final years of his reign, the admiration that had greeted Boris's accession had begun to fade. Many Russians still respected his administrative ability and acknowledged the prosperity achieved during his government. Others, however, increasingly viewed him as a ruler consumed by insecurity, convinced that conspiracies surrounded him on every side. The contrast between the hopeful beginning of his reign and its increasingly oppressive character would shape the reputation he carried into history. A sovereign remembered both for strengthening the Russian state and for allowing fear to transform his rule into one marked by distrust and relentless persecution. By the opening years of the 17th century, Boris Godunov's government had become increasingly consumed by fear. Suspicion replaced trust, and the machinery of the state gradually transformed into an instrument of repression. Accusations no longer required convincing evidence. A handful of servants seeking wealth or revenge could fabricate a conspiracy against their own master, and once informers confirmed the story, the nobleman and his family were stripped of their estates and banished to distant regions. Their lands were confiscated, loyal informers received generous rewards, and anyone refusing to cooperate often faced imprisonment, torture, or death. Fear reached every corner of society. Clergymen denounced fellow priests, monks accused one another of treason, and ordinary citizens volunteered as informers in hopes of gaining favor with the crown. The result was a kingdom where silence became the safest form of survival. The Tsar's growing insecurity also shaped his political decisions. Concerned that rival dynasties might one day challenge his son for the throne, he restricted influential princely families and continued removing suspected opponents from the political center. Many exiles were sent to the frontier regions bordering Lithuania, where earlier rulers had settled criminals to strengthen the border. Ironically, these displaced nobles, soldiers, and political prisoners would later unite against the very ruler who had banished them. At the same time, another danger was developing beyond Moscow's control. Runaway peasants, escaped serfs, adventurers, and Cossack communities gathered across the southern frontier. Years of hardship, political persecution, and social inequality created a restless population with little loyalty to the government. Although divided at first, these frontier groups would eventually find common purpose under a single banner. Nature then delivered a catastrophe that transformed political dissatisfaction into national disaster. In 1601, relentless rains destroyed Russia's crops, and when the waters finally receded, an unexpected frost wiped out what little had survived. Harvests failed across central Russia, grain prices multiplied, and famine spread with terrifying speed. Boris ordered royal granaries opened, distributed money to the poor, and attempted to regulate food prices, but the scale of the crisis overwhelmed every effort. Starving families abandoned their homes and flooded into Moscow searching for relief. As food disappeared, desperation replaced morality. Theft became commonplace, violence erupted daily, disease spread through crowded streets, and reports of cannibalism shocked even hardened officials. Thousands died in the capital alone, while countless others perished unseen throughout the countryside. Although the government organized burials and escorted grain convoys from regions spared by the disaster, recovery came only after the harvest of 1603. By then, the damage extended far beyond the loss of life. Many peasants blamed wealthy landowners and monasteries for hoarding grain, while ordinary people starved. Others believed the famine represented divine punishment for the crimes associated with Boris Godunov's rise to power. Hoping to relieve growing unrest, the government granted greater freedom to peasants abandoned during the famine, yet many simply fled toward the frontier, strengthening the discontent already gathering beyond the state's reach. The years that followed left Russia morally exhausted. Corruption flourished, bribery became commonplace, and confidence in both the nobility and the clergy steadily declined. Even natural events acquired political meaning. When a brilliant comet appeared in the sky during 1604, many regarded it as a warning that even greater calamities were approaching. Among the men whose lives were shaped by this atmosphere was Yuri Otrepyev. Born into a minor noble family and educated while serving prominent aristocratic households, he possessed intelligence, ambition, and familiarity with court politics. As Boris intensified his campaign against suspected rivals, Otrepyev abandoned secular life and entered a monastery, taking the name Grigory. His decision likely saved him from sharing the fate of many political victims, yet it also marked the beginning of an extraordinary journey. Grigory wandered from monastery to monastery across Russia, gaining experience, education, and valuable contacts. His abilities attracted the attention of Patriarch Job, who assigned him important clerical duties that occasionally brought him into the Kremlin itself. There, he observed the workings of government, listened to court gossip, and learned of the growing uncertainty surrounding the mysterious death of Tsarevich Dmitry. Over time, he began making astonishing remarks, claiming that destiny had prepared him for Russia's throne. Most dismissed the comments as arrogance, but word eventually reached Boris Godunov. Already haunted by conspiracies both real and imagined, the Tsar reacted swiftly. Orders were issued for Grigory's arrest and permanent exile to a remote monastery. Before they could be carried out, however, friends warned him of the danger, allowing him to escape Moscow disguised as a wandering monk. Accompanied by a handful of companions, he traveled south through monasteries and borderlands, disappearing from the reach of the authorities. That escape would alter Russian history. Beyond the frontier, the obscure monk Grigory Otrepyev would soon abandon his old identity and present himself as the man many Russians desperately wished had survived, the lost Tsarevich Dmitry. In a kingdom weakened by famine, fear, political persecution, and growing distrust of its ruler, his remarkable claim would ignite the opening chapter of the time of troubles. The mysterious escape of Grigory Otrepyev marked the beginning of one of the greatest political deceptions in Russian history. After slipping away from Moscow before the authorities could arrest him, the wandering monk traveled through monasteries in Ukraine and the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, quietly cultivating stories that the murdered Tsarevich Dmitry had, in fact, survived. At first, these rumors attracted little attention, but Otrepiev understood that a believable legend could become a weapon more powerful than an army. Eventually, he abandoned his monastic identity altogether. Trading his robes for the life of a soldier and adventurer, he joined Cossack bands operating along the frontier, where he learned horsemanship, swordsmanship, and the harsh realities of frontier warfare. Later, he continued his education in the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, mastering languages, observing Western political culture, and establishing relationships that would soon prove invaluable. By the time he entered the service of Prince Adam Vishnyovyetsky, he had transformed himself from an obscure fugitive into a remarkably persuasive political actor. Realizing that an ordinary exile would never attract powerful allies, Otrepiev devised a far bolder strategy. Pretending to be gravely ill, he hinted that he carried an extraordinary secret and arranged for a dramatic confession to reach influential figures around him. When a letter was discovered claiming that he was the long-lost Tsarevich Dmitry, supposedly rescued from assassination as a child, curiosity rapidly turned into excitement. Otrepiev supported his remarkable story with carefully chosen details and symbolic objects, presenting himself not as an ambitious pretender, but as the rightful heir returning to reclaim his inheritance. For many Polish nobles, the truth mattered less than the opportunity. If the claimant truly was Ivan the Terrible's son, Poland could gain enormous influence over Russia. If he was an impostor but managed to seize the throne, the result could be equally profitable. Powerful magnates welcomed him into their households, financed his activities, and introduced him to King Sigismund III. Church leaders also recognized the enormous possibilities. A Russian ruler sympathetic to Catholic interests could fundamentally reshape the religious balance of Eastern Europe. Otrepiev proved willing to make extraordinary promises. He accepted conversion to Catholicism, pledged greater religious cooperation, and offered generous territorial and financial concessions to those willing to support his cause. His alliance with the influential Mniszek family strengthened these ambitions even further. Plans for marriage to Marina Mniszek transformed political cooperation into a dynastic partnership, while military backing gradually took shape behind closed doors. What had begun as the claim of a wandering monk was evolving into an organized campaign to seize the Russian throne. Perhaps Otrepiev's greatest strength lay not in military ability, but in absolute self-confidence. Those who met him frequently remarked on his intelligence, eloquence, and unwavering conviction. He spoke not as a man hoping to become Tsar, but as someone who believed the crown already belonged to him. Whether this confidence reflected calculated deception, genuine self-belief, or an extraordinary blend of both remains one of history's unanswered questions. His certainty persuaded many who might otherwise have dismissed his astonishing story. The evidence supporting his identity, however, was remarkably fragile. Witnesses offered contradictory accounts, physical descriptions failed to match the real Tsarevich Dmitry, and the chronology of his supposed survival shifted depending on who repeated the tale. Yet these inconsistencies rarely discouraged his supporters. Russia was entering a period of famine, political repression, and widespread dissatisfaction with Boris Godunov. Under such conditions, many people were prepared to believe in a miraculous survivor if it offered hope for change. Historians have long debated who truly orchestrated the deception. Some point toward ambitious Polish magnates seeking influence over Moscow. Others emphasize Catholic missionaries who hope to extend their religious influence into Russia. Still others argue that discontented Russian nobles quietly encouraged Otrepiev, intending to use him as a convenient instrument to remove Godunov before discarding him once their objective had been achieved. Whatever the original conspiracy may have been, the result was the same. An obscure former monk suddenly stood at the center of an international political movement. By 1604, Otrepiev was no longer simply a fugitive fleeing the Kremlin. Backed by wealthy patrons, supported by foreign interests, and increasingly accepted by those desperate for an alternative to Boris Godunov, he prepared to march toward Russia under the name of Tsarevich Dmitry. his extraordinary claim would soon plunge the country into the opening battles of the time of troubles, a conflict in which belief often proved more powerful than truth itself. By the summer of 1604, the man now calling himself Tsarevich Dmitri was no longer an isolated pretender. Around him gathered an unlikely coalition drawn from every corner of Eastern Europe. Polish volunteers, restless mercenaries, impoverished adventurers, Cossack warriors, political refugees, and Russians driven into exile by Boris Godunov's purges all found common cause under his banner. Some genuinely believed he was the surviving son of Ivan the Terrible, while others cared little about his identity. For them, the campaign offered revenge, wealth, glory, or simply the chance to overturn a government they had come to despise. As support increased, so did opposition. Not everyone accepted the extraordinary claim. Individuals who had known Grigory Otrepiev before his transformation publicly denounced him as an impostor, insisting that the supposed Tsarevich was nothing more than a former monk reinventing himself for political gain. Yet these voices carried little weight. Powerful patrons had already invested too much in the venture, and inconvenient witnesses were quickly silenced. The movement had advanced beyond questions of truth. It had become a struggle over power. Recognizing the importance of the Cossacks, Otrepiev appealed directly to their sense of injustice. For years, many of them had clashed with Boris Godunov's government and viewed Moscow with increasing hostility. His message promised not only the return of the rightful heir, but also the overthrow of a tyrant responsible for their suffering. Cossack leaders responded enthusiastically, bringing experienced horsemen into the growing army. At the same time, supporters crossed the frontier distributing letters and proclamations throughout southern Russia, announcing that the murdered Tsarevich Dmitri had miraculously survived and would soon reclaim his father's throne. The rumors spread rapidly through villages, frontier settlements, and military outposts, where resentment toward the government already ran deep. The campaign gained momentum long before a single major battle was fought. Every refugee who crossed the border, every dissatisfied peasant, and every exile seeking revenge became another potential recruit. Entire frontier communities that had endured years of hardship under Moscow's rule began preparing to welcome the advancing claimant rather than resist him. What had started as a daring deception was gradually evolving into a genuine political movement. News of these developments reached Boris Godunov almost immediately. Reports arrived from border commanders, foreign officials, and government spies, each describing the appearance of a man claiming to be the long-dead Tsarevich Dmitri. Other dispatches spoke of growing Cossack activity and rebellious groups openly declaring that they would soon march beside the rightful heir. The steady stream of alarming intelligence unsettled the Tsar. Although he maintained an appearance of confidence before the court, privately his anxiety deepened with every report. Convinced that a conspiracy stretched far beyond the frontier, Boris ordered a new investigation. Suspicions once again fell upon the boyars, former political rivals, and anyone who might have benefited from the return of a legitimate heir. Even Dmitri's own mother was summoned and questioned in an effort to uncover the truth behind the astonishing rumors. She denied any knowledge of the claimant, but Boris remained unconvinced, fearing that hidden allies inside Russia were preparing to support an invasion. Eventually, his agents uncovered the identity of the pretender. The mysterious prince was identified as Grigory Otrepiev, the former monk whose arrest Boris himself had once ordered. The revelation only intensified the Tsar's anger. Officials responsible for allowing Otrepiev to escape were accused of negligence or treason, and severe punishment followed. Rather than calming the crisis, these reprisals reinforced the atmosphere of fear already gripping the government. By the close of 1604, two dramatically different images confronted one another across Eastern Europe. In Moscow, Boris Godunov ruled an increasingly suspicious state that relied on surveillance, interrogations, and harsh reprisals to preserve order. Beyond the frontier, Grigory Otrepiev gathered soldiers, nobles, Cossacks, and dreamers beneath the banner of the surviving Tsarevich Dmitri. One possessed the throne, the treasury, and the institutions of government. The other possessed a story powerful enough to persuade thousands that history itself had taken an unexpected turn. Soon, those competing visions would collide, drawing Russia ever deeper into the chaos remembered as the time of troubles. As rumors of the surviving Tsarevich Dmitry spread across Russia, Boris Godunov attempted to prevent both the claimant and his message from crossing the frontier. Troop numbers along the Polish border were increased, roads were watched, and travelers were questioned. Yet the Tsar soon understood that silence was no longer possible. The story had already reached Moscow, and every attempt to suppress it only made the mystery more powerful. Godunov therefore tried to expose the claimant publicly. Witnesses who had known Grigory Otrepyev during his earlier life were brought forward. Monks, craftsmen, and former companions described the same man, a palace servant who had entered a monastery, wandered through Russia and Ukraine, and eventually reinvented himself as the son of Ivan the Terrible. Their testimony was detailed and largely consistent, but facts alone could not destroy the hope that had begun to spread among the population. The official version of Tsarevich Dmitry's death had always contained uncertainty. Conflicting dates, contradictory burial stories, and changing explanations allowed suspicion to survive. The more the government spoke, the more questions appeared. New rumors accused Boris of murdering members of his own family, preparing to abandon Russia, and hiding the truth about Dmitry's fate. Many Russians no longer trusted the officials defending him. Prince Vasily Shuisky was widely regarded as unreliable, while Patriarch Job appeared too closely tied to the throne to serve as an impartial witness. Dmitry's mother, now living as a nun under confinement, remained inaccessible to the public. Few people had seen her for years, and her silence became another source of speculation. Among ordinary Russians, especially those living far from Moscow, loyalty to the old dynasty remained strong. The people remembered that the rulers descended from the ancient princes of Rus had governed for centuries. For them, the possibility that Ivan the Terrible's youngest son had miraculously survived was easier to accept than the rule of a man many still considered an ambitious outsider. Not everyone welcomed the approaching rebellion. Some Russians despised Boris but feared civil war even more. They understood that replacing an unpopular ruler through foreign invasion and mutiny could destroy the state itself. Yet hesitation was enough to weaken the government. Boris did not need every subject to rebel. He only needed them to doubt. His diplomatic efforts produced little success. Envoys were sent into the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, carrying descriptions of Otrepyev's true identity and demanding his arrest. King Sigismund offered reassuring words, claiming that the Polish government was not officially financing the claimant and that anyone violating the peace would be punished. In practice, however, powerful nobles continued to support Otrepyev with money, soldiers, and political protection. Religious missions sent by Patriarch Job also failed. Appeals to Catholic and Uniate authorities were ignored or blocked before reaching their destinations. By August 1604, Otrepyev's army had gathered near the Dnieper. It was not a great royal army in the traditional sense. It was a mixed force of Polish nobles, mercenaries, Cossacks, exiles, fugitives, and adventurers. Its military strength remained limited, but it possessed something Moscow's armies did not: a message capable of entering cities before the soldiers themselves arrived. Everywhere the claimant traveled, proclamations were distributed in his name. They announced that Dmitry Ivanovich had been preserved by divine providence, hidden from his enemies, and now returned to recover the throne of his ancestors. Boris was described as a criminal usurper who had stolen the crown through murder and deception. Otrepyev promised peace, justice, prosperity, and an end to persecution. His supporters declared that all oaths sworn to Godunov were invalid because they had been obtained through lies. Polish magnates reinforced this propaganda with their own statements, presenting the claimant as the genuine heir recognized by trustworthy witnesses. Money was distributed among sympathetic communities, while secret agents entered border towns and spoke directly with soldiers, merchants, priests, and local officials. Government authorities collected and burned the proclamations, but new copies appeared almost immediately. The state could control fortresses and roads, yet it could not prevent rumors from moving from one village to another. Otrepyev's agents adapted their message to whatever the population wished to hear. Some claimed Boris had always known Dmitry was alive. Others said that Tsar had lost his mind from terror. There were even stories that Boris intended to welcome the returning prince voluntarily. The contradictions did not weaken the movement. Instead, they created confusion. and confusion favored the invader. Many nobles decided to wait rather than commit themselves fully to either side. In October 1604, Otrepiev and his Cossack allies crossed into Russian territory. Only then did Moscow begin assembling a major defensive force. Experienced noble commanders were sent toward Bryansk and the southern fortresses, but the government had already surrendered the advantage of initiative. The first important success came without a battle. The town of Moravsk abandoned Boris and opened its gates to the claimant. Its inhabitants arrested their own governor and presented him as a prisoner. Otrepiev responded with calculated mercy. Rather than ordering an execution, he released the official, declaring that the man had served Boris only because he had been deceived. This act was politically brilliant. It suggested that submission would bring forgiveness rather than punishment. Other towns followed. Olgovich accepted him, and soon the ancient city of Chernigov also declared its loyalty. Soldiers and citizens greeted the advancing claimant according to traditional custom, offering bread and salt as symbols of welcome. Their governor was handed over, pardoned, and then allowed to join the new cause. Each peaceful surrender strengthened the legend that the country itself recognized Dmitry as its lawful sovereign. Otrepiev understood how to perform royalty. He appeared before crowds with confidence, spoke directly to ordinary people, and behaved as though his victory had already been determined. His physical presence and certainty made a deep impression. Along the roads, men and women knelt before him and shouted the name Dmitry Ivanovich. His aim was to advance through the southern cities without unnecessary bloodshed, turning Boris's subjects into his own army. During this advance, the claimant sent a remarkable letter directly to the Tsar. It was not written as a plea from a rebel, but as a judgment pronounced by a rightful monarch against a servant who had betrayed him. Otrepiev accused Boris of stealing the state, manipulating Tsar Fyodor, destroying powerful noble families, persecuting churchmen, blinding rivals, poisoning enemies, and arranging the murder at Uglich. The letter retold the supposed assassination attempt in dramatic detail. Boris's agents, it claimed, had been sent to kill the young prince, but a loyal physician had saved him. The government then deceived Fyodor by reporting that Dmitry had died during an epileptic seizure. Boris was also accused of preventing the grieving Tsar from traveling to Uglich and manipulating the church so that the body would not be brought to Moscow. The accusations extended far beyond Dmitry's fate. Otrepiev blamed Boris for secret executions, political terror, suspicious fires, the persecution of the Romanovs and Schwiskys, and the manipulation of public charity during his election to the throne. Even military decisions were presented as evidence of treason. Boris was accused of allowing the Crimean Tatars to approach Moscow and then permitting them to withdraw unharmed. At the conclusion of the letter, however, Otrepiev offered mercy. Boris was invited to surrender the throne peacefully and accept a quiet retirement. His crimes, the claimant declared, could still be forgiven if he returned what he had stolen. Refusal would bring not only political defeat, but divine punishment. For Boris, this was an enemy unlike any he had faced before. Foreign kings could be opposed with armies, fortifications, and diplomacy. Crimean raids could be answered by cavalry and border defenses. Otrepiev represented something far more dangerous. He combined invasion with memory, religion, dynastic loyalty, and public resentment. His soldiers were limited in number, but his identity challenged the moral foundation of Boris's rule. The struggle was therefore no longer simply a military confrontation between two armies. It had become a contest over legitimacy itself. Boris possessed Moscow, the treasury, the bureaucracy, and the established church. Otrepiev possessed the name Dmitry, the promise of restoration, and a population increasingly willing to believe that God had returned the rightful heir to punish a usurper. In that conflict, weapons alone would not decide the future of Russia. As the rebellion expanded across southern Russia, city after city abandoned Boris Godunov and declared loyalty to the man calling himself Dmitry Ivanovich. Putyvl became one of the movement's most important strongholds, and its governor, Prince Vasily Mosalsky, emerged as an active supporter of the claimant. From there, the uprising spread across a vast frontier. Towns that had once represented Moscow's authority now arrested Godunov's officials, handed them over to the rebels, and opened their gates without resistance. Otrepiev continued to use mercy as a political weapon. Captured governors were often spared and then encouraged or compelled to enter his service. This policy produced better results than mass punishment. Officials who expected death instead received pardon, while soldiers and townspeople saw that changing sides did not necessarily mean destruction. As more cities surrendered, the claimant's irregular army absorbed deserters, refugees, adventurers, and men seeking revenge against the government. The rebellion also acquired financial resources. Money secretly transported toward Moscow was intercepted and redirected to Otrepiev's foreign supporters, allowing them to recruit additional soldiers. Yet military strength alone could not guarantee success. Otrepiev understood that he also needed to appear as a legitimate Orthodox ruler rather than a foreign-backed Catholic instrument. Although he had privately accepted Catholicism while in Poland, he publicly presented himself as a devoted son of the Russian Orthodox Church. He ordered the famous miraculous icon of the Mother of God to be brought from Kursk and received it with elaborate reverence. The icon was placed in his own tent, where he was seen praying before it each day. Its presence gave the campaign a sacred character and helped weaken accusations that the claimant intended to surrender Russia to Rome. The rapid series of peaceful victories ended outside Novgorod-Seversky. Unlike the cities that had welcomed Otrepiev, this fortress remained firmly loyal to Moscow. Its defense was led by Peter Basmanov, an experienced commander who had no doubt that the invading claimant was an impostor. Basmanov strengthened the walls, organized the garrison, and prepared the inhabitants for a determined resistance. When Otrepiev's army arrived in November 1604, it was met not with bread and salt, but with cannon fire. An envoy approached beneath a flag of negotiation and demanded surrender in the name of the supposed Tsarevich Dmitry. The message promised protection if the city submitted and total destruction if it resisted. Basmanov answered with open contempt, declaring that Russia's sovereign sat in Moscow and that the pretender and his followers deserved execution. Attempts to undermine the defense from within also failed. Agents were sent into the city to persuade the inhabitants to defect, but Basmanov retained control. Otrepiev then ordered assaults against the wooden fortifications. His troops lacked the discipline and equipment required for a successful siege, and every approach was answered by accurate fire from the walls. Cannon shots damaged sections of the defenses, but failed to create a decisive opening. Basmanov eventually requested time before giving a final response, hoping that the delay would allow the main royal army to arrive. Otrepiev interpreted the request as a sign that the city was close to surrender. In reality, Novgorod-Seversky had become the first serious obstacle to his advance. Despite this resistance, the claimant's army continued to grow. By December, thousands of new supporters had entered his camp. The speed with which southern towns had changed allegiance alarmed Moscow and demonstrated that Boris's effort to expose Otrepiev's identity had failed. The crisis could no longer be managed through proclamations and witnesses. It had become a war. Boris considered taking personal command, as he had during earlier military emergencies. His presence at the front might have inspired loyalists and demonstrated confidence. Yet this conflict frightened him more than conventional invasions. Otrepiev was not merely a foreign enemy. He claimed the Russian crown itself and drew strength from the population's doubts about Boris's legitimacy. The Tsar therefore appointed Prince Fyodor Mstislavsky to lead the royal forces. On paper, the balance strongly favored Moscow. Tens of thousands of soldiers gathered near Bryansk, while Otrepiev commanded only a fraction of that number. Yet Boris's army consisted largely of reluctant conscripts. Many had been forced into service by landowners or officials and had little desire to fight for a ruler they distrusted. Reports of towns welcoming Dmitry as the rightful Tsar further weakened their morale. The government also intensified its religious campaign. Churches were ordered to commemorate Tsarevich Dmitry as dead, while priests denounced Otrepiev as a heretic supported by Catholic powers. Congregations were expected to pray for the defeat of the impostor and affirm the official account of the prince's death. The policy achieved little. Many parishioners no longer trusted the clergy, whom they regarded as servants of Boris's government. Fear of punishment ensured outward obedience, but inwardly the population remained divided. To enlarge the army, Boris demanded recruits from noble estates and threatened severe punishment against landowners who failed to respond quickly. Even members of the clergy who were physically capable of military service were ordered to report for duty. Confiscation, imprisonment, flogging, and loss of clerical rank hung over anyone who hesitated. These methods produced soldiers, but they did not produce loyalty. Sweden offered military assistance, partly because its king opposed Sigismund of Poland. Boris rejected the proposal. Foreign troops would add little to Russia's enormous army and might later allow Sweden to claim credit or demand compensation. Confident in Russia's resources, the Tsar chose to rely on his own commanders. The royal forces moved south with the intention of relieving Novgorod-Seversky. Otrepiev and his spies believed the army would be unwilling to fight. In December, the two sides approached one another near the besieged fortress. Otrepiev initially expected large-scale desertions from the royal camp, but only a few men crossed over. Forced to act, he abandoned the expectation of a bloodless triumph and attacked. The battle was confused and violent. While Otrepiev struck the royal army, Basmanov's garrison emerged from the fortress and attacked the rebels from behind. Although Otrepiev later claimed victory, the result was far less decisive than he desired. His troops suffered losses, and the sight of Russian blood weakened the image of a peaceful restoration. The royal forces withdrew to await reinforcements, while Basmanov returned safely behind the walls. The fighting also damaged Otrepiev's foreign support. Many Polish volunteers had joined in expectation of easy rewards and rapid victories, not a prolonged winter campaign. Discouraged by real warfare, some returned home. Even Yuri Mniszek, one of the claimant's most important patrons, temporarily lost confidence and left the camp. Otrepiev withdrew from Novgorod-Seversky and moved towards stronger positions where he could rebuild his forces. Basmanov returned to Moscow as a celebrated hero. Boris rewarded him extravagantly with money, land, precious objects, and elevation to the boyar rank. The public ceremonies briefly strengthened confidence in the government, but they also created resentment among other commanders who believed their own role had been ignored. Boris's habit of favoring particular loyalists continued to divide the very elite on which his survival depended. The royal army grew larger under Princess Mstislavsky and Vasily Shwisky, while new Cossack reinforcements restored Otrepiev's strength. In January 1605, the campaign reached its greatest battle near Dobranichi. At dawn, the claimant launched an attack against a much larger force. His experience among the Cossacks helped him organize the assault, but courage and mobility could not overcome the difference in numbers and firepower. Otrepiev's army was crushed. Thousands of his soldiers were killed, and the survivors fled in disorder. For Moscow, the news appeared to mark the end of the rebellion. Church bells rang, Thanksgiving services were held, commanders received medals, and money was distributed among the victorious troops. Boris celebrated as though the pretenders' destruction had finally been confirmed. Yet the decisive prize escaped. Otrepiev survived the battle and fled on a wounded horse, first towards Sevsk and then to Rilsk. The royal army had won a major victory, but failed to capture the man whose identity held the rebellion together. That failure would prove more important than the battlefield triumph itself. The government's conduct after the battle further damaged its position. Prisoners were hanged, shot, and tortured, while communities accused of supporting the rebellion were subjected to brutal reprisals. Old men, women, and children were not always spared. Instead of terrifying the South into obedience, the violence convinced many inhabitants that surrender to Boris's army meant certain death. Otrepiev initially fell into despair. His forces had collapsed, foreign allies were leaving, and only a small body of loyalists remained. He considered abandoning the campaign and escaping back into Lithuania. His remaining followers refused to permit it. They reminded him that they had sacrificed their homes and families for his cause, and that Boris would show them no mercy if they surrendered. With retreat offering little hope, they persuaded him to continue. The rebellion began rebuilding almost immediately. Cossacks returned, new volunteers arrived, and survivors of government reprisals entered Putyvl seeking revenge. Otrepiev issued fresh proclamations explaining more of his supposed life in hiding and presenting his defeat as only a temporary setback. His agents spread reports that Boris's soldiers had fought reluctantly and that the royal victory had been accidental. This argument found a receptive audience. Many conscripts in the government army had no desire to destroy towns populated by fellow Russians. Desertions increased, while rebellious cities resisted more fiercely because they believed submission would bring execution. When the royal army demanded that Rilsk surrender, its defenders openly declared loyalty to Dmitry and answered with cannon fire. After an unsuccessful winter siege, the exhausted troops withdrew. Boris reacted with fury when he learned that Otrepiev had escaped and was once again gathering supporters. He blamed his commanders for negligence and sent additional forces south with messages of criticism and contempt. His anger further weakened military morale. Soldiers who had endured freezing marches, disease, and combat resented being treated as cowards after risking their lives for the throne. The royal armies then became trapped in slow winter operations. Rather than advancing directly against Putivl, where Otrepiev was rebuilding his movement, they laid siege to Kromy. The fighting produced no rapid result. Dysentery spread through the camps, frostbite disabled soldiers, and many died without proper care. The campaign became a contest of exhaustion rather than decisive maneuver. Boris also attempted more secret methods. Monks who had known Otrepiev during his religious life were sent toward Putivl, officially to identify and expose him. They were arrested, and poison was reportedly discovered hidden among their belongings. Under interrogation, one claimed that the Tsar had promised them wealth in exchange for assassinating the claimant. Whether the confession was genuine or forced, the prisoners were executed, and Otrepiev gained another powerful story with which to portray Boris as a desperate murderer. From Putivl, the claimant sent a second message to Moscow. This time he attacked not only Boris, but also Patriarch Job, accusing the head of the church of abusing spiritual authority in defense of an unlawful ruler. Once again, he offered the Tsar mercy. Boris could abandon the throne, enter a monastery, and live the rest of his life in peace. If he resisted, the responsibility for further bloodshed would be his alone. The offer was designed less to produce surrender than to reinforce Otrepiev's image as the lawful and merciful sovereign. Boris interpreted it as another intolerable challenge. Far from weakening his determination, the letter convinced him that the conflict could end only with the complete destruction of one of the two claimants. By early 1605, the war had reached a strange balance. Boris possessed the larger armies and had won the greatest battle. Otrepiev had lost thousands of men and narrowly escaped destruction. Yet the government's brutality, poor leadership, and declining legitimacy transformed military success into political failure. Every execution created new rebels, every threat produced reluctant soldiers, and every delay allowed the name of Dmitry Ivanovich to spread further. The pretender had survived his greatest defeat. That survival alone was enough to preserve the legend that divine providence protected him. As long as he remained alive, Boris Godunov could not declare victory. By the beginning of 1605, the struggle for Russia had moved far beyond the southern frontier. Patriarch Job ordered special services throughout the country, asking God to protect the realm from Polish and Lithuanian invasion and from the spread of Catholic influence. From Moscow to Siberia, people now knew that an army was advancing under the banner of the supposedly surviving Tsarevich Dmitry. The government continued to insist that the claimant was Grigory Otrepiev, a former monk and palace servant. Prince Vasily Shuisky declared that he had personally seen and buried the real Dmitry at Uglich. Patriarch Job repeated the same account from the churches of Moscow. Yet their testimony no longer carried authority. Many citizens assumed that both men were speaking under pressure from Boris Godunov and would risk execution if they admitted anything else. Behind the ceremonial confidence of the Kremlin, Boris was approaching collapse. His armies remained larger than those of the pretender, but they were slow, divided, and increasingly unwilling to fight. Commanders disappointed him, soldiers deserted, and victories produced no lasting result. Public generosity had once helped him secure loyalty, but charity could no longer repair his reputation. Threats and punishment only deepened resentment. At court, official life continued with its traditional magnificence. The Boyar Duma met, ceremonies were performed, and the Tsar appeared in full dignity. Beneath the surface, however, the political order was disintegrating. Boris trusted almost no one. The boyars concealed their hostility and fear, while he concealed his despair. In private, only his wife saw how deeply the crisis had wounded him. He wept before her, prayed in the palace chapel, and searched unsuccessfully for some sign that his authority could be restored. His physical health had also deteriorated. Years of stress, illness, and an increasingly rich lifestyle had weakened him. On April 13, 1605, while conducting business with members of the Duma after receiving foreign visitors, Boris suddenly became gravely ill. Blood appeared from his mouth, nose, and ears, and he rapidly lost consciousness. Physicians could do nothing. Within hours, the ruler who had dominated Russian politics for decades was dead. His death transformed the conflict. The crown passed to his 16-year-old son, Fyodor Borisovich. The young ruler possessed intelligence, education, and a reputation for kindness. He had been carefully prepared for government and impressed those around him with his knowledge and maturity. Under more peaceful conditions, he might have become an effective monarch. Yet he inherited not merely a throne, but the accumulated hatred directed against his father. The name Godunov had become inseparable from accusations of murder, repression, famine, and usurpation. The young Tsar's personal qualities could not erase the memory of Boris or of his maternal grandfather, the notorious Maluta Skuratov. Many Russians judged the son through the crimes attributed to the previous generation. Moscow nevertheless swore allegiance to Fyodor, his mother Maria, and his sister Ksenia. Patriarch Job, the boyars, officials, soldiers, townspeople, and peasants pledged not to betray the family or support the man calling himself Dmitri. The formal oath appeared impressive, but the loyalty behind it was fragile. Fyodor attempted to strengthen the regime by recalling experienced political figures. Prince Fyodor Mstislavsky and the Shwisky brothers were summoned from the front, while the disgraced Bogdan Belsky was restored to favor and returned to the Duma. For command of the army, the young Tsar relied upon Peter Basmanov, the celebrated defender of Novgorod-Seversky and one of Boris's most rewarded supporters. Basmanov traveled to the army with Metropolitan Isidore to receive a new oath from the troops. At first, the ceremony succeeded. Soldiers acknowledged Fyodor as Tsar, and Moscow received reassuring news that the army remained loyal. Yet within days, Basmanov's position changed dramatically. The reason for his defection remains uncertain. He may have concluded that the Godunov dynasty could no longer survive. He may have seen that the army's morale had collapsed and that the southern population supported Otrepiev. Personal ambition almost certainly played a role. Under a frightened 16-year-old ruler, Basmanov's future was doubtful. Under a victorious claimant who depended upon defecting commanders, he could expect enormous influence. Whatever his motives, Basmanov abandoned Fyodor and transferred his loyalty to Otrepiev. His decision shattered the remaining military strength of the Godunov government. Princes, commanders, and regiments followed his example. Men who had recently sworn loyalty to the young Tsar now proclaimed Dmitry Ivanovich as Russia's rightful sovereign. The collapse spread quickly. Units stationed at Kromy and Novgorod-Seversky changed sides, followed by leading commanders such as Vasily Golitsyn and Mikhail Saltykov. Central Russian towns also began recognizing Otrepiev. For many, the legitimacy of the old dynasty mattered more than the identity of the claimant. They believed, or chose to believe, that loyalty to the descendants of Ivan the Terrible released them from every oath made to the Godunovs. On May 7th, Basmanov formally announced that the claimant was the lawful Tsar. Thousands of soldiers responded with acclamations. The few commanders who remained loyal fled toward Moscow. Some were captured and delivered to Otrepiev. Others, realizing that resistance was hopeless, submitted and offered their services to the advancing ruler. By the middle of May, Otrepiev commanded an army said to number tens of thousands, supported by artillery and by many of the same nobles who had once fought against him. He left Putyvl and began moving toward Moscow. The rebellion had effectively become a royal procession. At every town, crowds greeted him with gifts, prayers, and traditional symbols of welcome. Governors were brought before him in chains, gates were opened, and soldiers declared loyalty. Otrepiev traveled with only a portion of his army, confident that Moscow would fall before he arrived. He sent agents ahead to prepare the capital while he advanced slowly, presenting himself not as a conqueror, but as the returning sovereign of Russia. Inside the Kremlin, Fyodor received increasingly catastrophic news. He was still grieving for his father and was now forced to confront the collapse of the dynasty around him. Loyal commanders described mass defections at the front. Members of the Duma worried less about defending the throne than about their own survival once Otrepiev entered the capital. The young Tsar attempted to reward those who remained faithful, but wealth could not reverse the political tide. The government arrested messengers, burned proclamations, and tried to isolate Moscow from the advancing rebellion. Otrepiev responded by sending trusted agents through Krasnoye Selo, where local residents openly recognized him as Tsar and accompanied the messengers into Moscow. On June 1st, a large crowd gathered in Red Square to hear Otrepiev's proclamation. The message was carefully designed. It did not condemn the people for having accepted Boris. Instead, it portrayed them as victims deceived by a powerful criminal. The claimant declared that he returned without vengeance, that Moscow's oaths to the Godunovs were invalid, and that the city should avoid a destructive civil war. He reminded the boyars of the humiliations they had suffered under Boris and promised to restore their property and dignity. He warned that a great army, including foreign troops, stood behind him. Moscow was invited to send churchmen, nobles, merchants, and officials to recognize him formally as the rightful ruler. The proclamation destroyed what remained of Fyodor's authority. Some listeners may still have doubted Otrepiev's identity, but few believed the Godunovs could now survive. Patriarch Job urged the nobles to resist, yet he was too afraid to appear before the crowd himself. From within the Kremlin, he could only watch the political order he had defended collapse. Several prominent men attempted to arrest the messengers and restore control. The crowd resisted. Voices rose across the square declaring that the age of the Godunovs had ended and that Russia had suffered enough under their rule. Shouts of support for Dmitry turned into demands for the destruction of Boris's family. The mob entered the Kremlin almost without opposition. Guards disappeared, palace servants fled, and the royal residence was overwhelmed. Fyodor was pulled from the throne. His mother begged for his life, while Ksenia remained beside them. The three were removed from the palace and confined under guard in their private apartments. Relatives and supporters of the dynasty were arrested. Their homes were searched, property confiscated, and families sent into exile. Some of the most hated Godunov officials were killed. Foreign merchants associated with Boris also lost their possessions as the new authorities dismantled the political and financial network of the previous reign. Otrepiev remained outside Moscow while his supporters completed the transfer of power. Those nobles who refused to recognize him were expelled from the city and sent to face him. The capital's officials and clergy gradually submitted. Patriarch Job was one of the last major obstacles. He offered to crown the claimant, perhaps hoping to save his position or his life. Otrepiev refused to trust the man who had publicly denounced him and defended Boris. Basmanov and his allies encouraged popular anger against the patriarch. During a service in the Dormition Cathedral, an armed crowd entered, seized Job at the altar, and tore away his vestments. He was dressed as an ordinary monk, dragged from the church, and threatened with death. His execution was prevented, but he was removed from office and sent into monastic confinement. The church that had defended Boris was now forced to adapt to a new ruler. The fate of the Godunov family was decided in secret. On June 10th, armed officials entered the residence where Maria, Fyodor, and Ksenia were being held. The mother and children were separated. Maria was strangled. Fyodor resisted with all the strength of a frightened 16-year-old, but he was overpowered and killed. The public was told that mother and son had taken poison. Their bodies, however, reportedly showed signs of violence. They were displayed before burial, turning the deaths into both a warning and a final humiliation of the fallen dynasty. Reactions were mixed. Some regarded Maria as inseparable from the crimes associated with her father and husband. Others believed she had been punished simply for belonging to the wrong family. The greatest sympathy was directed toward Fyodor. Even those who had hated Boris recognized that the young Tsar had ruled only briefly and had not been given the opportunity to prove himself. Ksenia was spared, though her survival offered little mercy. She was placed under the control of one of Otrepiev's leading supporters and stripped of the protection, position, and family she had once possessed. Even Boris's grave was not left untouched. His body was removed from the Archangel Cathedral, where he had been buried among Russia's rulers. He was placed in a simpler coffin and reburied with Maria and Fyodor in an isolated section of a convent cemetery. The Godunov dynasty had ended within weeks of Boris's death. It did not fall because Otrepiev defeated Russia's armies in a decisive campaign. It fell because the army, the nobility, the church, and the capital no longer believed the dynasty could survive. The claimant's greatest victory was not achieved on a battlefield. It was achieved when thousands of Russians decided that his story, whether true or false, offered them a more useful future than loyalty to the Godunovs. By June 1605, Tula no longer resembled a provincial city. It had become the temporary center of a new regime. Soldiers, nobles, merchants, Cossacks, officials, and visitors from surrounding towns crowded its streets, all waiting to see the man who now appeared certain to become ruler of Russia. Delegations arrived from Moscow carrying the symbols of state authority. The imperial seal, keys to the treasury, ceremonial clothing, royal armor, and palace servants were presented to Otrepiev as evidence that the capital had accepted him. The same boyars who had hesitated for months now stood before him in submission. He received the Cossacks warmly, recognizing the importance of their loyalty, but treated several senior nobles with visible anger for resisting him until victory had become unavoidable. Otrepiev did not behave like an adventurer surprised by success. He immediately began issuing commands with the confidence of a man who believed he had always been destined to rule. Before learning all the details of the Godunov family's destruction, he sent proclamations throughout Russia announcing that divine protection had saved him from Boris, preserved him through years of exile, and finally restored him to his hereditary throne. Governors were ordered to receive new oaths from the population. Subjects were to swear loyalty to Dmitry Ivanovich and to Marina Nagaya, whom he presented as his mother. They were also warned not to support surviving members of the Godunov family. At the same time, Otrepiev instructed the provinces to remain peaceful, avoid private vengeance, obey the government, and refrain from killing anyone without lawful authority. He wanted to enter Moscow as the restorer of order rather than the leader of a victorious mob. His attention also turned toward foreign affairs. English merchants had enjoyed important privileges under Boris, and Otrepiev had no intention of allowing those relations to disappear. Couriers intercepted diplomatic letters prepared by the previous government and replaced them with messages from the new ruler. He promised additional commercial advantages and proposed sending representatives to England after his coronation to negotiate directly with King James. Once he received confirmation that Moscow had submitted, that Patriarch Job had been removed, and that Fyodor and Maria Godunov were dead, Otrepiev left Tula. He advanced toward the capital and established a camp near Kolomenskoye, just outside Moscow. Officials, nobles, clergy, merchants, and prominent residents came to welcome him. They offered bread and salt, valuable furs, golden vessels, and treasures from the royal collections. In speeches filled with exaggerated devotion, they invited him to enter the city of his supposed ancestors and occupy the chambers of Ivan the Terrible. They declared that the enemies of the rightful dynasty had vanished and that a new age of peace had begun. Otrepiev answered with promises of forgiveness. He claimed that he would not rule through terror, but would become a gentle father to the Russian people. Even foreign communities living around Moscow approached him. German merchants and soldiers explained that their previous loyalty to Boris had arisen from their obligation to the recognized government, not from hostility toward Dmitry. Otrepiev accepted their oath without hesitation. On June 20th, 1605, he entered Moscow in triumph. The The procession was designed to display both Russian legitimacy and foreign strength. Musicians, cavalry, infantry, decorated carriages, royal horses, soldiers, clergy, Cossacks, Germans, Lithuanians, and Polish nobles moved through the capital in a long ceremonial column. At its center rode Otrepiev on a white horse, dressed in garments covered with jewels and pearls and surrounded by leading princes and noblemen. The bells of Moscow rang continuously. The streets, rooftops, church towers, walls, and public squares filled with spectators. As he passed, crowds bowed to the ground and greeted him as their father, sovereign, and grand prince. They celebrated his supposed deliverance from death and compared his return to the rising of the sun over Russia. Otrepiev responded loudly, calling them his faithful subjects and asking them to pray for him. Yet, beneath this performance of mutual devotion, he remained cautious. Agents moved through the crowds, listening to conversations and reporting signs of doubt or hostility. He had entered Moscow peacefully, but he did not fully trust the city that had so recently sworn allegiance to the Godunovs. During the procession, a sudden whirlwind threw dust across the road and disrupted the ceremonial order. Many spectators interpreted the event as a warning. In an age when unusual natural phenomena were often understood as divine signs, the cloud of dust appeared to some as an omen of approaching disaster. The first religious ceremony also created unease. Near St. Basil's Cathedral, Otrepiev dismounted and approached the icons carried by Moscow's clergy. Yet foreign musicians continued playing loudly, overwhelming the chanting of the priests. When the procession entered the Kremlin, Polish nobles and other non-Orthodox foreigners followed him into the Dormition Cathedral. To many Russian churchmen, this was a serious violation. Previous Tsars had guarded the sacred character of the Kremlin's principal churches, and the presence of Catholic and Protestant foreigners within the sanctuary immediately raised doubts about the new ruler's faith. His public behavior might appear orthodox, but his foreign connections were impossible to conceal. Otrepiev then entered the Archangel Cathedral and approached the tomb of Ivan the Terrible. Before the gathered crowd, he fell to the ground, wept, and addressed the dead Tsar as his father. He declared that Ivan's prayers had protected him through years of persecution and restored him to the sovereignty that rightfully belonged to him. The performance achieved its purpose. Many of those present began weeping and shouted that he must indeed be the true Dmitri. From the cathedral, he proceeded into the royal palace and sat upon the throne of Moscow. Elsewhere in the city, supporters continued strengthening the illusion of legitimacy. Bogdan Belsky stood before a large crowd in Red Square, raised an icon of St. Nicholas, and swore that the new ruler was genuinely Ivan's surviving son. His testimony carried symbolic weight because of his connection with the former court. The people answered with cries of loyalty and demands that Dmitri's enemies perish. Moscow celebrated late into the night. The new ruler, his nobles, and members of the clergy feasted within the Kremlin, while ordinary residents ate and drank in the squares and their homes. For a brief moment, the city appeared united behind the restored prince. The appearance of unity did not last. Prince Vasily Shuisky had changed his account of Dmitri's death more than once. During the Godunov regime, he had supported the official claim that the prince died in Uglich. After the collapse of the dynasty, he altered his testimony and appeared to accept Otrepiev. Once the new ruler entered Moscow, however, Shuisky privately returned to his original position and began telling others that the man on the throne was an impostor supported by Polish nobles and Catholic clergy. The statements spread quickly and reached Peter Basmanov, who informed Otrepiev. Shuisky and his brothers were arrested. The new government organized a public trial, though its purpose was political rather than judicial. Vasily was accused of betraying the lawful sovereign, undermining public confidence, and conspiring to remove him from the throne. Despite interrogation and torture, Shuisky refused to withdraw his accusation. He continued to insist that the real Dmitri had died in Uglich and that the man ruling Moscow was Grigory Otrepiev. A death sentence followed. On June 25th, Shuisky was led into Red Square and forced to place his head upon the execution block. Soldiers, Cossacks, guards, and armed units surrounded the square, turning the execution into a demonstration of the new Tsar's authority. Before the axe fell, Shuisky declared that he was dying for truth, the Christian faith, and the Russian people. The crowd watched in silence and sorrow. Whatever they thought of his political maneuvering, many Muscovites respected his ancient family and did not want to see him killed. At the final moment, an official rushed from the Kremlin announcing a pardon. Relief swept through the square. The act appeared to confirm Otrepiev's promised mercy and temporarily increased public admiration for him. The decision, however, was not simply an expression of compassion. Marina Nagaya and several influential officials had urged the ruler to spare Shuisky, warning that his execution would damage the new regime's reputation. Otrepiev understood the danger of creating a noble martyr only days after entering Moscow. The Shuisky brothers were therefore spared but not restored to freedom. They were exiled and their property was confiscated. Otrepiev could forgive them publicly while still removing them from the political center. Other former enemies received more generous treatment. Members of the Nagoy family, whom Otrepiev claimed as relatives, recovered their estates, titles, and freedom. Several Romanovs, Sheremetevs, Golitsins, and other noble families persecuted under Boris were restored to prominence. New boyars, chamberlains, treasurers, military officers, and palace officials were appointed in rapid succession. Otrepiev reshaped the court to reward those who had supported his rise. Some traditional Russian positions were reassigned, while new titles inspired by Polish political culture appeared within the government. This helped bind his followers to him, but it also alarmed conservatives who believed that foreign customs were beginning to alter the Muscovite state. Among those restored was Fyodor Nikitich Romanov, who had been forced into monastic life under Boris and had taken the name Filaret. Otrepiev recalled him from confinement and appointed him Metropolitan of Rostov. Filaret was reunited with members of his family, including his young son Mikhail, whose future would later become central to the recovery of the Russian monarchy. Simeon Bekbulatovich, once briefly presented by Ivan the Terrible as ruler of Russia and later blinded and disgraced, also received a pardon. He was permitted to return to court and regain his honorary title. Other prisoners and exiles from Boris's reign were released or assigned new positions in distant regions. The new ruler even used the dead to strengthen his image. The remains of members of the Nagoy family and other victims of Boris's government were exhumed and reburied with honor beside their ancestors. These ceremonies presented Otrepiev as a sovereign correcting injustice across generations. He then introduced measures intended to win support beyond the nobility. The salaries of soldiers and lower-ranking officials were increased. Debts attributed to the reign of Ivan the Terrible were ordered to be paid from the treasury. Certain taxes, penalties, and judicial fees were reduced or abolished. Judges accused of corruption faced punishment, and bribery was publicly condemned. Otrepiev also announced that he would personally receive petitions from the population twice each week. The gesture created the image of an accessible ruler willing to hear complaints directly rather than hiding behind officials. His policies toward peasants and serfs were more complicated. Many who had fled their estates were ordered to return, but exceptions were granted to those abandoned by their landlords during the famine. People forced into labor on state lands could receive freedom under certain conditions. These decisions were designed to balance the demands of landowners with the widespread resentment created by famine and displacement. The foreign soldiers who had accompanied Otrepiev into Russia soon became another problem. Hoping to reassure Moscow, he attempted to dismiss many Polish nobles and bodyguards, offering each of them payment for their service. The rewards failed to satisfy them. Rather than leave, many remained in the capital and spent their money on drinking, gambling, and extravagant celebrations. Their continued presence weakened the carefully constructed image of a national restoration. Otrepiev had entered Moscow as the supposed heir of Ivan the Terrible, but around him stood the unmistakable evidence of the foreign alliance that had carried him to the throne. The same Polish soldiers and Catholic connections that had made his victory possible would soon become a source of growing suspicion and anger. Once established in Moscow, Dmitry began reshaping the government according to ideas he had absorbed during his years in Poland and Lithuania. He considered the traditional Muscovite court narrow outdated, and too dependent on a small circle of hereditary nobles. The old Boyar Duma was therefore enlarged and reorganized. Senior churchmen were brought into its sessions, partly to strengthen the new ruler's influence over the clergy and partly to satisfy ambitious prelates who desired a more direct role in government. The council's membership expanded dramatically. Metropolitans, archbishops, bishops, nobles, and state officials were gathered into a body increasingly described in Western terms as a senate. Its members were likewise called senators. Where earlier rulers had governed through a comparatively small advisory circle, Dmitry surrounded himself with dozens of men representing both secular and ecclesiastical authority. He attended their meetings regularly and took an active role in debate. Even hostile observers admitted that he possessed a quick mind, a strong memory, and an unusual ability to express complicated ideas clearly. He enjoyed historical comparisons and frequently described customs he had encountered abroad. Poland and Lithuania appeared repeatedly in his arguments as examples of societies he believed Russia should study. He also expressed admiration for Henry IV of France, whom he regarded as an energetic and politically intelligent monarch. Dmitry presented himself as a ruler committed to mercy. During one discussion, he reportedly declared that a throne could be preserved either through cruelty or through generosity, and that he preferred the second path. He had promised God not to govern by unnecessary bloodshed, he said, and wished to be remembered as a forgiving sovereign rather than another Ivan the Terrible. For a time, the language of mercy enhanced his reputation. Clergymen composed praises describing him as courageous, charitable, and divinely protected. Messages even arrived from the Orthodox East, congratulating him on his supposed deliverance. Church leaders living under Ottoman rule hoped that the new Tsar might eventually direct Russian power toward the defense of Eastern Christianity. Yet before Dmitry could present himself fully as a legitimate monarch, he required a formal coronation. The difficulty lay in the Patriarchate. Job had been removed, and Dmitry distrusted much of the Russian clergy. Some churchmen had known Grigory Otrepiev personally during his years at the Chudov monastery. Any one of them might recognize him, expose the deception, or use that knowledge for political advantage. The new ruler therefore selected a patriarch who owed his position entirely to him. Ignatius, a Greek churchman who had lived in several regions before entering Russian service, appeared ideal. He possessed no strong base among the Muscovite clergy and had already demonstrated a willingness to accommodate whichever ruler held power. During Dmitry's advance, Ignatius had quickly offered support. In return, he was elevated to the patriarchal throne and entrusted with preparing the coronation. One more public confirmation remained necessary. The army, the nobility, and the capital had accepted Dmitry, but the testimony of his supposed mother carried unique importance. Marina Nagaya, the real mother of the murdered prince, had spent many years confined as a nun. Until she acknowledged him, doubts could never be completely silenced. Dmitry could not know how she would respond. Cooperation promised restoration, luxury, and revenge against the family that had destroyed her former life. Refusal could bring renewed imprisonment or death. The decision placed her between religious conscience, personal grief, political fear, and the memory of the court from which she had been removed. A delegation of distinguished nobles was sent to her convent, carrying a message from the son who claimed to have returned from death. Marina agreed to meet him and was brought to a village outside Moscow. Their reunion was arranged as a carefully staged public spectacle. A large tent stood beside the road, while courtiers and crowds watched from a distance. Dmitry and Marina entered together, remaining inside long enough to create suspense. Their words could not be clearly heard, but when they emerged, both appeared overwhelmed with emotion. They embraced, wept, and behaved like a mother and son reunited after 13 years of mourning. The effect on the spectators was enormous. Many people wept with them. To those already inclined to believe, the scene appeared to settle the question of Dmitry's identity. Marina was placed in a ceremonial carriage and escorted toward Moscow, while the claimant publicly honored her as his mother. After the spectacle, however, she was not allowed complete freedom. She received comfortable quarters and attendance, but her movements and conversations were closely supervised. Dmitry visited her frequently at first, presenting himself as a devoted son while ensuring that she would not withdraw her recognition. Private meetings with outsiders were restricted since a single careless statement could destroy the foundation of his legitimacy. The coronation took place in the Dormition Cathedral on July 21, 1605. Patriarch Ignatius placed the crown upon the former monk before representatives of the church, the nobility, the provinces, and the royal court. Grigory Otrepiev was formally proclaimed Dmitry Ivanovich, Tsar and Grand Prince of all Russia. The ceremony followed Muscovite tradition, but signs of foreign influence were impossible to miss. A Jesuit delivered congratulations in Latin and presented messages associated with the papal court. Many Russians present understood neither the language nor the purpose of the intervention, but its appearance within the coronation celebrations caused uneasiness. Dmitry then entered the Archangel Cathedral, honored the graves of previous rulers, and publicly connected himself with the dynasty of Ivan the Terrible. The crown associated with Vladimir Monomakh was placed upon his head, completing the sacred and dynastic image he had pursued since first declaring himself the surviving prince. During the celebrations, he also announced his intention to marry Marina Mniszek. To his Polish supporters, the marriage represented the fulfillment of earlier agreements. To many Russians, however, it threatened to bring foreign influence directly into the royal household. The coronation marked the summit of Dmitry's extraordinary rise, but it also began the rapid erosion of his position. Success made him increasingly careless. The confidence that had once impressed soldiers and nobles hardened into arrogance. He enjoyed intellectual debate, but often mocked boyars whose education he considered inferior. He spoke repeatedly of foreign achievements and told Russian officials that their country needed to learn from the West. Such comments offended men who had accepted him for political reasons but had never surrendered their pride. The enlargement of the Senate had already weakened the exclusiveness of the old aristocracy. Foreign titles and practices now appeared at court, while Polish secretaries were placed close to the ruler. The boyars increasingly felt that they had exchanged Boris Godunov's suspicion for Dmitry's contempt. Peter Basmanov remained the Russian noble closest to the Tsar. His defection had made Dmitry's victory possible, and he expected to become the central figure of the new government. Yet Dmitry did not wish to be controlled by the man who had delivered him the army. He sometimes rejected Basmanov's advice merely to demonstrate independence. Their alliance continued, but resentment developed beneath its surface. Outside the Kremlin, the ruler's behavior also began to disturb the population. Dmitry showed little patience for the complex religious customs that Muscovites expected their Tsar to observe. He did not always bow or cross himself before icons. He sometimes ate without allowing a priest to bless the meal and preferred music from his foreign musicians to the solemn rituals of the Orthodox court. Catholic priests and Jesuits were granted comfortable rooms within the Kremlin and permitted to conduct their own services. However limited their actual influence may have been, their presence appeared to confirm earlier warnings that the new Tsar intended to weaken orthodoxy. His clothing, hairstyle, manner of walking, and personal habits reflected the Polish world in which he had developed his political identity. He ate foods that many Russians regarded as improper, rejected traditional court routines, and ignored customs followed by previous monarchs. These actions may have seemed insignificant to him, but in Muscovite society, the ruler's daily conduct possessed religious and political meaning. Dmitry also disliked the confinement of ceremonial monarchy. He slipped from the palace with only a companion or a few guards and visited craftsmen, apothecaries, artists, and metalworkers. Palace servants sometimes searched the streets to locate him. To Dmitry, such excursions demonstrated curiosity and freedom. To many Russians, they degraded the dignity of the crown. A Tsar was expected to appear rarely, surrounded by ritual and magnificence, not wander through Moscow dressed like an ordinary man. His entertainments were equally unconventional. He enjoyed difficult horses, military exercises, firearms, and physical contests. He reportedly entered displays involving bears and tested weapons personally. These activities strengthened his image as an energetic warrior among some observers, but others regarded them as reckless and inappropriate. Dmitry reacted badly when anyone laughed at his failures. The ruler who spoke publicly of mercy could become violent when embarrassed. Officials who mocked him during games or demonstrations risked personal punishment. His unpredictable anger gradually contradicted the generous image he had created during his advance toward Moscow. At the same time, he surrounded himself with extraordinary luxury. His horses carried richly decorated saddles and bridles. Carriages and winter sledges were covered with silver, velvet, and fur. A new palace rose near the Moscow River after buildings associated with Boris were removed. Foreign fabrics, precious metals, and expensive furnishings filled the royal residence. The throne itself became a symbol of the new court's extravagance. Foreign visitors described gold, pearls, diamonds, silver figures, and the imperial double-headed eagle displayed with theatrical magnificence. Dmitry wanted the court to rival those he had heard about or witnessed abroad, but the expense alarmed both officials and ordinary residents. Large sums disappeared from the treasury through construction, celebrations, rewards, gifts, music, clothing, and foreign retainers. Muscovites feared that taxes would eventually be imposed to replace the money. The generosity that had initially made Dmitry popular began to appear irresponsible. His private conduct further damaged his reputation. Stories spread of affairs with married women and young women brought secretly into the palace. Whether every rumor was true mattered less than the growing image of a ruler without restraint. His enemies found such accusations especially useful because they could present his moral behavior as further evidence that he was neither a legitimate Tsar nor a sincere Orthodox Christian. The treatment of Ksenia Godunova became one of the darkest symbols of his triumph. After the murder of her mother and brother, the former princess had been left entirely defenseless. Dmitry took her into his household as a concubine, turning the daughter of Boris into a living trophy of the defeated dynasty. Before Marina Menishek's expected arrival, Ksenia was removed from court, forced into religious life, and given a new monastic name. Dmitry might still have remained on the throne had suspicions about his identity gradually disappeared. Instead, his behavior revived them. He avoided the Chudov monastery, where too many monks might remember the young Grigory Otrepyev. His refusal to enter the monastery only encouraged further speculation. At first, the doubts remained private. People quietly compared the new Tsar's appearance with memories of the fugitive monk. Soon, former companions, monks, Ukrainians, and Russians who had known Otrepyev began speaking more openly. One monk who had studied with Grigory declared publicly that the ruler was the same man. He disappeared shortly afterward and was believed to have been secretly executed. Even members of Otrepyev's own family reportedly recognized him. Relatives who could identify the Tsar as Grigory became dangerous witnesses. Some were imprisoned, while others were sent far from Moscow. Their removal revealed the contradiction at the heart of Dmitry's rule. The man who claimed that truth had defeated Boris could remain on the throne only by silencing those who knew the truth about him. Public accusations continued. A nobleman and a common citizen openly denounced Dmitry as an impostor and enemy of the faith. They were arrested and executed. On the way to death, they proclaimed that the ruler served evil and warned that Russia would suffer further disasters because of him. Many spectators mocked them, but their courage ensured that their accusations continued to circulate. Repression soon expanded. A careless word questioning the Tsar's identity could lead to arrest, torture, confiscation, exile, or death. The government that had promised forgiveness began reproducing the fear associated with Ivan the Terrible and Boris Godunov. Monks from the Chudov community were scattered to distant monasteries, removing men most capable of recognizing Otrepyev from his earlier life. The policy succeeded in creating silence, but not loyalty. Moscow became quieter because people were afraid to speak, not because they believed. Every disappearance strengthened the suspicion that the throne depended upon deception. Dmitry increasingly distrusted Russian guards and replaced many of them with several hundred German bodyguards. They were well paid, housed by the state, and armed with halberds, spears, axes, and other weapons decorated with the imperial emblem. They accompanied him constantly, forming a foreign barrier between the Tsar and his own subjects. The decision revealed his growing isolation. The ruler who had entered Moscow surrounded by cheering crowds now feared those same streets. He believed that a disciplined foreign guard could protect him from assassination, but his real danger did not come from isolated attackers. It came from the nobles who controlled armies, the clergy he had offended, and the population whose enthusiasm had turned into suspicion. His German guards could defend a doorway or a palace chamber. They could not protect a throne that had begun to lose the faith of Russia. While unease spread through Moscow, the Kremlin continued to glitter with music, gambling, feasts, and elaborate court entertainments. Dmitry wanted his reign to appear joyful, modern, and triumphant. Officials dressed magnificently, foreign musicians performed daily, and the palace seemed caught in a permanent festival. Beyond its walls, however, the mood was increasingly different. Many Muscovites concealed their fear and disappointment behind ceremonial smiles. In public, they celebrated. In private, they mourned the direction in which the country seemed to be moving. The new Tsar's foreign supporters expected him to honor the promises he had made before gaining the throne. In Poland, Papal Nuncio Claudio Rangoni continued to encourage him, hoping that Russia would eventually be brought into communion with Rome. Soon after the coronation, Rangoni's nephew arrived in Moscow carrying the blessing of Pope Paul V. Catholic leaders saw Dmitry's success as a rare opportunity to extend papal influence into the heart of the Orthodox world. Dmitry, however, moved cautiously. He understood that an open attempt to subordinate the Russian Church to Rome could immediately destroy his position. State affairs, internal opposition, and preparations for his marriage demanded his attention. As a result, the religious transformation expected by his Catholic allies remained delayed. Relations with King Sigismund of Poland also began to deteriorate. Before becoming Tsar, Dmitry had approached the Polish ruler as a dependent petitioner. Sigismund had provided recognition, protection, and indirect support, and therefore expected obedience and gratitude. Once seated on the Russian throne, Dmitry no longer wished to be treated as a subordinate. When the Polish king addressed him only as Grand Prince rather than Tsar, Dmitry reacted coldly. He demanded recognition as an equal sovereign. Sigismund, aware of the claimant's uncertain legitimacy, refused to grant him the full dignity he desired. The disagreement revealed how quickly Dmitry's ambitions had outgrown the expectations of the men who had helped create him. At the same time, he prepared to fulfill his most important personal promise: marriage to Marina Mniszek. Throughout his campaign, Dmitry had maintained regular correspondence with Marina's father, Yuri Mniszek, calling him both father and friend. Mniszek had written to Russian nobles and officials urging them to accept the claimant as Ivan the Terrible's legitimate son. Now he expected his daughter to become Tsaritsa and his family to receive the wealth and influence promised during the invasion. Dmitry treated the marriage as a personal decision rather than a matter of state. Previous Russian rulers had usually consulted leading nobles when choosing a bride because the woman selected would enter the ruling dynasty and potentially become mother of the next Tsar. Dmitry informed the Senate only indirectly, concealing the full significance of his negotiations with the Polish court. In the autumn of 1605, a Russian delegation traveled to Krakow to formalize the engagement. Its leader described Dmitry's coronation, his ambitions for war against the Ottoman Empire, and his dreams of liberating Constantinople, Jerusalem, and the Christian holy places. These grand plans appealed to both Polish and church leaders, though they also demonstrated the extraordinary scale of Dmitry's imagination. The engagement ceremony took place in November before King Sigismund, members of the royal family, senior clergy, and leading nobles. Marina appeared in white garments covered with jewels and wore a crown upon her head. Because Dmitry remained in Moscow, his envoy stood in his place and placed a diamond ring upon her finger. The celebration was extraordinarily lavish. Marina received precious stones, gold ornaments, carved vessels, rare fabrics, clocks, pearls, and hundreds of valuable furs. The gifts displayed the wealth of the Russian court and the seriousness of Dmitry's commitment. Yet the Russian envoy appeared uncomfortable with the ceremony's almost royal character. Guests already drank to the health of the Tsar and Tsaritsa, even though the marriage had not yet taken place. The following day, Marina sent Dmitry a ring and a painted portrait. Preparations began for her journey east, but Yuri Mniszek repeatedly delayed their departure. He had spent heavily supporting Dmitry's rise and demanded repayment before committing himself further. He also received disturbing reports from Moscow. Russians were becoming suspicious of the Tsar, nobles questioned his identity, and even Marina Nagaya was rumored to have privately denied that Dmitry was her son. Polish leaders dismissed many of these warnings as hostile gossip spread by supporters of the fallen Godunovs or the Świskis. They had invested too much money, prestige, and political ambition to withdraw easily. Dmitry therefore sent large sums to satisfy Mniszek and King Sigismund, compensating them for their earlier support and encouraging the wedding party to begin its journey. In Moscow, Dmitry became increasingly convinced that his position was secure. Protected by foreign guards and surrounded by outwardly obedient nobles, he reportedly believed predictions that he would reign for decades. He continued organizing feasts, arranging marriages among the aristocracy, and distributing wealth to maintain popularity. One of his most politically significant acts was the restoration of the Świski brothers. Vasily Świski had nearly been executed for declaring Dmitry an impostor, yet after several months in exile, he was pardoned and allowed to return with his property and rank restored. The decision delighted Świski's many supporters and reinforced Dmitry's public reputation for mercy. It was also a serious political error. Vasily Świski returned not as a grateful servant, but as a man whose prestige had increased. He belonged to an ancient princely family, had survived torture and a public death sentence, and was widely admired as a defender of orthodoxy and Russian tradition. His near execution transformed him into a living martyr. Dmitry may have imagined that clemency would create loyalty, but Świski understood that only two possibilities remained. Either he would destroy the Tsar, or the Tsar would eventually destroy him. He outwardly swore obedience and resumed his place at court. Beneath that appearance, he began building connections among nobles, clergy, officials, and citizens already hostile to Dmitry. The ruler's attempt to bind him more closely through marriage arrangements achieved little. Świski's personal ambitions and political instincts were far stronger than any gratitude he might have felt. Public hostility toward foreigners continued to increase. Polish, Lithuanian, and German soldiers appeared in Orthodox churches carrying weapons. Some behaved without respect towards sacred objects, leaning against tombs or standing casually during services. The Cossacks who had followed Dmitry into Moscow also gained a reputation for disorder and arrogance. To many Russians, these incidents confirmed that foreign soldiers believed themselves masters of the capital. Resentment gradually developed into broader xenophobia, directed not only at individuals but at the entire foreign presence surrounding the Tsar. Relations with the Orthodox clergy worsened further. Dmitry openly criticized monks, demanded detailed accounts of monastic wealth, and removed large sums from wealthy religious houses to support the treasury, palace expenses, and military forces. Major monasteries were compelled to surrender thousands of rubles. These confiscations transformed the clergy into one of his most dangerous enemies. Priests continued to pray for the Tsar in public because they were required to do so, but in private many described him as a persecutor of the church and an ally of Catholicism. His tolerance toward Lutheran worship in Moscow's foreign quarter deepened their anger. The crisis of legitimacy became even more absurd when another pretender appeared. A Cossack named Ileika was presented as Peter, an imaginary son of Tsar Fyodor Ivanovich. According to the news story, Boris Godunov had secretly replaced the infant prince with a daughter and hidden the true heir. Thousands of Volga and Terek Cossacks joined this supposed prince and began moving through southeastern Russia. Their march was accompanied by widespread plunder. Dmitry did not immediately suppress them. Instead, he invited the new claimant to Moscow and promised him an honorable reception. Almost no one believed the story of Tsarevich Peter, but Dmitry's willingness to accept another miraculous survivor damaged his own credibility. Some suspected that the two impostures were connected. Others concluded that if one obscure adventurer could become a royal prince, then Dmitry's own identity was no more convincing. Even Peter Basmanov, the commander who had made Dmitry's victory possible, reportedly admitted privately that the Tsar was not Ivan the Terrible's son. Basmanov justified his continued loyalty by arguing that Dmitry had been accepted, crowned, and obeyed as ruler. In his view, political reality mattered more than biological truth. The boyars rejected that logic. Their oath, they argued, had been sworn to the true son of Ivan IV, not to Grigory Otrepyev. If the man on the throne was an impostor, then their allegiance had been obtained through deception and carried no sacred obligation. A conspiracy gradually formed across the upper levels of Russian society. Shuiskys, Romanovs, Mstislavskys, churchmen, officials, soldiers, and citizens became connected through a shared determination to remove Dmitry. Some acted from religious conviction, others from dynastic ambition, and still others from fear of Polish domination. The conspirators believed that the arrival of Marina Mniszek would provide the ideal moment. Her marriage and coronation would bring large numbers of armed Poles into Moscow and openly display the foreign character of the regime. Public resentment could then be transformed into revolt. Rumors were deliberately spread throughout the city. Some claimed that Dmitry planned to convert Russia to Catholicism after the wedding. Others warned of foreign wars, new taxes, and territorial concessions to Poland. True accusations mixed with inventions, but the general purpose was clear: to convince the population that the Tsar threatened both the Orthodox faith and the independence of Russia. Meanwhile, Dmitry continued cultivating grand diplomatic ambitions. He spoke of campaigns against the Ottoman world and imagined himself as leader of a vast Christian war. He attempted to maintain good relations with the Crimean Khan, while also sending gifts and messages to rulers farther south and east. His conduct was often careless, and even symbolic mistakes could create offense. While the conspiracy matured in Moscow, Yuri Mniszek continued demanding money. Dmitry sent further payments in gold, silver, and foreign currency. Only after receiving these sums did the Polish delegation finally begin its journey toward Russia. In April 1606, Marina crossed the frontier, accompanied by her father and a retinue of approximately 2,000 Polish and Lithuanian nobles, servants, guards, and adventurers. She traveled in an elaborate carriage drawn by white horses and was escorted by leading Russian officials. Her procession received ceremonial welcomes at every major town. Priests carried icons, governors offered bread and salt, and communities presented expensive gifts in the hope of gaining the future Tsaritsa's favor. From Smolensk to Vyazma, the journey outwardly resembled the arrival of a beloved royal bride. Marina herself reportedly traveled in anxiety. The magnificence around her could not silence warnings about Moscow's hostility or doubts regarding her future husband. The Polish nobles accompanying her possessed different expectations. Many imagined that Dmitry's reign would restore Polish and Lithuanian influence deep within Russian territory and perhaps reverse centuries of Moscow's expansion. To the Russian people, however, the approaching procession looked less like a wedding party than the entrance of a foreign court. Dmitry believed Marina's arrival would complete his triumph. His enemies understood that it might instead provide the final spark needed to destroy him. By the spring of 1606, the distance between the glittering court and the mood of Moscow had become impossible to ignore. Within the Kremlin, music, dancing, gambling, hunting, and banquets continued almost without pause. Dmitry wanted his reign to appear confident and prosperous, and his officials dressed accordingly, turning each day into another celebration. Yet beyond the palace walls, many people wore festive clothes only because the moment required it. In their homes, fear and resentment were spreading. The arrival of Yuri Mniszek and the Polish wedding party intensified this tension. When Mniszek entered the Kremlin on April 25th, he found the man he had once supported as a fugitive now seated upon the Russian throne, surrounded by bishops, boyars, and officers of state. He kissed Dmitry's hand and spoke with the emotion of a man who believed that his gamble had succeeded beyond expectation. Dmitry listened with visible satisfaction, and the two men dined that evening amid displays of royal wealth that deeply impressed the Polish guests. For several days, the visitors were entertained with banquets, music, dancing, and hunts. Dmitry showed off his physical courage, taking part in dangerous spectacles and presenting himself as a warrior king. To the foreign guests, the court seemed rich, energetic, and secure. To many Russians, however, the festivities confirmed that the state treasury was being spent on foreigners, while suspicion and hardship grew within the capital. The future Tsaritsa remained outside Moscow at first. Marina Mniszek's religious status had already created serious difficulties. Dmitry had earlier advised her to respect Orthodox ceremony, and adopt the outward habits expected of a Russian ruler's wife. Catholic advisors objected, arguing that she should not be forced to abandon her faith. A compromise was eventually arranged. Marina would attend Orthodox services and participate publicly in certain rites while continuing Catholic worship in private. This accommodation alarmed conservative churchmen. Russian tradition required the consort of an Orthodox Tsar to belong fully to the Orthodox Church. Metropolitan Hermogen of Kazan and Bishop Joseph of Kolomna openly objected to crowning and marrying Marina without an unquestioned conversion. Their resistance was answered with exile. Other prelates, fearing the consequences of opposition, remained silent. Marina entered Moscow on May 2nd before an enormous crowd. Bells rang, cannon were fired, and military bands played as her carriages moved through the streets. Some spectators greeted her with excitement, others with curiosity, but many watched in sorrow. The sight of a Catholic Polish bride surrounded by foreign attendants appeared to confirm their fear that the Kremlin was becoming the center of a foreign regime. Her arrival also created practical resentment. Polish nobles and their servants received the best residences, sometimes after Muscovite families had been displaced. Many of the visitors carried weapons, which was unusual and intimidating in the capital. Rumors spread that the wedding party had not come simply to celebrate, but to remain, occupy important positions, and prepare the way for Polish influence over Russia. The boyars had additional reasons for concern. They learned of earlier promises involving Russian border territories, particularly Smolensk and the Seversk lands. Dmitry called a special council and declared that he would surrender no Russian territory to any foreign ruler. Yet the nobles no longer trusted his assurances. Too many of his earlier agreements had been concealed from them. Marina was housed in a convent while final preparations continued. She made little effort to adopt the austere routine expected there. Special food was brought to her, and entertainers were reportedly admitted in secret. To the nuns and clergy, such behavior appeared to violate the sacred character of the monastery. Each rumor widened the cultural gap between the future Tsaritsa and the population she was expected to rule. The cost of the visit added to public anger. Vast sums were spent on food, lodging, gifts, jewelry, and payments to Yurim Nishek. The treasury, already weakened by Dmitry's generosity and extravagance, was now being used to support thousands of foreign guests. Muscovites increasingly believed that the wealth accumulated by Russian rulers and taxpayers was being transferred to Poland. A week before the wedding, Marina was moved into the Kremlin. Strict instructions were issued concerning her clothing, diet, and conduct, but these preparations could not disguise the religious controversy surrounding the marriage. On May 9, 1606, Dmitry and Marina appeared together in the faceted chamber. Before the assembled princes and officials, symbols of royal power were brought forward: the cross, crown, chain, and jeweled garments associated with the Russian monarchy. Marina publicly honored the Orthodox cross and crown, then proceeded with Dmitry toward the Dormition Cathedral as the bells of Moscow rang. Their clothing displayed extraordinary luxury. Both wore Russian-style robes covered with jewels, while Marina's headdress was valued at an enormous sum. The ceremony was meant to transform her from a Polish Catholic noblewoman into the Tsaritsa of Russia before the eyes of the court. Inside the cathedral, she knelt before the most sacred icons of Muscovy. Patriarch Ignatius blessed her, placed the crown upon her head, and invested her with the symbols of queenship. The marriage rite followed. She was anointed and admitted to communion, though many continued to doubt the sincerity and legality of the ceremony. Gold coins were distributed as the royal couple left the cathedral. Outwardly, the occasion had all the splendor of a great dynastic union. Yet for many Russians, the sight of Marina wearing the crown associated with the ancient rulers of Moscow was unbearable. She remained, in their eyes, a foreign Catholic raised above Russian noblewomen and Orthodox tradition. The wedding therefore achieved the opposite of what Dmitry intended. Instead of confirming the stability of his dynasty, it convinced growing numbers of people that the throne had fallen under foreign influence. Polish nobles boasted openly that they had given Russia its ruler. Drunken guests insulted Russians, fought in the streets, broke into homes, and were accused of violence against local women. Every incident, whether exaggerated or true, added fuel to the coming revolt. That same night, while the court celebrated, military officers, guards, nobles, and city leaders met secretly under the leadership of Vasily Shuisky. Their purpose was no longer simply to remove Dmitry. They intended to destroy the foreign military presence surrounding him as well. The conspirators had waited until after the wedding deliberately. They understood that the coronation of Marina would inflame public anger more effectively than any speech. By allowing the ceremony to proceed, they transformed a political conspiracy among nobles into a movement that could claim to defend Russia and orthodoxy. During the following days, revelry continued. Dmitry returned only briefly to government business before arranging more entertainments. Meanwhile, the city prepared for violence. Shops stopped selling gunpowder to foreigners. Weapons disappeared from the markets and were collected by men loyal to the conspirators. Meetings spread through military units and city districts. The government sensed danger. Dmitry's guards arrested and interrogated suspected conspirators, but few revealed useful information. Executions continued against men who called him an impostor or enemy of the church. These punishments did not prevent the uprising. They confirmed the conspirators' warning that anyone who remained silent would eventually be destroyed. Rumors also circulated that Dmitry was preparing a decisive move against the Orthodox establishment. According to hostile reports, he intended to use foreign troops to eliminate leading boyars and guards, arrest bishops, and force the population to accept union with Rome. Whether every detail was accurate or deliberately invented, the story was widely believed because it matched existing fears. The conspirators decided they could wait no longer. During the night of May 16th and 17th, thousands of Russian soldiers entered Moscow quietly or took up positions around the city. The gates were secured so that no one could escape or bring assistance from outside. Units loyal to Shuisky were placed near the Kremlin, while officials carried instructions from house to house. Royal guards inside the fortress agreed not to defend the Tsar. Dmitry remained unaware of the scale of the movement. He spent the evening surrounded by music and companions while conspirators prepared lists of targets and assigned troops to strategic locations. Polish nobles and soldiers, exhausted by days of celebration, slept throughout the city. At dawn on May 17th, the bells began to ring. The first alarm was followed by bells across Moscow. Citizens poured into Red Square carrying spears, axes, knives, swords, firearms, and wooden clubs. Guards, merchants, craftsmen, officials, servants, and members of the urban poor joined the crowd. Boyars appeared on horseback and led the movement toward the Kremlin. At the front rode Vasily Shuisky. He carried a sword in one hand and an Orthodox cross in the other, presenting the uprising not as a struggle for personal power, but as a holy defense of Russia against deception and heresy. Pointing toward the palace, he called upon the crowd to advance against the false ruler. Inside, Dmitry awoke to the bells and shouting. At first, he was told there might be a fire. Looking from the window, however, he saw armed crowds moving toward the palace and understood that the danger was political. He summoned Peter Basmanov, the commander whose defection had placed him on the throne. Basmanov went outside to confront the insurgents and demanded to know their purpose. They answered that they wanted the impostor handed over. Basmanov returned to the palace and delivered the truth plainly. Moscow had risen, the people wanted Dmitry's head, and the regime had collapsed. Dmitry seized a weapon and attempted to face the crowd himself. He shouted that he was not another Boris Godunov, perhaps hoping to remind them of the mercy and promises with which he had entered the capital. Shots were fired and his guards pulled him back inside. Basmanov tried once more to negotiate. He appealed to the nobles, condemning rebellion and warning of the chaos that would follow the destruction of royal authority. Yet he no longer commanded the respect he once possessed. To the conspirators, he was the man who had betrayed Fyodor Godunov and enabled an impostor to seize Russia. Mikhail Tatishchev cut him short. With a curse, he drove a blade into Basmanov's chest. The commander fell dead on the palace steps. The man who had opened the road to Moscow for Dmitry was now the first great casualty of the uprising against him. His death announced that negotiation had ended. The palace was surrounded, the foreign guards were isolated, and the ruler who had entered Moscow less than a year earlier beneath ringing bells and cries of salvation, now stood trapped inside the Kremlin, as those same bells summoned the city to destroy him. The uprising moved through the Kremlin with astonishing speed. Dmitri's foreign guards were overwhelmed, disarmed, or scattered as armed men searched the palace chamber by chamber. Realizing that resistance had become impossible, the Tsar abandoned his weapon and attempted to escape through the interior rooms. He eventually reached a chamber with no further exit. With the crowd closing behind him, he climbed through a window and jumped. The fall onto the stone courtyard left him gravely injured. His leg was broken, his chest and head were struck, and blood spread beneath his body. A few remaining guards lifted him from the pavement. When he regained consciousness, Dmitri begged them to continue defending him. He promised money, advancement, and every reward the throne could provide. The promises no longer carried meaning. The palace had fallen, Basmanov was dead, and the armed crowd had surrounded him. At that same moment, Marina Nagaya was brought from the monastery where she had been staying. The woman whose public recognition had once been essential to Dmitri's coronation now withdrew it completely. Before the assembled people, she declared that her real son had died in her arms at Uglich. She claimed that fear and threats had forced her to acknowledge the stranger as Dmitri. Other members of the Nagoy family offered similar testimony. They admitted that they had supported the claimant only to protect themselves. Marina reportedly displayed an image of the dead prince and invited the crowd to compare it with the wounded man inside the palace. Whatever doubts remained among the insurgents disappeared. Dmitri was dragged back before his enemies and asked to reveal his true identity. Even then, he refused to surrender the role that had raised him from fugitive monk to Tsar. He continued to insist that he was Dmitri Ivanovich and asked for the opportunity to explain his survival. The crowd had no interest in another story. Two nobles fired upon him at close range, ending his life. The body was immediately attacked with swords, spears, knives, and halberds. It was thrown down near the corpse of Basmanov, joining the fallen ruler with the commander whose betrayal had once opened the road to Moscow. The two bodies were stripped and dragged from the Kremlin into Red Square. Dmitri, who had entered the capital less than a year earlier on a white horse beneath ringing bells, now lay naked before the public as proof that the restored prince had been exposed and destroyed. Accounts differed in their details, but all agreed on the violence of the scene. Some described guards driving blades repeatedly through the body. Others claimed that the corpse was tied to a horse and dragged around the courtyard while people threw stones, dirt, and insults. The destruction of the body became a ritual rejection of his kingship. Marina Mniszek faced the same crowd moments after learning of her husband's death. Confused and only partially dressed, she ran from her rooms and was knocked down by insurgents who did not immediately recognize her. She escaped back into the palace, where attackers killed one of her attendants before boyars intervened and placed her under protection. The revolt had never been directed at Dmitri alone. Russian soldiers had already surrounded the residences occupied by Polish nobles and blocked the major streets. The city gates were closed. Foreign guests awakened to cries demanding the death of the Polish gentry and hurried to arm themselves. Yuri Mniszek, his relatives, and several prominent companions survived because leading boyars escorted them under guard. As they were taken toward the Kremlin, they passed the bodies of their countrymen lying across the streets. Their position had reversed completely. Only days earlier, they had celebrated inside the palace as relatives of the Tsaritsa. Now they depended upon Russian nobles to protect them from the population. Elsewhere, no such protection existed. Dmitri's musicians were killed, Jesuit residences were plundered, and Marina's Catholic confessor was tortured to death. Armed crowds then moved into the districts where Poles, Lithuanians, Germans, and other foreigners had been housed. The killings became indiscriminate. Men were attacked inside homes, in courtyards, and along barricaded streets. Some begged for mercy, offered money, or appealed to the safety of their wives and children. Their possessions could not always save them. Russian attackers viewed them not as individual visitors, but as participants in a foreign occupation and enemies of the Orthodox faith. Priests and monks were reported among those encouraging the violence. Religious slogans transformed looting and revenge into a supposed defense of Christianity. Doors were broken with artillery when inhabitants attempted to barricade themselves inside. Polish soldiers, noblemen, priests, doctors, artisans, and merchants were all caught in the slaughter. Women were assaulted and some were abducted. Russians dressed in Polish clothing were occasionally mistaken for foreigners and killed as well. Once leading conspirators realized that the violence had escaped their control, they rode through the streets ordering it to stop. By then, much of the damage had already been done. Thousands were dead or wounded, although surviving accounts disagree over the exact number. The districts occupied by the foreign delegation were filled with bodies and stripped houses. Plunder continued long after the political purpose of the revolt had been achieved. Villagers entered Moscow after the gates reopened and joined in taking whatever remained. By late morning, the city had begun to quiet. Survivors associated with Dmitry were arrested, while residents returned to their homes to discuss the overthrow as a national and religious victory. Many congratulated one another for having saved Russia from Polish domination and orthodoxy from Catholicism. The bloodshed was interpreted less as a massacre than as an act of liberation. This belief would become one of the foundations of the new government's legitimacy. The death of Dmitry created an immediate political vacuum. Russia could not remain without a sovereign, and Vasily Shuisky moved quickly to control the succession. Prince Fyodor Mstislavsky, the most senior and respected boyar, showed little desire to compete for the crown after serving under several rulers and surviving repeated changes of regime. Other possible candidates lacked either sufficient influence or a lineage acceptable to Moscow. Shuisky possessed both ambition and an ancient princely ancestry. He had organized the uprising, survived Dmitry's attempt to execute him, and now appeared before the population as the man who had destroyed an impostor and defended the church. That evening, he spoke publicly in Red Square and presented himself as the best candidate to restore order. Some argued that a broader assembly representing the country should choose the next monarch, as had occurred when Boris Godunov was elected. Moscow's crowd, however, preferred an immediate decision. On May 19th, leading boyars, churchmen, and residents gathered in Red Square. Shuisky was proclaimed Tsar with little meaningful opposition. His elevation was less a national election than a decision made by the political and military forces controlling the capital. The scene carried extraordinary symbolism. Only months earlier, Shuisky had knelt in the same square with his head upon an execution block. Now the crowd celebrated him as the defender of Russia, while the decomposing body of the man who had sentenced him lay nearby. Shuisky initially suggested that a new patriarch should be chosen before the coronation. Patriarch Ignatius had been compromised by his support for Dmitry, and a proper religious authority was needed to consecrate the next sovereign. The crowd rejected delay. Russia, they argued, required a Tsar more urgently than a patriarch. Metropolitan Isidore of Novgorod was therefore called upon to perform the necessary rites. Shuisky also removed possible rivals. Simeon Bekbulatovich, the blind former prince once elevated ceremonially by Ivan the Terrible, was sent to a distant monastery and forced into monastic life. Vasily Shuisky was crowned on June 1, 1606, in the Dormition Cathedral. The crown of monarch was again placed upon the head of a new ruler, only weeks after Marina Menishek had worn it, and less than a year after Dmitry's own coronation. The speed of the succession troubled many Russians outside Moscow. Provincial communities had not been consulted, and representatives of the broader country had played no part in the decision. For them, Shuisky appeared to be the chosen ruler of Moscow's boyars, rather than the accepted Tsar of all Russia. While ceremonies celebrated the new reign, carts carried the dead beyond the city walls. Mass graves received many of those killed during the uprising. Basmanov's relatives recovered his body and buried him privately near the grave of a child. Dmitry's corpse remained in Red Square for several days as an object of mockery and public curiosity. It was eventually buried outside the city in a cemetery reserved for the poor. Even this burial did not end the fear surrounding him. Unusual weather and stories of apparitions near the grave were interpreted as signs that the dead impostor remained dangerous. His body was exhumed and burned. The ashes were mixed with gunpowder, loaded into a cannon, and fired in the direction of Poland. The act was intended to destroy not merely the corpse, but the political and supernatural memory attached to it. Russia had cast the false prince back toward the foreign lands from which he had come. Shuisky now had to prove that he represented more than a successful conspiracy. He came from one of the oldest princely families in Russia and could claim descent from the rulers of Suzdal. Yet noble ancestry alone could not stabilize a state exhausted by famine, rebellion, disputed succession, and foreign intervention. His first public commitments were aimed at restoring confidence in government. Shuisky had witnessed how unrestricted autocratic power had enabled secret accusations, arbitrary executions, confiscations, and political terror under Ivan the Terrible, Boris Godunov, and Dmitry. He therefore promised to place limits upon his own authority. No person, he declared, would be executed without judgment by a court of boyars. The property of a convicted criminal would not automatically be taken from innocent family members. Accusers and accused would be brought face to face, preventing secret denunciations from deciding a person's fate. Anyone proven to have offered false testimony would receive the punishment intended for the victim. Shuisky publicly kissed the cross and swore to observe these principles. The pledge represented an unusual attempt to bind the monarch to law and to the participation of the Boyar Duma. He hoped to present his rule as a return to justice after years of suspicion and arbitrary violence. The Senate created by Dmitry was dissolved and the traditional Duma was restored. Couriers traveled across the country announcing the death of the impostor and the accession of Vasily Shuisky. Subjects were ordered to swear loyalty to the new Tsar and to any future wife or children he might have. Marina Nagaya's name was attached to the proclamation, giving additional weight to the official version of Dmitry's exposure. The government portrayed Shuisky as the savior of both Russia and the Orthodox Church. Documents attributed to the dead ruler were distributed as evidence. They described promises to place the Russian Church under papal authority, transfer Western territories to Yuri Menisek, and eliminate boyars and guards who resisted foreign control. Letters from Polish nobles were also presented as proof that foreign supporters had known Dmitry was an impostor, but assisted him for profit and political influence. These documents provided a moral and political justification for the uprising. The slaughter in Moscow was reframed as a desperate act of national defense against an approaching coup, religious betrayal, and foreign occupation. The new government then removed officials associated with Dmitry. Men who had received promotion, wealth, or influence under the previous regime were dismissed, exiled, or stripped of rank. Vasily Mosalsky, Afanasy Vlasiev, Mikhail Saltykov, Bogdan Belsky, and members of the Nogoy family were among those displaced from the center of power. Property was again confiscated despite Shuisky's promises of legal restraint. Supporters defended the purge as necessary to remove Dmitry's agents from government. Critics saw it as evidence that the new ruler might repeat the same practices he had condemned. Uncertainty surrounded the throne from its beginning. Only a portion of Moscow had actively supported Shuisky's election, while the provinces had been excluded. The deaths of Dmitry and the foreigners had not erased the political divisions of the previous year. Shuisky was also nearly 60 and had no established heir. Russia had just witnessed the destruction of one dynasty, the murder of a young Tsar, and the rise of an impostor claiming descent from Ivan the Terrible. The succession remained dangerously uncertain. The new ruler promised law, mercy, and stability. Yet his throne had been created through conspiracy, urban revolt, and massacre. That contradiction would follow him from the first day of his reign. Vasily Shuisky understood that the memory of Tsarevich Dmitry remained the most dangerous weapon in Russian politics. As long as people could believe that Ivan the Terrible's youngest son had survived, another claimant might appear and gather an army beneath his name. The new Tsar therefore moved quickly to establish an official and visible proof of the prince's death. On the very day of Shuisky's coronation, a delegation of bishops, princes, and members of the Nogoy family was sent to Uglich. Their task was to exhume the child's coffin and bring it to Moscow. When the grave was opened, those present claimed that the body remained recognizable despite the passage of 15 years. Objects placed beside the dead prince by his relatives were also found within the coffin and presented as additional evidence of his identity. The remains arrived in Moscow on June 3rd. Marina Nagaya and Tsar Vasily personally inspected the coffin before it was carried into the Kremlin. Shuisky then lifted it onto his own shoulders and joined the procession toward the Archangel Cathedral. The spectacle contained a bitter contradiction. Years earlier, Shuisky had led the investigation that declared Dmitri's death accidental. He had repeated that conclusion under Boris Godunov, altered his position during the rise of Otrepyev, and then used the prince's murder to justify the overthrow of the impostor. Now he presented himself as the guardian of the truth he had once helped obscure. Marina stood within the cathedral and publicly confessed that the child in the coffin was her real son. She asked forgiveness for acknowledging Otrepyev, explaining that threats and fear had forced her cooperation. Churchmen and officials pardoned her since the government needed her testimony more than it needed to punish her. The remains of Dmitry Ivanovich were placed in the Archangel Cathedral among the rulers of the dynasty. His burial in the sacred center of Muscovite monarchy was intended to close the succession question permanently. The dead prince could now be honored as a martyr, but he could no longer be allowed to return. Patriarch Ignatius, who had crowned Otrepyev and performed his marriage to Marina Mniszek, was removed immediately. His vestments were stripped away, and he was reduced to the status of an ordinary monk under confinement in the Chudov monastery. A delegation was sent to invite the elderly Patriarch Job back to Moscow. Job, weakened by age and blindness, refused to resume office. Instead, he recommended Metropolitan Hermogen of Kazan. Hermogen had opposed Marina Mniszek's coronation without a clear conversion to orthodoxy and had suffered exile for challenging the previous regime. His resistance transformed him into a symbol of ecclesiastical integrity. He was summoned to Moscow, chosen by a church council, and installed as patriarch with Shuisky's support. The appointment signaled a new alliance between the throne and the Orthodox Church. Shuisky needed the clergy to defend his legitimacy, while Hermogen needed the crown to restore the authority weakened under Otrepyev. Both men hoped that unity between church and state could stabilize the country. Shuisky also attempted to rehabilitate the memory of Boris Godunov and his murdered family. The bodies of Boris, his wife Maria, and their son Fyodor were removed from the obscure burial place to which they had been condemned after the fall of the dynasty. Their coffins were carried in a solemn procession to the Trinity Sergius Monastery. Monks bore the remains of Boris, while officials carried the coffins of Maria and Fyodor. Ksenia Godunova followed in an enclosed carriage, mourning the family whose destruction she had survived. Spectators reportedly wept as the procession passed. Many remembered not only the accusations against Boris, but also the years of order and prosperity associated with the beginning of his rule and his earlier administration under Tsar Fyodor Ivanovich. The transfer served several political purposes. It condemned the humiliation imposed upon the Godunovs by Otrepyev, presented Shuisky as a ruler capable of restoring justice, and quietly acknowledged Boris as a legitimate crowned monarch. Shuisky himself lacked descent from the direct Moscow line, and recognition of an elected ruler such as Boris indirectly strengthened the principle upon which his own throne depended. Ksenia remained in religious confinement for the rest of her life, separated from politics and deprived of family or position. A place was reserved for her beside her parents and brother, though she would survive them by many years. Having reconstructed the sacred and dynastic narrative of the recent past, Shuisky turned to defense and diplomacy. Troops were sent toward the Oka and the southern frontier to protect Russia from Crimean raids. Efforts were made to repair relations with neighboring states and to prevent the violence against foreigners in Moscow from expanding into a larger war. The wealth Dmitry had given to Marina Mniszek and her family was confiscated and returned to the treasury. The extravagant court was reduced, and the foreign guards who had surrounded the impostor were dismissed. Polish prisoners were gradually released and escorted from the country. The Mniszek family remained under tighter control. Its members were separated and placed in different Russian towns while negotiations continued with King Sigismund. Shuisky sent Prince Grigory Volkonsky to Poland with proposals for restoring peaceful relations. Sigismund refused the offered settlement. He resented the destruction of the political enterprise in which he had invested and remained unwilling to recognize Shuisky fully. The possibility that another claimant might arise in the future continued to serve Polish interests. Relations with several other powers were more successful. England, Denmark, and Sweden accepted diplomatic contact with the new ruler. The Crimean Khan addressed Shuisky as a fellow sovereign, while Nogai leaders considered closer submission to Moscow. Russian envoys also attempted to strengthen relations with Austria, Persia, and the Ottoman Empire. These achievements created the appearance of recovery, but Shuisky's authority remained dangerously narrow. He had been selected in Moscow without the full participation of the provinces, and many communities regarded his coronation as the private act of the capital's boyars. The first major challenge emerged from a man who had once served Otrepiev. Prince Grigory Shakovskoy became governor of Putivl, the same southern stronghold from which the first false Dmitry had rebuilt his campaign. The region still contained former soldiers, fugitives, Cossacks, displaced peasants, and adventurers who had benefited from rebellion and feared the return of central authority. Shakovskoy understood the political mood of the south. He knew that many residents resented Moscow's decision to choose a new Tsar without consulting them. He also understood that the name Dmitry remained more powerful than any living candidate. He therefore announced that the man killed in Moscow had not been Dmitry at all. According to his story, the true Tsar had escaped before the uprising and was now hiding until his supporters could reorganize. The corpse exposed in Red Square belonged to an unidentified foreigner or court servant. To make the danger appear immediate, Shakovskoy warned the people of Putivl that Shuisky intended to punish the entire region for supporting Otrepiev. He compared the coming repression to Ivan the Terrible's destruction of Novgorod. The choice, he argued, was simple: rebel now or wait to be arrested, tortured, and killed. Putivl rose against Moscow. Nearby towns soon followed, including Chernigov, Starodub, Novgorod-Seversky, Belgorod, Kromy, Livny, and others across the southern frontier. Soldiers, landowners, peasants, Cossacks, criminals, and displaced men joined the rebellion beneath the banner of a Dmitry who had not yet appeared. Those who refused to participate faced brutal punishment. Loyal officials were imprisoned, drowned, hanged, impaled, or thrown from towers. Their property was seized and redistributed. Their families suffered violence and humiliation. The rebellion claimed to defend the rightful Tsar, but it also released local vengeance and social hatred. The rebels repeatedly asked when Dmitry would return. Shakovskoy replied that Russia's son would rise again from Sandomierz, the Polish region associated with the Mniszek family, and the first impostor's rise. Rumors spread through Moscow and the provinces. A boatman claimed that he had ferried mysterious travelers across the Oka River shortly before the uprising, and that one of them had been addressed as Dmitry. Others reported seeing the escaped ruler disguised as a monk near Tula, Putivl, or the Polish frontier. In Poland, similar stories circulated. Members of the Mniszek household claimed that Marina's husband had survived and was hiding near Sandomierz or Sambor. Russian exiles and former supporters of Otrepiev were said to have met him secretly. One possible source of the rumors was Mikhail Molchanov, a former associate of Otrepiev and one of the men implicated in the murder of Fyodor Godunov. Molchanov had disappeared after Shuisky's accession and possessed several qualities useful to a pretender. He spoke Russian and Polish, understood some Latin, and had experience inside the previous regime. Yet he did not resemble Otrepiev closely, and too many people knew his true identity. Molchanov could encourage rebellion through letters and messengers, but appearing publicly as Dmitry would have exposed the fraud almost immediately. He therefore withdrew from the role, leaving the southern rebels with a powerful name but no visible claimant. The absence of a living Dmitry did not weaken the rumors. In some ways, it strengthened them. The less the rebels saw him, the more freely they could imagine him. Every unexplained traveler, missing official, or mysterious letter became proof that the rightful Tsar remained alive. Muscovites themselves began to question what they had witnessed. Some claimed that the corpse in Red Square had not resembled the ruler. Others suggested that magic or substitution had enabled Dmitry to escape. The reign they had recently condemned was now remembered by some as generous and prosperous, compared with Shuisky's uncertain government. Handbills appeared in Moscow announcing that Dmitry would return by the new year. They accused Shuisky of murder and usurpation and promised the restoration of lawful rule. The government attempted to identify the writers and distributors, but failed. Metropolitan Pafnuti was sent south to persuade the rebels to submit. The towns refused even to hear him. Marina Nagaya sent letters confirming both the death of her son at Uglich and the killing of Otrepiev in Moscow. She included an image of the real prince as further evidence. The testimony achieved nothing. Those who had accepted one miraculous survival could accept another. For many, belief in Dmitry had become less a question of identity than a weapon against Shuisky. Shakovskoy continued writing proclamations in Dmitry's name. He possessed the state seal taken during the confusion of the Moscow uprising, allowing his letters to appear official. These documents summoned Russia to unite with the southern rebels and overthrow the usurper. The movement soon acquired a military commander in Ivan Bolotnikov. His earlier life was surrounded by uncertainty, but he possessed energy, charisma, and experience sufficient to organize the growing forces. Whether he truly believed Dmitry was alive mattered little. He understood the mobilizing power of the name. Bolotnikov appealed to soldiers, Cossacks, fugitive peasants, servants, and men dissatisfied with the social order. He promised liberation from Shuisky's rule and advancement under the returning Tsar. Noblemen and provincial commanders also joined him, including men who hoped to control the rebellion for their own political purposes. Shuisky responded by sending forces toward Yelets and Kromy. The First Royal Army numbered several thousand cavalrymen, but when confronted by Bolotnikov's troops, it broke and fled. Prisoners were abused as murderers and traitors. Some were drowned or sent to Putovl for execution, while others were flogged and released to carry news of the rebel victory back to Moscow. Bolotnikov advanced north. Orel, Tula, Kaluga, Vinev, and other towns submitted. Additional commanders joined him, including Istoma Pashkov, Grigory Sumbolov, and Prokopy Lyapunov. Unlike the first Otrepiev campaign, this rebellion included not only desperate volunteers, but also trained soldiers, provincial nobles, and established military forces. Many argued that their previous oath to Shuisky was void because the true Dmitry was alive. Officials who resisted were arrested and sent south in chains. Villages were looted and burned. Churches were robbed despite the movement's claim to defend legitimate and sacred authority. The uprising expanded partly through belief and partly through terror. Towns sometimes joined simply to avoid destruction. Shuisky was alarmed but did not surrender. He possessed considerable personal courage, though his strategy remained uncertain. In the autumn of 1606, he issued proclamations explaining the origins of the rebellion and denouncing the supposed survival of Dmitry as an absurd invention. A larger army was assembled under several senior commanders, including Shuisky's talented young nephew, Mikhail Skopin-Shuisky. Most government commanders achieved little. Some retreated after brief fighting, and others withdrew toward villages near Moscow. Skopin-Shuisky alone demonstrated consistent military ability. The rebels reached the approaches to the capital. After devastating Kolomna, they established positions near Kolomenskoye and sent proclamations into Moscow declaring that Dmitry had returned to power. Residents, clergy, and officials were ordered to abandon Shuisky and swear a new oath. The rebels announced that the war had ended and that an age of mercy had begun. At the same time, they encouraged peasants and servants to attack landowners, seize property, and take revenge upon the wealthy. Promises of rank and riches drew new supporters, but they also frightened noble allies who had never intended to sponsor a social revolution. Shuisky fortified Moscow's entrances and concentrated loyal troops around the capital. Some provincial communities, including parts of Smolensk and Tver, expelled rebel forces and returned to royal authority. The continued absence of Dmitry now created divisions within the rebellion. Noble commanders had joined expecting to serve a legitimate monarch, not to remain under Bolotnikov and an army increasingly dominated by Cossacks, fugitives, and rebellious peasants. Prokopy Lyapunov became one of the first major leaders to defect. Convinced that no Dmitry would appear, he abandoned Bolotnikov and entered Moscow with troops from Ryazan and other towns. Shuisky accepted his apology and rewarded him with a court position. More soldiers followed. Shuisky offered pardons in the hope of dissolving the rebellion without further bloodshed. He even promised Bolotnikov a high office if he submitted. Bolotnikov refused. In early December, Skopin-Shuisky led another attack and defeated the rebels near Moscow. Bolotnikov withdrew southward. So many prisoners were captured that the Moscow prisons could not contain them. Some were incorporated into the Tsar's forces, while others were drowned. For his victory, Skopin-Shuisky was raised to the rank of boyar. Moscow briefly believed that the danger had passed. Bolotnikov attempted to enter Serpukhov, but the population denied him refuge. He therefore retreated to Kaluga, where he fortified the town with earthworks, ramparts, and a deep moat. Within days, thousands of fugitives and volunteers gathered around him. From Kaluga, he appealed desperately to the southern leaders for aid. More than reinforcements, he demanded a living Dmitry. A rebellion founded upon the name of a ruler could not survive indefinitely without producing the ruler himself. Shakhovskoy searched for a suitable claimant. Molchanov was too recognizable. Another candidate accepted money and disappeared into Poland. The Cossack Ileka, previously presented as Tsarevich Peter, was summoned again and welcomed as the supposed son of Tsar Fyodor and nephew of Dmitry. The story was no more credible than the previous inventions, but the rebellion now depended upon a collection of royal ghosts. If no convincing Dmitry could be found, perhaps another miraculous heir might hold the army together. Polish troops began entering the southern conflict, and additional towns abandoned Shuisky. Perm, Vyatka, Nizhny Novgorod, and other regions experienced unrest or divided loyalties. The rebellion had become a national crisis rather than a local uprising. Government armies surrounded Kaluga in December 1606, but rebel forces attacked from behind and disrupted the siege. Shuisky divided his commanders across several fronts while remaining in Moscow to guard against another urban revolt. The winter campaign became slow and destructive. Disease spread, supplies disappeared, and soldiers suffered from hunger. In some units, horses became the only available food. A plague struck parts of the country, adding another layer of fear to a population already exhausted by civil war. Shuisky again turned to the church and to the memory of the dead prince. The elderly former patriarch Job was brought to Moscow in February 1607 and appeared before a congregation in the Dormition Cathedral. Job publicly repented for his conduct under Boris Godunov. He admitted that he had concealed the truth concerning Dmitry's death and had defended Boris despite knowing of his responsibility. He asked forgiveness for violating the duties of the Patriarchate and urged the people never again to accept anyone claiming to be the murdered prince. The audience wept and kissed his hand. Job then returned to monastic isolation, where he died a few months later. His confession produced emotion, but little political effect. Those who opposed Shuisky simply dismissed the statement as another performance forced by the government. Testimony had changed too many times under too many rulers. Truth itself had lost authority. The fighting south of Moscow continued. Thousands of Shuisky's soldiers deserted and joined the rebels. The government ordered all able-bodied men to prepare for war and threatened deserters with death. Monasteries were required to send grain to the capital in preparation for a possible siege. The rebels delayed their advance while awaiting reinforcements and the arrival of Ileka. This pause allowed Shuisky to assemble a far larger force. In May 1607, he personally left Moscow and joined armies commanded by his leading nobles. The combined force was said to number tens of thousands. Bolotnikov, Shakhovskoy, and the supposed Tsarevich Peter concentrated their army around Tula. The two sides finally met near the Vosma River in early June. This time, Shuisky's forces held together. The rebel army was crushed, its advance broken, and the surviving leaders were forced back toward Tula. The victory did not end the time of troubles, but it prevented Bolotnikov from capturing Moscow. For the first time since his coronation, Vasily Shuisky had defeated the rebellion in a major open battle. Yet even as the rebels retreated, the deeper crisis remained unresolved. Russia still lacked a ruler trusted by the entire country, and somewhere beyond the frontier, another man could still be found to assume the name Dmitry Ivanovich. After the defeat of Bolotnikov's forces near the Vozma River, Shuisky's army pressed southward. Mikhail Skopin-Shuisky joined the main force, and loyalist troops recovered towns along the road to Tula. The surviving rebel commanders had gathered behind the city's defenses, and the Tsar hoped to end the uprising by capturing them all in a single siege. The encirclement of Tula began at the end of June 1607. Inside the walls were Bolotnikov, Shakhovskoy, the Cossack pretender Ileka, and thousands of men who had fought in the name of a ruler they had never seen. As food diminished and the royal army tightened its grip, the old question returned with increasing urgency. Where was Dmitry? Bolotnikov and Shakhovskoy continued to insist that he was alive in Lithuania and would soon arrive with foreign assistance. Their promises could no longer satisfy everyone. Messengers were sent westward with an extraordinary mission. If the real Dmitry could not be found, they were to locate someone capable of becoming him. The search eventually produced another claimant. Later accounts gave him different origins and names, but he was described as a poor wanderer connected with the Polish borderlands, educated enough to speak both Russian and Polish, and familiar with Orthodox scripture and ceremony. He bore little resemblance to Grigory Otrepiev, yet physical resemblance had become less important than political usefulness. A Polish adventurer named Mekovetsky became one of his principal organizers. Having known the first impostor's supporters, he taught the new claimant the details of Otrepiev's life, court, escape stories, and political alliances. The man was trained not merely to imitate Dmitry, but to inherit the entire legend created around him. Polish magnates again recognized the possibilities. King Sigismund did not openly crown the enterprise as an official campaign, but money, soldiers, and protection flowed toward it. The death of one impostor had not destroyed the usefulness of Dmitry's name. It had demonstrated how powerful that name could be when combined with Russian division and Polish military support. In August, two men appeared in Starodub and announced that Tsar Dmitry was nearby with an army. They claimed to have been sent ahead to discover whether the population still loved its lawful sovereign. The response was immediate. Residents demanded to see him and swore that they would sacrifice their lives in his service. One of the messengers then pointed toward his companion and declared that the true Dmitry stood before them. No evidence was demanded. People fell to the ground, embraced his feet, and celebrated the return of the ruler who had supposedly escaped death for a second time. The new pretender's success did not depend upon convincing everyone. Many of those who joined him understood that he was not Otrepiev, and certainly not the son of Ivan the Terrible. They served him because they hated Shuisky, feared punishment, desired land, sought military profit, or preferred rebellion to submission. Ivan Zarutsky, an experienced Cossack commander who had supported the first impostor, publicly recognized the newcomer. He bowed before him and promised the same loyalty he had shown before. His performance gave the claimant credibility among soldiers who valued the testimony of a familiar leader more than any proof of royal birth. Southern towns supplied troops, provisions, and recruits. Putivl, Chernigov, Novgorod-Seversky, and other centers, once associated with Otrepiev's rise, again became bases of resistance. The second, Dmitry began gathering an army composed of Polish cavalry, Cossacks, fugitives, peasants, mercenaries, and political adventurers. News of his appearance reached the royal camp outside Tula. A rebel messenger delivered a proclamation demanding that Shuisky surrender the throne to the returning sovereign. Standing before the Tsar, the envoy called him a murderer and usurper. Shuisky answered by ordering his execution. The appearance of another claimant made the capture of Tula even more urgent. Shuisky expanded the siege, but he lacked enough reliable troops for a quick assault. The city's walls remained strong, and the defenders fought with the desperation of men who expected no mercy. The royal army eventually turned the river itself into a weapon. Engineers blocked and redirected the Upa, forcing water into the city. Streets and storage areas flooded. Disease spread through the overcrowded defenses, sanitation collapsed, and the remaining food was ruined. By October, resistance had become impossible. Tula surrendered, and royal forces entered the city. Bolotnikov, Shakhovskoy, Ileika, and other leaders were arrested and carried toward Moscow in chains. Prince Andrei Teliatevsky escaped the harshest punishment, protected in part by his connections with the Shuisky family. The victory was celebrated in Moscow as though Shuisky had conquered a foreign kingdom. Bells rang, public feasts continued for days, and the Tsar was praised as the savior of the capital. The prisoners received different punishments. Ileika, the supposed son of Tsar Fyodor, was publicly hanged. Bolotnikov was blinded and later drowned. Several Cossack commanders and determined rebels were removed to distant towns and secretly killed. Shakovskoy was imprisoned in the north, while many lesser participants were sent to Siberia. Shuisky offered amnesty to ordinary soldiers who submitted. He hoped that leniency would detach them from the second impostor and prevent another army from forming. Yet while Moscow celebrated, much of southern Russia had already transferred its loyalty to the new claimant. The defeat at Tula therefore ended one rebellion but not the civil war. From the western frontier to the lower Volga, towns remained outside Shuisky's control. The second Dmitry gathered strength and waited for the right moment to move north. During this temporary calm, Shuisky turned toward marriage. Nearly 60 years old and without a secure heir, he married Princess Maria Buinosova of Rostov, a woman he had considered years earlier. The marriage was politically sensible, but hostile chroniclers later claimed that it weakened his attention to government. The aging Tsar appeared increasingly absorbed by domestic life and court luxury. His critics accused him of withdrawing from military affairs just as the new Pretender's campaign was gaining strength. Whether this judgment was fair or not, it reflected the growing belief that Shuisky lacked the energy required to command a divided country. While Moscow celebrated the royal wedding, fighting continued elsewhere. A commander who had accepted the Tsar's pardon was sent to restore order in Kaluga, but the residents rejected him. They declared that Dmitry alone was their ruler and that they expected his arrival. The second impostor advanced toward Bryansk with thousands of Polish soldiers and Ukrainian Cossacks. Another pretender appeared at the same time, claiming to be yet another hidden son of Tsar Fyodor. The new Dmitry had no interest in sharing his invented dynasty and ordered the rival executed. Shuisky sent an army to relieve Bryansk. In December 1607, royal troops crossed the Desna and attacked the besiegers from the rear while the town's defenders struck from the walls. The rebel army withdrew and established winter quarters around Orel. The retreat did not destroy the movement. Throughout the winter, the pretender expanded his following. He granted pardons to criminals, promised freedom to fugitive serfs, distributed estates belonging to loyalists, and offered advancement to anyone willing to join him. Polish reinforcements arrived under powerful commanders. Among them were Alexander Lisowski and Roman Rodziński, men whose ambitions extended far beyond serving a supposed Russian prince. Their troops strengthened the campaign, but also introduced rivalry into the pretender's court. Rodziński soon removed Mekovetsky, the organizer who had helped create the second Dmitry. According to hostile accounts, he strangled him personally and then assumed control over the claimant's military and political affairs. The impostor increasingly became a prisoner of the men who supported him. Polish commanders supplied the cavalry, directed strategy, and expected payment in land and treasure. Russian rebels supplied numbers and local knowledge. The claimant himself provided the sacred name that held these incompatible groups together. In the spring of 1608, the army moved north again. Towns that refused to recognize Dmitry were plundered and burned. Shuisky remained in Moscow and entrusted command to his brother Dmitry Shuisky and Prince Vasily Golitsyn. The two armies met near Bolkov in April. Fighting continued for several days, but the royal army eventually collapsed. Some troops fled, while others joined the pretender. The defeat opened the road towards central Russia and confirmed the second Dmitry as a serious threat. As his army advanced toward Kaluga and Moscow, new recruits arrived daily. Peasants, fugitives, adventurers, Cossacks, and dissatisfied soldiers joined in expectation of freedom or reward. At the same time, noble families and landowners fled toward Moscow, fearing that a rebel victory would cost them their estates, ranks, and lives. The conflict had become both a dynastic struggle and a social war. For the poor, the pretender offered release from obligation and revenge against landlords. For many nobles, Shuisky represented the only protection against the destruction of the established order. The Tsar responded by searching for treason inside his own court. Princes and officials suspected of disloyalty were exiled to remote regions. Others were executed. The ruler who had promised an end to secret accusations and political repression increasingly returned to the methods he had condemned. By the summer of 1608, the second Dmitry established his headquarters at Tushino, a village only a short distance northwest of Moscow. From there, he hoped to frighten the capital into surrender without risking a direct assault against its walls. He sent proclamations calling upon Muscovites to abandon Shuisky. No uprising followed. Roman Rosinski urged an immediate attack, but the claimant hesitated. Moscow was the capital he hoped to inherit, and he did not wish to destroy its palaces, churches, treasuries, and administrative center. His army was large but uneven. Polish cavalry and experienced Cossacks formed its strongest elements, while tens of thousands of Russian followers lacked proper weapons, training, or discipline. Moscow contained a powerful garrison protected by walls and artillery. The pretender could surround the city, disrupt its roads, and wait for betrayal, but he could not easily storm it. Tushino therefore developed into a rival capital. The impostor held court, distributed titles, issued orders, granted estates, and received delegations. Russia now possessed two governments, two sets of officials, and two men claiming supreme authority. Shuisky attempted to remove Polish support through diplomacy. Negotiations with King Sigismund produced a treaty in the summer of 1608. Both countries agreed to preserve existing borders, avoid war, and release prisoners. Russia promised to free Marina Mniszek and other Poles still held after the Moscow uprising. In return, Polish and Lithuanian troops were supposed to abandon the second impostor. The agreement was almost immediately violated. Polish commanders at Tushino refused to withdraw, and additional cavalry crossed into Russia. The envoys who negotiated in Moscow also collected information about the city's defenses, arsenals, and political mood. Once the prisoners were released, Shuisky discovered that the treaty had protected his enemies more effectively than it had protected Russia. The Polish forces around Tushino divided into separate commands. Jan Sapieha led thousands of men northward toward the Trinity Sergius Monastery, whose wealth and symbolic importance made it an attractive target. Lisowski marched toward Kolomna and threatened the approaches to Moscow. Royal forces defeated Lisowski near a crossing of the Moscow River and recovered Kolomna. Another army attempted to stop Sapieha but was defeated, allowing him to continue toward the monastery. The second impostor's camp was no longer a unified army. Different commanders pursued their own campaigns, collected tribute, occupied towns, and plundered religious institutions. Dmitry provided a banner beneath which they operated, but he possessed limited control over them. Meanwhile, Marina Mniszek and her father were being escorted toward the Polish frontier under the terms of the treaty. Near Smolensk, troops sent from Tushino attacked the convoy and scattered the Russian guards. An envoy approached Marina with a remarkable message. Her husband had survived the Moscow revolt and was waiting for her at Tushino. Marina knew that the man could not be Grigory Otrepiev. She had lived with the first impostor, attended his court, and seen him closely. The new claimant differed in appearance, behavior, and background. Yet returning to Poland meant abandoning the possibility of becoming Tsaritsa. Recognition of the second Dmitry offered another chance at the Russian throne. Yuri Mniszek, still driven by debt and ambition, encouraged his daughter to accept the deception. The decision required an agreement. Marina demanded that a renewed marriage ceremony be performed by a Catholic priest. The claimant reportedly promised not to claim full marital rights until Moscow had fallen and he had been crowned Tsar. In September 1608, Marina entered the Tushino camp. Before soldiers, nobles, Cossacks, and foreign officers, she performed another carefully staged reunion. She wept, embraced the stranger, and addressed him as the husband she believed murdered in Moscow. The second Dmitry responded with equal emotion. Their display transformed political fraud into public proof. For many supporters, Marina's recognition settled the question. The woman who had shared the Kremlin throne with the first Dmitry now declared that the man at Tushino was the same ruler. Those who still doubted found it safer to remain silent. The imposture had been resurrected again. This time it stood not as a wandering claimant approaching Moscow, but as the center of an armed rival state only a few miles from the Kremlin. As more soldiers deserted Moscow for Tushino, Vasily Shuisky's position became increasingly desperate. He no longer trusted the loyalty of his army, and neither of his brothers possessed the military ability needed to reverse the collapse. His most capable commander was his young nephew, Mikhail Skopin-Shuisky. The Tsar therefore sent Mikhail north with a dangerous mission. He was to negotiate with King Charles IX of Sweden, secure a treaty, and recruit foreign troops for the struggle against the Tushino camp. Shuisky had reached the point where he could no longer rely upon Russian forces alone to defend his throne. Moscow itself had become a city under psychological siege. Its walls remained strong, but confidence in the government had weakened. The clergy prayed publicly for Shuisky and reminded worshippers of his earlier services to Russia, yet sermons could not erase years of civil war, destroyed towns, failed armies, and constant rumors of betrayal. Residents felt trapped between two governments. Rebel horsemen approached the outskirts and helped defectors escape toward Tushino. Families sometimes divided deliberately, sending one relative to the impostors' camp while another remained in Moscow. Whatever side won, they hoped that someone within the victorious camp would protect the rest. Trade continued secretly across the military lines. Smugglers carried food, salt, clothing, and weapons out of Moscow and sold them to the very army surrounding the capital. Few dared report the activity. Informers risked revenge from neighbors and accusations that could become fatal if Shuisky fell. The Tsar understood that collaboration was occurring, but hesitated to answer with mass arrests. He had promised to govern under law and did not wish to repeat the terror of Ivan the Terrible or Boris Godunov. Yet his restraint also appeared as weakness. He remained inside the fortified capital, waiting anxiously for news from Skopin-Shuisky and Sweden. While Tushino pressured Moscow, another rebel army moved against one of the most sacred institutions in Russia. The Trinity Sergius Monastery possessed not only immense wealth, but enormous spiritual importance. Its churches contained precious vessels, icons, jewels, manuscripts, and gifts accumulated over generations. For the rebels, its capture promised money and prestige. If the monastery submitted to the second Dmitry, the victory would suggest that even the spiritual heart of Muscovy had recognized him. The defenders understood the danger. As enemy cavalry approached, monks, soldiers, servants, and peasants prepared the walls. Families from surrounding villages fled into the fortified complex, carrying whatever possessions and food they could save. Some burned their own homes before leaving so that the approaching soldiers would find neither shelter nor plunder. In September 1608, an army led by Jan Sapieha, Alexander Lisavsky, and other commanders appeared before the monastery. Inside, the defense was organized by Prince Grigory Dolgoruki and Alexei Golokvastov. The fortress soon contained not only its religious community, but large numbers of displaced civilians. The besiegers demanded surrender. They warned that the forces of Dmitry were greater than those of Shuisky and promised mercy if the monastery acknowledged the ruler at Tushino. The commanders, clergy, and residents refused. Rebel camps were established around the walls. Trenches were dug, roads were blocked, and artillery was positioned. For weeks, dozens of cannons bombarded the monastery. The stone defenses suffered damage, but not enough to create a decisive breach. The defenders did not remain passive. At night, small groups descended from the walls by ropes, attacked sentries, destroyed equipment, and disappeared before the larger rebel units could respond. These raids became a regular feature of the siege and prevented the attackers from resting securely. The rebels attempted to burn the defenses by piling brushwood near the walls, but fire had little effect upon the stone fortifications. They then dug tunnels beneath the monastery, hoping to enter through underground passages or collapse portions of the walls. When attackers emerged inside the defenses, monks, soldiers, and civilians fought them back and sealed the openings. The struggle became a contest of endurance. Neither side possessed enough strength to force a quick conclusion. Winter transformed the siege into a disaster for everyone. Food became scarce, clean water was difficult to obtain, and overcrowding created disease. Inside the monastery, scurvy spread through the population. Dozens died each day, and the dead were often buried together in large graves. Archimandrite Joasaph sent messengers to Moscow begging for relief. He warned that only a limited supply of food remained and that disease was destroying the defenders more effectively than rebel artillery. Shuisky, still waiting for Swedish assistance, could spare only a very small reinforcement. It was far too weak to break the encirclement. The defenders survived the worst of the sickness until warmer weather returned. Thousands had died, but the monastery had not surrendered. In May 1609, Sapieha's army launched another major assault. Women, children, monks, servants, and soldiers fought together from the walls. They threw stones, poured burning liquids, used fire, pitch, plaster, and sulfur, and struck at anyone attempting to climb the defenses. The attack failed. The resistance of the Trinity Sergius Monastery became one of the most powerful symbols of opposition to the Tuscino regime. While cities and nobles changed sides repeatedly, the monastery endured famine, disease, bombardment, and assault without recognizing the impostor. Unable to capture Moscow or the monastery, the second Dmitry expanded his influence through the surrounding provinces. Commanders were sent toward Suzdal, Vladimir, Rostov, and other northern cities with proclamations, threats, and armed detachments. Many communities submitted. Pereyaslavl and Suzdal recognized the Tuscino claimant and then helped force neighboring towns to do the same. Once one city defected, the pressure upon the next increased. Local officials feared isolation, destruction, or revenge from nearby rebels. Rostov became one of the most important captures. Metropolitan Filaret Romanov was there when rebel forces entered the city. He was seized, stripped of his dignity, dressed in rough clothing, and taken barefoot to Tuscino as a prisoner. The impostor welcomed him publicly as a relative and honored victim of earlier persecution. Filaret belonged to one of Russia's most prominent families and possessed enormous ecclesiastical prestige. His presence could provide the Tuscino court with an appearance of legitimacy that no proclamation could achieve. The claimant therefore declared Filaret patriarch. He was given church vestments, attendance, and a place of honor in the rival government. Russia now possessed not only two rulers, but two patriarchs, Hermogen in Moscow and Filaret at Tuscino. Filaret's position was deeply ambiguous. He may have accepted the title from ambition, necessity, fear, or some mixture of all three. Refusal could have meant imprisonment or death, while acceptance offered a path back into political life. Yet he was never completely free. The Tuscino leaders understood that a man of his stature could become dangerous if he openly changed sides. The second Dmitry used Filaret to display devotion to orthodoxy. Unlike the first impostor, whose association with Jesuits had alarmed Russians, the Tuscino claimant carefully presented himself as a protector of the national church. Marina Menishek also adapted her public behavior. Orthodox clergy taught her Russian rites and customs so that she could appear less foreign before the camp. She venerated icons, attended ceremonies, and performed the part expected of an Orthodox Tsaritsa, even though her private Catholic identity remained unchanged. An especially valuable icon taken from Rostov was presented to her as a trophy. Such gestures allowed the Tuscino court to disguise plunder beneath religious ceremony. The fall of Rostov encouraged further defections. Uglich, Kostroma, Galik, Vologda, and other northern towns recognized the second Dmitry. These were precisely the regions from which Shuisky had hoped to receive soldiers and supplies if Moscow came under direct attack. Some cities welcomed the rebels as allies and greeted them with cries of loyalty. Others resisted and paid heavily. Towns connected symbolically with the Shuisky family were treated with particular severity. Settlements were stormed, burned, and plundered, especially when their soldiers had already been drawn away to defend Moscow. Beluzero and Yaroslavl eventually fell under Tuscino influence. The most humiliating loss was Pskov, one of Russia's proudest and strongest cities. A generation earlier, members of the Shuisky family had helped defend it against a Polish king. Now it recognized a pretender supported by Polish troops. The conquerors showed little mercy. Officials loyal to Moscow were arrested, tortured, executed, or impaled. Monasteries were robbed, homes were burned, and civilians were killed while soldiers praised the ruler at Tushino. Much of Pskov survived, but the violence demonstrated that submission did not always protect a city from its supposed liberators. By this stage, Świecki's authority had contracted dramatically. Only a limited number of major cities remained firmly loyal, including Kolomna, Nizhny Novgorod, Saratov, Kazan, and many settlements in Siberia. Even elsewhere, loyalty depended less upon belief in Świecki than upon fear of the social and military chaos represented by Tushino. Russia was now divided between two capitals. Moscow possessed the crowned Tsar, the ancient Kremlin, Patriarch Hermogin, and the formal institutions of government. Tushino possessed a resurrected Dmitry, Marina Mniszek, a rival patriarch, Polish commanders, Cossacks, and an expanding network of provincial supporters. Neither side controlled the country. Both issued decrees, appointed officials, collected taxes, distributed estates, and demanded oaths. Families, towns, nobles, and military units moved between them according to fear, opportunity, survival, and ambition. The struggle was no longer simply about whether one man was the real Dmitry. That question had almost ceased to matter. The impostor's name had become the banner under which Russia's political rivalries, foreign interventions, religious fears, and social grievances gathered. Świecki waited for his nephew to return with Swedish soldiers. The Tushino court waited for Moscow to betray its ruler. Between them, the country was being broken apart. By the end of the summer of 1608, Tushino had ceased to resemble a temporary military camp. It had grown into a rival city of nearly 100,000 people, complete with streets, markets, workshops, houses, administrative quarters, and public squares. What had begun as the headquarters of a pretender now functioned as an alternative capital. Its population reflected the chaos of the country. Fugitive criminals lived beside Cossacks, mercenaries, dispossessed peasants, ambitious nobles, wandering adventurers, and merchants who had discovered that civil war offered extraordinary opportunities for profit. Weapons, horses, stolen goods, food, and information were all traded openly. The camp was sustained by the wealth extracted from towns and villages across northern and central Russia. Barrels of wine and mead were emptied daily. Meat, cheese, grain, and fruit arrived in enormous quantities, much of it taken as tribute or plunder. Tatars and men from distant eastern tribes also entered the settlement, drawn by payment, opportunity, or the promise of reward. At the center stood the expanding residence of the second Dmitry. Russian officials, Polish nobles, Cossack commanders, and foreign adventurers crowded his court. From Tushino, orders were issued across an immense territory stretching from the Ukrainian frontier toward the White Sea, the Urals, and the Caspian region. Yet the apparent power of the camp concealed its dependence upon Moscow. The pretender did not want to destroy the capital. He wanted to inherit it intact. His agents inside the city assured him that hunger, fear, and betrayal would eventually force Świecki's government to collapse without a final assault. Marina Mniszek continued to style herself Tsaritsa. Her public behavior suggested submission to the man she presented as her miraculously surviving husband, but privately she understood the fraud completely. The claimant surrounded her with gifts and luxury, while Yuri Mniszek continued to flatter him in expectation of promised lands and enormous payments from the Moscow treasury. The father's behavior disgusted Marina. She watched him bow, kiss the pretender's hands, and speak as though the imposture were real, all for the possibility of receiving Smolensk, the Seversk lands, and vast quantities of gold. Once convinced that he had secured his interests, Yuri left Tushino for Poland early in 1609. During the spring of that year, Świecki's position finally began to improve. Towns that had earlier submitted to Tushino started to reconsider their allegiance. The Tsar sent appeals to Galich, Yaroslavl, Kostroma, Vologda, Ustyug, and other cities, urging them to expel the rebels and return to lawful authority. The result was not immediate peace, but civil war within the cities themselves. Supporters of Moscow fought neighbors who remained loyal to the pretender. streets became battlefields. Thousands died as local communities divided between rival governments. The violence was merciless. Rebel detachments continued to burn villages and kill entire populations, including women, children, and the elderly. The destruction no longer resembled an invasion by a foreign army. Russians were devastating their own land with a brutality that invited comparison with the darkest memories of the Mongol conquest. Church leaders were frequent victims. Bishops who refused to recognize the Tushino regime were imprisoned, exiled, tortured, or killed. Some died in captivity. Others were dragged publicly to their deaths. The pretender's claim to defend orthodoxy did little to protect clergy who resisted his authority. Moscow remained filled with sedition. Officials feared the revenge of Tushino more than the authority of Shuisky. The government had become isolated from much of the country, and residents blamed the Tsar for his inability to end a war that had consumed town after town. In February 1609, conspirators inside the capital attempted to remove him. Alarm bells summoned the population to Red Square, where several military and court figures brought Patriarch Hermogen and the remaining members of the Boyar Duma before the crowd. The mutineers argued that Shuisky had never been lawfully chosen by a national assembly. They claimed that a small group of supporters had placed him on the throne through coercion and deception, and that his illegitimate accession had caused the civil war. They accused him of ambition, weakness, and incompetence. The appeal failed. Many residents defended the Tsar, and Patriarch Hermogen condemned the proposed overthrow. The majority of the Duma remained loyal, and government troops dispersed the gathering. The leading conspirators escaped to Tushino that night. Those who remained behind were arrested, tortured, and executed publicly. Shuisky had once promised restraint and lawful judgment, but the growing danger pushed his government further toward the violence of earlier reigns. Hunger created another threat. Merchants hoarded grain in anticipation of a complete siege and raised prices sharply. Supplies entering Moscow were diverted into private stores and sold through a black market. Ordinary residents could obtain bread only at enormous cost or through personal connections. Shuisky and Hermogen ordered merchants to open their warehouses and lower prices, but the commands were ignored. The public again blamed the Tsar. To prevent disorder, he released grain from the government reserves. The measure calmed the city temporarily, but the stored supply was limited and intended for a far greater emergency. While Moscow endured hunger and political conspiracy, Mikhail Skopin-Shuisky completed his mission in the north. In February 1609, he concluded an alliance with King Charles IX of Sweden. Sweden agreed to provide cavalry and infantry for the war against Tushino, with Russia responsible for their pay. Shuisky also committed himself not to make a separate peace with Poland or Lithuania. The Swedish force was not enormous, but it offered something Russia urgently needed: disciplined troops capable of attacking the rebels from the rear. In March, Skopin-Shuisky entered Russia accompanied by General Jacob de Lagarde and the Swedish contingent. Russian soldiers joined them near Novgorod, where the army established a base and prepared its advance toward Moscow. Spring mud delayed the march, but in May the Allied army began moving south. Novgorod contributed additional troops, and towns along the route returned to Shuisky's allegiance. In June, Tver was recovered. The young commander's reputation grew quickly. At a time when older generals had repeatedly retreated or changed sides, Skopin-Shuisky appeared disciplined, energetic, and victorious. Many Russians began to see him as the only leader capable of saving the country. The rebels besieging the Trinity Sergius Monastery learned of his advance with alarm. Sapieha's forces had continued to devastate the surrounding region, burning settlements, stealing supplies, and blocking communication between Moscow and the north. News that Tver had abandoned the impostor spread through Tushino. Soldiers began to debate whether they should remain with the pretender or cross over to Skopin-Shuisky. The camp that had once appeared unstoppable now faced the possibility of internal collapse. The second Dmitry ordered forces northward to confront the advancing army. Skopin-Shuisky, meanwhile, received word that towns from Uglich to the distant northern regions had returned to Moscow's side. The first major confrontation occurred near Kalyazin on the Volga in August 1609. Skopin-Shuisky commanded a mixed army of Russians and a reduced Swedish contingent, since many foreign troops had deserted or dispersed during the difficult campaign. Despite facing a larger rebel force, he won a decisive victory after 2 days of fighting. Sapieha withdrew toward the Trinity Sergius Monastery. The defeat exposed the weakness of Tushino. Moscow had not fallen. Provincial towns were defecting. Sheremetev was advancing from the east. Skopin-Shuisky was approaching from the north. The territory controlled by the pretender was shrinking. In desperation, the claimant again attempted to force the capital into submission. A small assault failed. A larger attack under his direct authority was also driven back by loyalist troops. Meanwhile, Peter Sheremetev recovered towns between Kazan, Nizhny Novgorod, and Kostroma and defeated forces associated with Lisavsky. Vladimir, the ancient center of Russian princely power, renewed its oath to Shuisky. Other cities followed. The Tsar now believed that the combined armies of Moscow, Sheremetev, and Skopin-Shuisky could finally destroy the Tushino camp. The collapse of royal authority had also produced a grotesque multiplication of pretenders. Men appeared claiming to be forgotten sons or grandsons of Ivan the Terrible and Tsar Fyodor. One called himself August and claimed descent from Ivan's marriage to Anna Koltovskaya. Others presented themselves as descendants of the murdered Tsarevich Ivan. Volga Cossacks supported some of these claimants, hoping that another royal name might bring plunder and advancement. When the campaigns failed, the same followers often murdered the men they had recently proclaimed. More supposed sons of Tsar Fyodor appeared in the Ukrainian regions. Their names changed, their stories contradicted one another, and most vanished as quickly as they emerged. The dynasty had become a political costume available to anyone bold enough to wear it. By September 1609, food was again reaching Moscow from liberated towns. Skopin-Shuisky's army had expanded significantly, and he waited for further reinforcements before attempting a final move toward Tushino. The immediate objective remained the relief of the Trinity Sergius Monastery. In October, Skopin-Shuisky attacked Sapieha's forces. Sheremetev advanced from the east and positioned his troops between the besiegers and Tushino, threatening to cut off their retreat. Sapieha withdrew toward the monastery, while Skopin-Shuisky established his headquarters at Alexandrovskaya Sloboda, the former residence of Ivan the Terrible. Winter prevented a complete resolution, but the strategic balance had changed. The armies of Skopin-Shuisky, Dmitry Shuisky, and Sheremetev had broken the momentum of the Pretenders' campaign. Russia's weakness, however, attracted another enemy. The Crimean Tatars recognized that the civil war had stripped the southern frontier of protection. They expected the rival Russian factions to destroy one another and leave the country open to invasion. In the summer of 1609, a Crimean army crossed into Russian territory. Instead of conducting a brief raid and returning to the steppe, it advanced slowly northward, burning villages, carrying away prisoners, and forcing some local inhabitants into service. The raiders reached the region of the Oka, threatening towns not far from Moscow. Shuisky attempted to conceal the scale of the danger, but refugees and messengers brought reports of destruction into the capital. The Tsar now faced enemies from Tushino, Poland, Sweden's uncertain alliance, and the Crimean frontier at the same time. A far greater danger was developing in the west. The delay and indecision of the second Dmitry had disappointed many Russian nobles at Tushino. They began to consider a different candidate, Prince Władysław, the young son of King Sigismund III of Poland. Polish magnates saw the opportunity immediately. Russia was divided, exhausted, and unable to resist a determined invasion. The Polish Senate abandoned the recent peace agreement and approved war. Sigismund raised an army but initially hesitated over the direction of his advance. After consultation, he chose Smolensk. He had been told that the city might welcome him as a liberator from both Shuisky and the Tushino impostor. In September 1609, the Polish army reached Smolensk. It included cavalry, German infantry, Lithuanian troops, and thousands of Cossacks. The attackers camped along the Dnieper and demanded the city's surrender. Sigismund presented his invasion as a holy and political rescue. He claimed that Russia was being punished for the crimes of its rulers and that Russian supporters had invited him to free the country from Świecki, the impostor, and Swedish influence. The defenders rejected the message. Smolensk possessed a powerful wall, a determined population, and a capable commander in Mikhail Shine. Although the regular garrison was small, thousands of residents prepared to defend the city. Night assaults failed. Polish troops attempting to scale the walls were driven back. Mines and tunnels produced little success. With the arrival of winter, the siege settled into a prolonged stalemate. The Polish invasion transformed the political situation at Tushino. Many western towns abandoned the impostor and transferred their loyalty to Sigismund. The king's advance alarmed the pretender's camp more deeply than the recovery of Moscow's armies. Envoys from Sigismund arrived at Tushino late in 1609. Publicly, they proposed cooperation against Świecki. In reality, they intended to absorb the camp into the Polish war effort and remove the second Dmitry as an obstacle. The pretender understood the danger. If he joined Sigismund, the Polish king or his son would inherit the victory. Years of rebellion, deception, and bloodshed would end with Dmitry discarded as a temporary instrument. The envoys spoke separately with Russian nobles and officials. They portrayed Sigismund as the ruler capable of ending disorder, protecting orthodoxy, removing both Świecki and the impostor, and restoring peace. Many Tushino officials responded enthusiastically. They had lost confidence in Dmitry, but feared returning to Moscow and facing Świecki's vengeance. A Polish prince offered them protection, position, and a new beginning. Filaret attended some of these discussions, though his freedom of action remained uncertain. He did not openly oppose the negotiations. Silence was safer than challenging armed Polish commanders or ambitious Russian nobles. The possibility of Władysław's election quickly gained support. Men who had betrayed Świecki and then served the impostor were now prepared to betray Tushino in favor of Poland. Their loyalty was directed less toward any sovereign than toward survival and advancement. Sigismund's representatives also approached Moscow. Their proposals included territorial concessions, particularly Smolensk or the Seversk lands. Świecki refused to engage seriously with demands he regarded as humiliating. At Tushino, Roman Roszynski and other commanders accepted the Polish approach, but hesitated to abandon the pretender immediately. They feared that his Russian followers would disperse or return to Świecki before the transition to Polish rule could be secured. Dmitry learned of the negotiations and confronted Roszynski. The meeting became violent. The Polish commander insulted and threatened the man he supposedly served. The pretender escaped and turned to Marina, warning her that his own commanders intended to hand him over to Sigismund. On the night of December 29, 1609, he fled Tushino. Disguised as a peasant and hidden among cargo on a cart, he escaped with only a trusted companion and traveled south toward Kaluga. At dawn, the camp discovered that its ruler had vanished. Panic followed. Some believed he had been murdered and thrown into the river. Soldiers searched the carriages of Polish envoys. Crowds stormed Roszynski's residence and looted it while demanding answers. Tushino's leaders attempted to calm the army by claiming that Dmitry had only withdrawn temporarily. Few believed them. Some soldiers deserted for Moscow, others joined Sigismund, and many simply scattered. Within days, news arrived that the pretender was alive in Kaluga. The city welcomed him with enthusiasm. Memories of Bolotnikov remained strong there, and the population treated Dmitry as the rightful Tsar betrayed by Polish commanders. A new residence and headquarters were prepared for him. Supporters from Tushino began moving south, and the claimant started rebuilding his army. His policy now changed sharply. Having been threatened by Polish nobles, he presented himself as the enemy of foreign domination. His guards were ordered to kill Poles, Germans, and Russians suspected of loyalty to Świecki. Local officials accused of treason were executed with extreme cruelty. Neighboring towns were subjected to similar purges. Dmitry proclaimed that once he entered Moscow, no foreigner would remain in Russia. The same man who had depended upon Polish money and troops now reinvented himself as the defender of Russia against Poland. He sent proclamations back to Tushino promising wealth and punishment for those who had negotiated with Sigismund. His messengers claimed that he possessed enormous hidden treasures and that only he could reward his loyal followers. Marina remained behind in the collapsing camp. The disappearance of the man she publicly recognized as her husband threatened the title upon which her entire future depended. She moved among the soldiers, pleading with them not to abandon Dmitri. Her appeals were less an expression of affection than desperation. Without the pretender, she was no longer Tsaritsa, only the daughter of an indebted Polish noble who had twice attached herself to a failed fraud. Violence erupted between Dmitri's supporters and Rozhinsky's faction. Hundreds were killed. Marina feared that she might become the next target. In February 1610, she fled Tushino at night on horseback, accompanied by only a few servants. Her departure provoked another mutiny. Soldiers accused Rozhinsky of selling the camp to Sigismund and sacrificing their promised rewards for Polish interests. Rozhinsky survived the unrest and warned Sigismund that the support of the Tushino army could not be secured without money, offices, and guarantees. A delegation of Russian nobles and officials then traveled to Sigismund's camp near Smolensk. Among them were men who had served Otrepiev, Szwisky, and the second impostor in rapid succession. Before the Polish king and his senators, they described Russia's suffering and offered the throne not directly to Sigismund, but to his 16-year-old son, Władysław. They argued that the young prince could end the civil war, unite the country, and create lasting peace between Russia and Poland. The proposal also allowed the Russian nobles to imagine that they could control an inexperienced ruler while protecting themselves from Szwisky's revenge. Polish officials accepted the offer in principle and formed a committee to negotiate the details. The Russian envoys urged immediate action against Moscow. Sigismund remained cautious. He demanded broader acceptance from the army, the nobility, the clergy, and the people. He wanted the entire Tushino camp to swear loyalty before committing his son to the Russian throne. Religion remained the greatest obstacle. Russian representatives insisted that Władysław would have to convert to Orthodoxy before becoming Tsar. Sigismund avoided a final promise while continuing to advance his own interests. The envoys understood that a 16-year-old monarch would remain dependent upon his father. Yet, their immediate concern was not Russian independence, but their own survival. They were honored with banquets and public celebrations. Toasts were raised to Tsar Władysław, even though Szwisky still ruled in Moscow, Dmitri still commanded followers in Kaluga, and Sigismund's army remained outside the walls of Smolensk. Russia now faced three competing futures: the weakened Tsar in the Kremlin, the resurrected pretender in Kaluga, and the Polish prince being offered a crown he had never seen. The Russian envoys who had offered the throne to Prince Władysław immediately began writing to military governors and provincial communities around Moscow. Their letters presented Sigismund's intervention not as a foreign conquest, but as an act of generosity. Poland, they claimed, was entering Russia to end the civil war, destroy the rival claimants, and place a young prince upon the throne who could restore stability. The cities were urged to recognize Władysław in advance and swear loyalty to him as the future Tsar. Most of the Russian nobles who remained at Tushino accepted the proposal readily. They had lost confidence in the second Dmitri and feared punishment if Szwisky recovered his authority. A Polish prince offered them a way to escape both dangers. The Polish soldiers and commanders at Tushino were less easily persuaded. They had not spent years campaigning in Russia merely to receive promises. They expected enormous financial rewards, estates in the western provinces, and compensation for the men and horses lost during the war. Sigismund attempted to satisfy them with further promises. He offered lands in Seversk and Ryazan and assured them that both the pretender and Marina Mniszek would be treated generously if they submitted. Money and reinforcements, he said, would soon be sent to Tushino. Together, they would remove Skopin Szwisky, capture Moscow, and depose Vasily Szwisky. The soldiers refused to trust words alone. Until payment appeared before them, they had no intention of surrendering their independence. Sigismund continued the siege of Smolensk and sent neither the expected treasure nor a major army toward Tushino. Some of his commanders were themselves divided. Certain Polish officers still sympathized with the pretender and refused to abandon the campaign against Smolensk. A few nearby towns accepted the Polish proposals, but Mikhail Shane remained unmoved. After months of siege, he still refused to surrender Smolensk. When invited to negotiations, he listened without enthusiasm and returned behind the walls to continue the defense. Events in Kaluga further weakened the remaining Tushino leadership. The second Dmitry rebuilt his army, Marina joined him, and the city celebrated their arrival as though a royal court had been restored. Kaluga's inhabitants imagined that their loyalty would eventually transform their town into the center of a victorious government. They expected offices, wealth, and influence once Dmitry entered Moscow. Supplies that had once flowed toward Tushino now moved south to Kaluga. The abandoned rival capital began to suffer from hunger and cold. Soldiers who had lived amid luxury only months earlier now lacked food, clothing, and shelter. Attempts to plunder neighboring settlements often failed because loyalist detachments and Skopin-Shwisky's patrols blocked the roads. Tushino's inhabitants complained that their fortune had departed with the pretender. Wealth and honor, they said, had moved to Kaluga, leaving behind only poverty and death. Some soldiers tried to loot what remained of the camp before deserting. Roman Rozinsky managed to keep them together for a little longer, but the settlement was already collapsing. At the same time, Skopin-Shwisky strengthened his army. Additional Swedish troops arrived from Vyborg and Narva, and plans were made to cut the routes between Smolensk, Tver, and Moscow. The objective was to isolate the Polish forces, break Sapieha's army, and clear the northern roads. The first great result came in January 1610. After 16 months, Sapieha abandoned the siege of the Trinity Sergius Monastery. His men fled through the snow, leaving weapons, supplies, and equipment behind. The defenders poured from the monastery and stripped the deserted camp. They interpreted their survival as an act of divine protection, but they also understood that Skopin-Shwisky's advance had made the siege impossible. The monastery provided food and money to the victorious army. Swedish mercenaries received payment from its treasury, while the surviving monks and soldiers welcomed the young commander as the man who had rescued one of Russia's holiest sites. Sapieha withdrew southwest, uncertain whether to join Sigismund at Smolensk or the pretender at Kaluga. His army had served as a shield protecting Tushino from Skopin-Shwisky. Once it disappeared, the camp stood exposed. Dmitry had already fled, the soldiers were restless, and no commander possessed enough authority to defend the settlement. Skopin-Shwisky advanced, clearing rebel villages along the way. Rozinsky recognized that resistance had become impossible and ordered the evacuation of Tushino. The camp was set on fire. Flames consumed the houses, markets, palaces, warehouses, and streets that had formed a second capital for nearly a year and a half. Smoke covered the horizon as the enormous settlement collapsed into ashes. For a time, Tushino had rivaled Moscow in population and political importance. It had possessed its own Tsar, patriarch, court, army, and administration. Now its residents scattered in every direction. Some went to Moscow and begged for forgiveness. Others returned to their native towns and attempted to disappear. The most desperate continued south toward Kaluga, still hoping that Dmitry would one day reward them. Polish nobles and Russian collaborators traveled toward Smolensk or the western frontier. Rozinsky attempted to escape toward Volokolamsk, but was overtaken and killed. Within only a few months, Skopin-Shwisky had assembled a mixed Russian and Swedish army, relieved the Trinity Sergius Monastery, and destroyed the Tushino camp. His achievements were unlike anything the government had experienced since the beginning of the Civil War. On March 2, 1610, he entered Moscow in triumph beside General de la Gardie. Crowds filled the streets, officials welcomed the army, and church bells celebrated the liberation of the capital. Skopin-Shwisky had remained loyal to his uncle even when others changed sides repeatedly. He now began organizing a new campaign intended to destroy the pretender at Kaluga and then relieve Smolensk. His popularity, however, immediately created danger. Court officials feared that the young commander's fame might threaten their own positions. Rumors were carried to the Tsar that the army preferred Mikhail, that the population wanted him as ruler, and that a coup might soon replace the elderly Vasily Shwisky with his victorious nephew. Comparisons spread throughout Moscow. Vasily was likened to Saul, while Mikhail was praised as David, the younger hero who had defeated enemies beyond the ability of the reigning king. Fortune tellers also predicted that Russia's next monarch would bear the name Mikhail. The prophecy would later appear meaningful, although not in the way people expected. Shuisky had no surviving son, only a young daughter. His brother Dmitry assumed that he stood closest to the succession and deeply resented the popularity of their nephew. The rivalry poisoned the royal court. Skopin Shuisky attempted to reassure the Tsar and deny any ambition for the throne. His explanations achieved little. Vasily became reluctant to place the army again under his command. The government instead considered giving greater authority to De la Gardie. The Swedish general recognized the tension and privately warned Mikhail that his life might be in danger. Despite the suspicions around him, Skopin Shuisky continued planning a campaign towards Smolensk. In April 1610, Dmitry Shuisky held a banquet in honor of his nephew. During the feast, Mikhail became suddenly ill after drinking from a cup served by Dmitry's wife, Ekaterina. He died soon afterward at only 23 years of age. Moscow immediately suspected poisoning. Many believed that Dmitry Shuisky and his wife had murdered the young commander to protect their position near the throne. Others suspected that Tsar Vasily had at least known of the plot. No proof was produced, but grief quickly hardened into accusation. The people had lost the one commander in whom they still trusted. Skopin Shuisky was buried in the Archangel Cathedral. At his memorial, churchmen praised him as a Russian Achilles, a young warrior destroyed at the height of his victories. His death was a catastrophe for the government. Dmitry Shuisky assumed command of the army, but the soldiers followed him without confidence. The contrast between the dead nephew and the surviving uncle was too obvious. The Swedish troops also demanded their pay. Shuisky's government lacked money and began seizing precious objects from monasteries. Gold and silver vessels were removed and melted down to finance the campaign. The clergy and population condemned the confiscations as sacrilege. Shuisky's government, which had once promised justice and restraint, now appeared increasingly desperate. De la Gardie eventually organized the Swedish contingent for the march towards Smolensk. The Russian army assembled near Mozhaisk and prepared to confront Sigismund's forces. The Polish king did not wish to abandon the siege, so he sent hetman Stanisław Żółkiewski with a relatively small but experienced army. Russian and Swedish reinforcements joined Dmitry Shuisky, including former Tushino soldiers who had recently changed sides. The armies met near the village of Klushino in June 1610. Although the Russian-Swedish force was larger, its leadership was weak, its units were poorly coordinated, and many of its soldiers lacked loyalty. Żółkiewski's cavalry attacked repeatedly, breaking one formation after another. The Russian army collapsed. Some units fled, while others negotiated with the Poles. Foreign mercenaries abandoned the battlefield or entered separate agreements. The defeat at Klushino destroyed the last major army defending Shuisky's throne. Żółkiewski immediately exploited the victory. He invited Russian commanders and nobles to swear allegiance to Władysław and sent letters throughout the country announcing that Shuisky's forces had been defeated. Cities now faced an impossible choice. They could recognize Shuisky, support the pretender at Kaluga, or accept a Polish prince who had not yet entered Russia. Each decision carried the possibility of punishment if another faction won. Moscow descended into panic. The Tsar attempted to raise another army, but few trusted Dmitry Shuisky after the disaster. Żółkiewski advanced to Mozhaisk, while the second Dmitry took advantage of the confusion and moved his camp from Kaluga toward Kolomenskoye, close to the capital. The population of Moscow rose against Vasily Shuisky. Demonstrators accused him of having been chosen without the consent of the country and blamed him for the war, hunger, foreign invasion, and the death of Skopin Shuisky. A group of court officials, former Tushino supporters, and provincial leaders proposed a complete political settlement. Shuisky would abdicate, the second Dmitry would be captured and executed, the Polish army would be driven out, and a new Tsar would be chosen by a national assembly. Prokopy Liapunov announced the plan before the crowd in Red Square. It received broad support. Patriarch Hermogen was brought from the Chudov monastery and urged the people not to commit treason against their crowned ruler. His warning was ignored. The remaining boyars decided to remove Świecki and create a temporary government under Prince Mstislavski. In July 1610, a formal demand for abdication was delivered to the Tsar. Vasily refused. Soldiers loyal to the Duma entered the palace, arrested him, and removed him together with his wife and daughter. The former ruler was confined under guard in a private residence within the Kremlin. The removal did not restore order. The former Tushino men who had promised to capture Dmitry instead declared their continuing loyalty to him. Moscow realized that it had been deceived. Hermogin again pleaded for Świecki's restoration, but the crowd feared what the deposed ruler might do if returned to power. They had already participated in his overthrow and could not expect mercy. Świecki now found himself imprisoned in the same surroundings where he had once helped organize the murder of the first false Dmitry. The following morning, armed men and clergy arrived to force him into monastic life. Świecki protested, insisting that he had tried to serve the country and refusing to take vows voluntarily. His resistance had no effect. The ceremony was performed against his will, and he was given a monastic name. His wife Maria was also forced to become a nun. The couple was separated. Vasily was taken to the Chudov monastery, while Maria was sent to a convent. Their daughter disappeared from the political record. The former Tsar's brothers, Dmitry and Ivan, were placed under guard. The Boyar Duma announced that Świecki had abdicated voluntarily and that authority had passed into its hands. Few believed the claim, and the new government could not control either the capital or the provinces. The second Dmitry remained near Moscow, and residents continued leaving the city to join him. Fear of an attack increased each day. Prince Fyodor Mstislavski emerged as the leading figure among the boyars. He had no desire to take the throne himself and argued that only Władysław's election could prevent Moscow from falling to the pretender or being destroyed by the Polish army. The proposal received reluctant support. Some churchmen preferred a Russian candidate such as Vasily Golitsyn or the young Mikhail Romanov, son of Filaret. Yet none of these men possessed an army capable of defending the city. Żółkiewski was already close enough to attack. Negotiations therefore began outside Moscow. Russian representatives informed him that they were prepared to recognize Władysław, but only under strict conditions. The prince would have to accept Orthodox baptism, abandon Catholic influence, and marry an Orthodox Russian woman according to the rites of the Eastern Church. Other conditions protected Russian laws, estates, offices, and social traditions. The boyars assumed that a young foreign Tsar would depend upon them and allow the Duma to control the government. Żółkiewski sent the terms to Sigismund, but received no immediate answer. The Russians feared both the Polish army and Dmitry's nearby camp and refused to wait. In August 1610, Żółkiewski accepted the agreement in Władysław's name. Further clauses fixed the border between Russia and the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, demanded the withdrawal of foreign troops, required the end of the siege of Smolensk, and called for the capture and execution of the second Dmitry. Both sides swore to observe the treaty. Banquets followed, and the participants congratulated themselves for ending the civil war. Thousands of Muscovites swore loyalty to Władysław. Clergy repeated the oath inside the Dormition Cathedral in the presence of Patriarch Hermogin. The settlement appeared complete, but almost immediately a message arrived from Sigismund ordering Żółkiewski to occupy Moscow in the king's own name rather than that of his son. Sigismund had no intention of accepting all the conditions negotiated by his commander. He was deeply committed to Catholic expansion and hoped to secure direct control over Russia. Żółkiewski understood that obeying the order would violate the agreement he had just signed. Nevertheless, he remained dependent upon the king. The second Dmitry attempted to exploit the disagreement. He offered Żółkiewski an enormous personal bribe and promised additional money, Livonia and the Seversk territories, to Sigismund if Poland recognized him as Tsar. The hetman refused. Realizing that he could neither defeat Moscow nor secure Polish support, Dmitry abandoned Kolomenskoye in August and returned to Kaluga with Marina, Zarutsky, Cossacks, Tatars, and Russian followers. Cities across central Russia began swearing allegiance to Władysław, even though the prince remained in Poland. Former Tushino officials approached Żółkiewski, begged forgiveness, and declared themselves loyal to the new Tsar. Sapieha also submitted and received amnesty. Żółkiewski wrote repeatedly to Sigismund, urging him not to destroy the settlement. The Polish commander believed that he had achieved what years of war had failed to accomplish: the end of the civil conflict and the peaceful acceptance of a Polish prince as ruler of Russia. In the meantime, Żółkiewski exercised enormous influence over the Boyar Duma. He restored many former Tushino officials to their previous positions, angering those who had remained loyal to Świecki. The old Moscow boyars did not wish to share power with men they considered traitors. Arguments spread through the court, and some restored officials again fled to Kaluga. To strengthen the settlement, a major delegation was sent from Moscow to Sigismund's camp at Smolensk. It included Metropolitan Filaret, Prince Vasily Golitsyn, Avrami Palitzin of the Trinity Sergius Monastery, and other important representatives. Their mission was to secure final approval of the treaty, end the siege of Smolensk, arrange the withdrawal of Polish troops, and bring Władysław to Moscow as an Orthodox ruler. Before their departure, Patriarch Hermogen blessed them. Filaret promised that he would defend the Orthodox faith even at the cost of his life. The delegation left Moscow in September 1610, believing that it was going to negotiate the peaceful accession of Władysław. In reality, Sigismund had begun to imagine a far greater prize. He no longer wished merely to place his son upon the Russian throne. He wanted Russia itself. While Russia's leading churchmen and nobles traveled towards Smolensk to finalize the agreement with Prince Władysław, Hetman Stanisław Żółkiewski pursued a different objective inside Moscow. He persuaded Prince Fyodor Mstislavski, Mikhail Saltykov, and the remaining members of the Boyar Duma that the only way to restore order was to invite the Polish army into the capital. Officially, the soldiers would protect Moscow from unrest and prevent another uprising in favor of the second Dmitry. In reality, the invitation opened the gates of the city to a foreign occupation. Ignoring the warnings of Patriarch Hermogen and other church leaders, the boyars accepted the proposal. Within days, Polish troops marched from Mozhaisk and entered Moscow during the night of September 21st, 1610. When the city's inhabitants awoke the following morning, they discovered that their capital was occupied by foreign soldiers. Żółkiewski assured the population that the Polish troops had come only to safeguard the city until Władysław arrived, and that they would serve, not dominate, the Russian people. Those promises quickly proved hollow. Polish officers assumed control of the city's gates, arsenals, food supplies, streets, and fortifications. The Kremlin became military headquarters, while its palaces were transformed into residences for occupying commanders. Banquets and celebrations were held almost nightly, financed with what remained of the Russian treasury. Jan Sapieha received money and authority to establish Polish control over the Seversk region, while the deposed Tsar Vasily Świecki was removed from his confinement at the Chudov Monastery and transferred under heavy guard to another monastery farther from the capital. Alexander Gosiewski assumed command of Moscow's garrison and took control of the remaining Russian royal guards. Among Russia's senior leaders, only Patriarch Hermogen openly condemned the occupation, but he possessed little practical power to resist it. When news reached King Sigismund, many of his advisors urged him to accept the settlement already negotiated by Żółkiewski. If Władysław honored the agreement, Poland and Russia might finally achieve peace after years of bloodshed. Sigismund rejected their advice. He no longer intended to place his son on the Russian throne. Instead, he envisioned himself ruling a vast Polish-Lithuanian-Russian monarchy under his own authority. Rather than preparing Władysław for his coronation, Sigismund ordered Russian nobles to swear loyalty directly to him. He promised offices, estates, and wealth while waiting for the Russian delegation to arrive from Moscow. The envoys grew increasingly suspicious during their journey. Reports reached them that Polish troops were violating the recently negotiated agreement by looting villages and abusing civilians throughout the countryside. The occupation that had been presented as temporary peace already resembled military conquest. When Filaret, Vasily Golitsyn, and the other delegates reached Smolensk in October 1610, they were not welcomed into either the city or the royal camp. Instead, they were forced to establish their own tents outside the Polish lines along the Dnieper River, where they endured worsening weather and diminishing supplies. Several days later, they were finally granted an audience with Sigismund. The delegation explained the agreement concluded with Żółkiewski and reminded the king that Russia had accepted Władysław as Tsar under clearly defined conditions. The Polish response stunned them. Speaking for Sigismund, Chancellor Lew Sapieha dismissed the treaty as a document negotiated by subordinates without royal authority. Władysław, he argued, was too young to govern so vast a kingdom. Sigismund himself would instead become ruler of a united Polish-Lithuanian-Russian state. The Russian delegates protested vigorously. They reminded the king that his support for successive pretenders had plunged Russia into years of civil war and devastation. They even offered enormous financial compensation if he would simply honor the original agreement and allow Władysław to ascend the throne under its terms. Sigismund refused every proposal. Territorial expansion and direct political control had become more important than compromise. News of these developments spread back to Moscow. Realizing that the agreement he had negotiated was collapsing, Żółkiewski left the capital to meet Sigismund personally. Before departing, he took with him several important prisoners, including the brothers of the former Tsar and Dmitry Świeski's wife. Vasily Świecki himself was removed from monastic confinement, dressed in plain clothing, chained like a criminal, and carried westward as the greatest trophy of Żółkiewski's victories. At Smolensk, the hetman urged Sigismund to accept the treaty and send Władysław to Moscow. The king refused. He would neither abandon the siege of Smolensk nor surrender his own ambitions for the Russian throne. Żółkiewski's departure left Moscow without effective leadership. The Boyar Duma, dominated by the elderly Prince Mstislavski, lacked both authority and military strength. Outside the capital, Prokopy Lyapunov emerged as the most energetic opponent of Polish occupation and quietly began organizing resistance. Elsewhere, the crisis deepened. Sweden strengthened its own position in the northwest, while Shah Abbas of Persia exploited Russia's weakness to pressure territories along the southern frontier. Mstislavski desperately begged Sigismund to abandon Smolensk and restore order in Moscow, but the Polish king remained obsessed with capturing the fortress. Confidence in Władysław evaporated. Residents slipped out of Moscow under cover of darkness to escape the occupation. Polish soldiers robbed civilians, abused women, desecrated churches, and plundered villages without fear of punishment. The promise of a peaceful transfer of power had dissolved into military oppression. Meanwhile, support for the second Dmitry briefly revived in parts of southern and eastern Russia. Several cities again declared loyalty to him, hoping that Kaluga might replace Moscow as the political center of the country. Yet appearances proved deceptive. Although the pretender still possessed several thousand Cossacks, Tatars, and Russian followers, his movement had already begun to lose momentum. He lived comfortably with Marina Mniszek and delayed any serious attempt to recover Moscow. During this period, Marina gave birth to a son named Ivan Dmitrievich, whom they presented as heir to the Russian throne, despite widespread doubts concerning his parentage. If Moscow remained securely in Polish hands, the pretender quietly considered abandoning central Russia altogether and retreating toward Astrakhan. He never received the opportunity. In December 1610, while hunting outside Kaluga, the second Dmitry was murdered by Prince Peter Urusov, a Nogai noble seeking revenge for the execution of a close ally. Urusov shot him and then decapitated the body before escaping with his followers. News reached Kaluga before dawn. Marina rushed into the streets demanding vengeance. Her supporters responded with indiscriminate fury, massacring every Nogai they could find and killing numerous others caught in the chaos. The pretender's headless body was buried in the local cathedral. Marina immediately attempted to secure recognition for her infant son as the next Tsar. Russian commanders rejected the proposal without hesitation. They refused to recognize a child of uncertain legitimacy ruled by his ambitious Polish mother. Instead, Kaluga's leaders declared their loyalty to the Boyar Duma in Moscow, occupied the city, and placed Marina and her son under guard. Whatever political future the second Dmitry's movement still possessed effectively died with its leader. The collapse of the pretender transformed the political landscape. Several members of the delegation at Smolensk managed to return to Moscow carrying alarming news of Sigismund's intentions. At almost the same time, the Polish king attempted one final deception by announcing that Władysław would soon travel to Russia. The announcement convinced almost no one. The boyars now understood that Sigismund intended to rule personally. They appealed to provincial towns for military assistance, warning that continued Polish occupation threatened not only Russian independence, but also the future of the Orthodox faith itself. Cities across central Russia began raising volunteer armies. Ryazan, Vladimir, Suzdal, Nizhny Novgorod, Yaroslavl, Kostroma, Vologda, and many others prepared for open resistance. Sigismund responded ruthlessly. He executed Zakhar Lyapunov, imprisoned Filaret and Golitsyn as political hostages, and arranged for their removal into Poland rather than allowing them to return to Russia. By early 1611, Moscow itself exploded into open rebellion. Merchants refused cooperation with the occupiers and charged them inflated prices. The Boyar Duma divided between those still hoping for Władysław's arrival and those prepared to expel the Poles by force. Polish authorities arrested suspected conspirators while shortages of food intensified throughout the city. Outside Moscow, Prokopy Lyapunov assembled a remarkable coalition. Provincial soldiers, former rebels, Cossacks, impoverished peasants, dispossessed nobles, adventurers and volunteers all gathered beneath a common objective: the liberation of Moscow from foreign occupation. Among his allies were Prince Dmitry Trubetskoy, Ataman Ivan Zarotsky, and commanders from Vladimir, Suzdal, Kostroma, Yaroslavl, and other regions. Ironically, many had only recently fought on opposite sides during the Civil War. Inside Moscow, the Polish garrison numbered only several thousand men. They understood that they were heavily outnumbered by the city's population and by the volunteer armies advancing from every direction. With Sigismund still absorbed by the siege of Smolensk, meaningful reinforcements were unlikely. Facing encirclement, the Polish commanders chose an extreme solution. They decided to burn Moscow. Fighting erupted in March 1611 between Russian residents and occupying troops. Street battles spread rapidly from one district to another. Russians fired from rooftops, towers, and windows while driving the occupiers back toward the Kremlin. That evening, Polish cavalry deliberately set fire to large sections of the city. Houses, churches, markets, and workshops quickly ignited. As residents fled with their families through smoke-filled streets, the fires spread uncontrollably. The destruction continued for 3 days. More than 100,000 people fled the burning capital despite freezing weather and deep snow. Many died from exposure before reaching safety. Hundreds of churches and countless homes disappeared beneath the flames. When the fires finally subsided, most of Moscow lay in ruins. The occupying soldiers celebrated amid the destruction, plundering churches, monasteries, private homes, and the royal treasury. Psychological exhaustion and drunken violence became so widespread that some Polish troops even killed one another during the chaos. At roughly the same time, Prince Dmitry Pozharsky was severely wounded while leading Russian defenders into the city. His removal deprived the resistance of one of its most capable commanders during the critical opening stages of the uprising. Gosiewski used the confusion to eliminate political opponents within Moscow, while Patriarch Hermogen was again imprisoned and stripped of his authority. The occupiers briefly restored Patriarch Ignatius, who celebrated Easter while publicly praying for Władysław's reign before fleeing Moscow soon afterward. The burning of the capital transformed scattered resistance into a national movement. The Trinity Sergius Monastery sent troops and letters urging every province to raise forces for the liberation of Moscow. Refugees fleeing the city joined volunteer armies, while those unable to fight carried stories of the catastrophe across Russia. By the end of March, Lyapunov, Zarutsky, Trubetskoy, and numerous provincial commanders had reached Moscow with their combined forces. Patriarch Hermogen, threatened with death, was ordered to command the Russian army to disperse. Instead, he answered simply that the Poles should withdraw from Russia. The volunteers gradually captured most of Moscow after days of brutal fighting. Only the Kremlin and a few fortified positions remained under Polish control. Yet, victory remained incomplete. The Russian commanders frequently disagreed with one another, issued conflicting orders, and struggled to coordinate their armies. To overcome these divisions, they created a joint leadership consisting of Lyapunov, Trubetskoy, and Zarutsky. Despite internal tensions, the volunteers eventually forced the occupiers back into the Kremlin. Polish casualties mounted rapidly, food supplies disappeared, and the garrison became increasingly isolated. Sigismund remained unmoved. Rather than abandoning the siege of Smolensk, he arrested Filaret and Golitsyn and sent them deeper into Poland as prisoners. After nearly 20 months of resistance, Smolensk itself finally fell in June 1611. Disease, starvation, and continuous bombardment had reduced the city's defenders to a fraction of their original strength. A deserter revealed a vulnerable section of the wall, allowing Polish troops to storm the fortress. Governor Mikhail Shane and Archbishop Sergei were taken prisoner and carried west as symbols of Sigismund's triumph. Many contemporaries later argued that the king missed his greatest opportunity. Had he marched immediately toward Moscow with his remaining forces, he might have imposed his rule over Russia. Instead, exhausted by the campaign, he returned to Poland to celebrate his victory. The celebrations in Warsaw displayed the full extent of Poland's apparent success. Żółkiewski entered the city leading a magnificent triumphal procession. Former Tsar Vasily Świecki, his brothers, Russian nobles, church leaders, and the defenders of Smolensk were exhibited before cheering crowds as living trophies of war. Observers compared Żółkiewski's triumph to the Roman victory of Lucius Aemilius Paulus after the defeat of King Perseus of Macedon. Throughout Catholic Europe, the occupation of Moscow and the fall of Smolensk were celebrated as great victories over Orthodox Russia. The captive Świecki brothers were imprisoned near Warsaw. Vasily died in captivity in September 1612, followed only days later by his brother Dmitry. Both were buried quietly to prevent their graves from becoming places of political remembrance. Filaret, Golitsyn, Shine, and other prisoners remained in Polish captivity for years before eventually returning to a Russia that was still struggling to emerge from one of the darkest chapters in its history. While the Polish garrison remained trapped inside the Kremlin and portions of Moscow, the siege outside the city continued under the uneasy leadership of Prokopy Lyapunov, Dmitry Trubetskoy, and Ivan Zarutsky. Although united in their determination to expel the occupiers, the three commanders differed sharply in their ambitions. Zarutsky, commanding a powerful Cossack force, increasingly looked beyond the liberation of Moscow towards securing the Russian throne for himself. He cultivated support among the Cossacks while keeping close ties with Marina Mniszek and her infant son, whom many still regarded as possible claimants to the crown. Rumors spread that Zarutsky had become Marina's lover and intended to rule through her child. Recognizing the danger of military strongmen dominating the country, Lyapunov attempted to restore civil authority. He convened a national assembly representing soldiers, nobles, and government officials and established a provisional council to administer territories outside Polish control. In the spring of 1611, delegates from 25 cities endorsed a constitutional charter outlining the principles of a temporary government. Lyapunov envisioned a peaceful transition after Moscow's liberation, culminating in the election of a universally accepted Tsar. Unlike many of his contemporaries, Lyapunov showed little desire to wear the crown himself. Instead, he searched for a ruler capable of restoring stability and even opened correspondence with Swedish commander Jakub de la Gardie, hoping Swedish military assistance might eliminate both the Polish occupation and the growing threat posed by Zarutsky's increasingly undisciplined Cossacks. His efforts created new enemies. Trubetskoy and Zarutsky believed their military achievements entitled them to greater influence than the civilian administration Lyapunov was constructing. Tensions escalated further as Lyapunov repeatedly ordered the Cossacks to stop looting villages and abusing civilians. Resentment simmered until discipline finally collapsed. Attempting to escape the growing hostility, Lyapunov tried to return to Ryazan but was intercepted by Cossacks and brought back to the camp outside Moscow. Polish commander Alexander Gosiewski, recognizing Lyapunov as the most dangerous organizer of Russian resistance, secretly forged documents suggesting that Lyapunov intended to suppress the Cossacks after victory. The forged letters achieved exactly the desired effect. Furious Cossacks ignored Lyapunov's protests and hacked both him and Ivan Rjevsky to death with sabers. Their mutilated bodies remained exposed for several days before being carried to the Trinity Sergius Monastery for burial. None of those responsible were ever punished. While Russian resistance fractured, Sweden advanced steadily in the northwest. Jakub de la Gardie expanded Swedish control across Karelia before moving against Novgorod. Poor weather delayed operations for months, but in July 1611, Swedish forces stormed the city. After 8 days of fighting, Novgorod surrendered. Metropolitan Isidore and Prince Ivan Odoyevsky accepted Swedish authority and agreed that one of King Charles IX's sons might eventually become ruler of the region. Publicly, the arrangement appeared to preserve local autonomy. Privately, Charles intended nothing less than permanent Swedish expansion into Russian territory. The Swedish proposal soon reached Moscow. If the capital rejected it, de la Gardie warned, Swedish armies would continue advancing southward. Elsewhere, another familiar figure reappeared. Jan Sapieha, whose earlier campaigns had devastated central Russia, returned to Moscow claiming he wished to assist the Russian cause. His offer was rejected, prompting him to resume looting nearby settlements before later helping supply the Polish garrison trapped inside the Kremlin. His renewed career ended abruptly when illness claimed his life in September 1611. King Sigismund, meanwhile, appointed the distinguished Lithuanian commander Jan Karol Chodkiewicz to relieve Moscow. Arriving with only a few thousand exhausted troops after the long Smolensk campaign, Chodkiewicz found conditions too difficult for immediate operations and withdrew to regroup. The Polish soldiers inside Moscow, increasingly desperate, begged Sigismund for food and reinforcements. At the same time, the citizens of Nizhny Novgorod began assembling another volunteer army. The Polish authorities demanded that Patriarch Hermogen order them to abandon the effort. He refused, openly condemning the occupiers instead. Enraged, the Poles confined the elderly patriarch to his cell, where he remained under harsh conditions until his death in January 1612. Many contemporaries believed he had been deliberately starved. His death transformed him into one of the great symbols of Russian resistance. His removal also allowed the occupiers to install another patriarch more willing to cooperate with Polish authority. The arrangement won little respect among the population. As Russia struggled against foreign occupation, another pretender emerged. A wandering monk known as Isidore proclaimed himself the miraculously surviving Dmitry Ivanovich. Residents of Novgorod laughed at his extraordinary tale, but he found a handful of followers and relocated first to Ivangorod and then to Pskov. There, amid exhaustion, war, and despair, his claims gained surprising acceptance. Like the earlier false Dmitris, his personal credibility mattered less than the hope he represented. Many Russians no longer believed his story, yet still embraced him as a possible instrument for ending the country's endless turmoil. By early 1612, Cossack leaders proclaimed him Tsar, and even Trubetskoy and Zarutsky reluctantly acknowledged his authority rather than risk another confrontation with their increasingly unpredictable followers. The decision divided the anti-Polish movement. While Western regions increasingly recognized the new pretender, Eastern Russia rejected him completely. Cities such as Kazan, Vladimir, Kostroma, Nizhny Novgorod, and Yaroslavl instead rallied around Prince Dmitry Pozharsky. Yaroslavl quickly emerged as the principal center of patriotic resistance. Refugees, merchants, noble families, military commanders, and church leaders gathered there in growing numbers. Supplies poured into the city, creating a stable political and military base unlike the chaotic camps surrounding Moscow. In April 1612, Pozharsky circulated letters throughout Russia denouncing Sidorka, Marina Menishek, and the commanders supporting them. He appealed for unity against pretenders, foreign occupiers, and internal division. Dozens of influential nobles endorsed the proclamation. The campaign quickly undermined the new impostor. By May, support in Pskov had begun to evaporate. Sidorka narrowly escaped an assassination attempt before being captured by his own followers, chained, and brought back into the city. Within weeks, the illusion collapsed entirely. he was transported under heavy guard toward Moscow as a disgraced prisoner. His downfall embarrassed Zarutsky, who had publicly recognized him as the legitimate Tsar. After sending an apologetic letter to the council at Yaroslavl, he received only criticism rather than forgiveness. Humiliated and increasingly jealous of Požarsky's growing prestige, Zarutsky began plotting revenge. Meanwhile, the military situation around Moscow slowly shifted. Chodkiewicz strengthened his forces by absorbing the remnants of Sapieha's army, but repeated attempts to break the Russian siege failed. Autumn rains forced another withdrawal, leaving the Kremlin increasingly isolated. Within Moscow, food shortages grew steadily worse. Russian forces attempted another assault during the winter of 1611, but failed to penetrate the defenses. Internal disagreements further weakened the besiegers, as rival Cossack leaders quarreled and dispersed to separate camps. During the spring of 1612, a new military council selected Prince Dmitry Cherkassky as commander acceptable to most factions. At the same time, additional regiments gathered at Yaroslavl under Požarsky's direction, steadily rebuilding Russia's military strength. Conditions inside the Kremlin deteriorated rapidly. Lacking regular pay, Polish troops stripped palaces, monasteries, churches, and royal tombs of valuables. Gold, silver, jewels, icons, ceremonial robes, furniture, and countless treasures disappeared into wagons destined for Poland. Even decorations adorning the graves of former Tsars were torn away. As provisions vanished, many soldiers abandoned Moscow altogether. Those attempting to transport their stolen wealth westward frequently fell victim to brigands who robbed the robbers before they reached safety. Recognizing that final victory might finally be within reach, Požarsky inspected his artillery in preparation for a decisive campaign. During one inspection, an assassin suddenly attacked him with a knife. The blow missed its intended target and instead killed a blacksmith named Roman standing nearby. Captured and tortured, the assassin confessed that two Cossacks acting on behalf of Zarutsky had organized the attempt. The revelation destroyed what remained of Zarutsky's credibility. Realizing his position had become untenable, he abandoned the siege with approximately 2,000 disillusioned followers. By late summer, substantial reinforcements reached Moscow. Požarsky's army, together with Trubetskoy's forces, now greatly outnumbered Chodkiewicz's exhausted relief army. Fighting erupted over 2 consecutive days in August 1612. Although neither side achieved a spectacular battlefield triumph, Chodkiewicz ultimately abandoned the campaign and retreated towards Smolensk, leaving the Polish garrison trapped without hope of rescue. With the external threat removed, Russian commanders reorganized once again. A new triumvirate consisting of Trubetskoy, Požarsky, and Kuzma Minin assumed leadership of the final siege. Požarsky first attempted negotiation. He offered the remaining defenders honorable surrender and safe passage if they abandoned the Kremlin. The Polish commanders rejected the proposal, convinced that Prince Władysław would eventually arrive with reinforcements. Inside the fortress, however, reality grew increasingly desperate. Civilians were expelled to conserve food, and Russian refugees described widespread abuse, including rape and violence committed by occupying soldiers. Soon, starvation reached catastrophic levels. After consuming every available loaf of bread, defenders slaughtered dogs and cats. They stripped bark from trees, gathered weeds, and searched desperately for anything edible. With winter arriving early, even these meager resources disappeared beneath snow. Eventually, cannibalism emerged among the starving defenders as prisoners were murdered to provide food. By October, nearly half the remaining garrison had died. Negotiations resumed, but again failed. Finally, impatient Cossacks stormed part of the defenses, inflicting severe casualties and destroying what remained of Polish morale. The following day, Prince Mstislavski, representing the surviving Boyar Duma, formally renounced allegiance to Władysław and agreed to cease all cooperation with Sigismund. The remaining Polish soldiers accepted evacuation without the treasures they had stolen. On October 26, 1612, the gates of the Kremlin opened after more than 2 years of foreign occupation. Russian troops entered a city almost beyond recognition. Vast districts lay in ruins beneath snow and ash. Burned churches, collapsed buildings, and unburied corpses testified to years of civil war, invasion, famine, and occupation. Yet amid the devastation, a victory procession wound through Moscow's surviving streets before entering the Kremlin, symbolizing the restoration of Russian control over its capital. Even before Moscow was fully secured, new dangers remained. Sweden continued expanding in the northwest, while Poland prepared another campaign. Pożarski delayed Swedish ambitions through skillful diplomacy, persuading Stockholm to postpone further advances while Russia consolidated its position. King Charles IX died soon afterward, but Sweden nevertheless retained important Baltic territories, leaving Russia isolated from the sea. Sigismund likewise launched one final invasion during the summer of 1612, hoping at last to secure the Russian throne for Władysław. Progress proved painfully slow. Poor roads, supply difficulties, and the refusal of Russian towns to support the expedition steadily weakened the army. By late autumn, Sigismund reached only the outskirts of central Russia, unaware that Moscow had already been liberated. When his envoys demanded the city's surrender, the new Russian leadership imprisoned them instead. Recognizing that the campaign had failed, Sigismund finally ordered a retreat. The withdrawal through snow and freezing temperatures foreshadowed later disasters that would befall invading armies marching west from Moscow in centuries to come. With both foreign offensives halted, Russia could finally begin rebuilding its shattered state. The country remained devastated. Much of Moscow still lay in ruins. The population had collapsed, agriculture had been ruined, the treasury was empty, and government institutions scarcely functioned. Late in 1612, Pożarski summoned a national assembly to elect a new Tsar. Numerous candidates appeared, including military commanders, powerful nobles, and even Marina Mniszek's infant son, whom Zarutsky unsuccessfully promoted. After months of debate, attention gradually shifted towards 16-year-old Mikhail Romanov, the son of the imprisoned Metropolitan Filaret and a distant relative of Ivan IV through the Romanov family. Support for Mikhail steadily grew. Noble families, influential clergy, and respected monks argued that his youth made him acceptable to competing factions, while his family connections provided dynastic legitimacy. Military leaders hoping to dominate the government found themselves outmaneuvered by civilian and ecclesiastical supporters. On February 21, 1613, the assembly finally elected Mikhail Romanov as Tsar of Russia. Delegates traveled to the Ipatiev monastery near Kostroma, where the young prince and his mother had taken refuge. Initially reluctant, Mikhail eventually accepted the crown after repeated assurances that experienced nobles and church leaders would guide him during the country's recovery. He entered Moscow in May 1613. 2 months later, on July 11th, Metropolitan Ephraim of Kazan crowned him in the Kremlin. The ceremony marked more than the coronation of a new ruler. It signaled the beginning of the Romanov dynasty, which would govern Russia for more than 3 centuries. The time of troubles had ended, but its scars remained visible everywhere. Cities lay abandoned, villages had vanished, frontier regions had been overrun by enemies, and the population had suffered years of famine, invasion, civil war, and political chaos. Recovering from such devastation would require decades, yet the election of Mikhail Romanov finally provided Russia with the stable government it had lacked since the death of Tsar Fyodor Ivanovich, opening a new chapter in the country's history.